Hello! Welcome. Hi, everyone. Garby, let me replay that for you.
Bongo bat dab slash cut.
Wow, that went really fast. I thought there was one more emote. Garby, thank you for the 16 months. That's kind of crazy. So, I haven't streamed for like 2 months, but I'm glad to be back. I want this stream to kind of be the Richie B return, so to speak. I think I'm finally settled enough in my new home to get that all established and ready for action, so that's what we're gonna do. Hey, Garby. Hey, Ferris. Welcome. So yeah, this is our little pre-show chat, so to speak, about what we're going to be doing. We're going to be going over the entire reveal of the roster. That means like the coaches and the entire draft analysis for the Calyrex Game Corner's first ever on-cart Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl Draft League. It's gonna be sick. Big Bad X, it's good to see you. How you been? Welcome. So we're gonna vibe out here for like half an hour until we get started on the hour. Hello, Big Bad X. What's up? How's it going? I suppose this is in essence my first just chatting stream currently. Since this is a fairly large announcement, I also am multi-streaming to YouTube, which is something I don't usually do. But speaking of the Draft League, like, you should subscribe to me on YouTube /Fick. Hello, welcome. Good to have you. I'm excited to get this going. How are you doing? The Mini Gamer, what's up? Good to have you. Hello, welcome. Welcome. This is the pre-show. We're vibing, we're chatting. If you have any questions about what's going down, please run it by me. I know that the Draft League format is a lot more popular in singles, for good reason, because singles needs more formats because they don't have enough official support. But what we're doing is a VGC style Draft League. It's going to be really, really cool. We're not the first ones to do it, of course, but we're one of the first to do it on cart in Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl. Got married, that was lit. Yo, congrats, Big Bad X. That's awesome. Cappers, thank you. It's good to be back. I'm glad to be back. Gratche Draft League, that's crazy. I've never heard of it. Yeah, so we'll obviously get into more detail here, but the TLDR of it is randomly all the players, which we have 12, take turns picking which Pokemon they want to use. And the ones that they pick, no one else is allowed to use. They're organized by like price. I just bonked my mic by doing air quotes. They're organized by price. And like, for example, something like Staraptor is more valuable than Wooper, right? And we have a budget of imaginary currency and we just go from there. I'm so glad I can catch this. I'm glad you're here, Richie Bree Show. Truly, Lee, good to see you. Good question. How do you get so handsome? I think my mom gave it to me, but thank you, Monksy. How's it going? Welcome. A little chilly. Anybody else noticing a draft in here? Sandy. Very good. Very good. Pokemon things mean sports things. Basically, yeah.
You are so cool.
Liz, you're cool. That's a 1-year sub. Thank you so much. So very much. If my background seems a little bit different, because it is. I'm in Colorado. I did a couple streams here before I went dark for a couple months, but we have some new friends back here. There's a Mudkip that my sister gave me for Christmas. If you were here for that stream where I was breeding for the 6IV Swampert, she was in that stream, and she was so sad about how many Mudkip I was releasing.
Richie Beal.
Richie Beal. That's such a good emote name. Paint, thank you for the 16 months. So cool. Paint, glad to have you. Welcome. Anyway, she gave me that Mudkip because she was so sad as to how many I was releasing. I was like, I'm sorry. So it's really funny. Chuckles, welcome. The move went great. I am so much happier here than I was in the South. Even though I'm like I'm not doing anything besides like school and work. I'm still just happier. It's just better. I've wanted to be in a city for a while, and it's cool to be so close to my sister. So, Unclaimed Room, thanks for the sub. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Why'd you send them all to the Mudkip farm? Because they weren't perfect, Liz. Up there, I also have 2 gifts that Regina Jigglypuff just sent me out of nowhere. Apparently she was at like a convention or like a store or something, and she sent me a message on Discord. She was like, do you like the Mother series?
Richard Bluff.
/Fick, thank you so much for the resub. 14 months, let's go. Thank you. She sent me a Discord message. It was like, do you like the Mother series? I was like, Earthbound's my favorite game. So there's a Mr. Saturn, and then there's also one of those guys from Mother 3, and I haven't played Mother 3 yet, but I'm gonna get started soon. I'm gonna start playing Mother 3 in like, who knows, maybe this month, maybe next month, because I'm gonna start my streaming back up again. So I'm very excited to get that done. Hopefully there'll be a Gordon Ramsay plush to add. There is one. Oh, but like with the full chef's outfit, right? Yeah, unfortunately, Pain, I'm so sorry to report that this Mudkip has a pretty good special defense instead of best, so I am gonna have to send it to the Mudkip farm with all the other Mudkips that I brutally discarded. So I'm sorry to report, everyone, but that's just the way it is. So But yeah, life's been better here in the sense where it's been fine and it hasn't sucked. So I'm pretty happy to be living here. So but yeah, the draft league's really cool. This was something that we've been thinking about doing for like almost a year, I want to say. I want to see the last time I brought it up in my group chat with like Cosmos and Garby, but I feel like it's been almost a year that this was in the works. So it's really cool to be finally pulling the trigger on it. Not another one to the farm. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, Fate. That's just the way it is, you know, with competitive Pokemon. That's how it goes. Yeah, very excited to get this done. It is called a live draft because it hasn't been officially revealed. The picks have been made already. This analysis wouldn't have been possible if this was happening like literally live. It would just take the whole day, if not more, because of all the different time zones we're in. So I had to do it like that. So I see a visit from Plushie Redemption. I'll go grab that. Give me 1 second. So this Mudkip doesn't have a name. What do we want to name it? Crooked Little Fin. Yeah, everyone say goodbye to him because he's going in the junk pile. I'm sorry to report, but this is his fate. Yeah. Returns to streaming. Sus. Relentless teasing. Yeah, definitely. Definitely the way it goes. Bye, Mr. Kip. Thank you. His name's Old McDonald. That's a good one. But it's Old McDonald's farm. Mudkip knows what they did. They did. Mudkip could be a cool character in Unite Swampert. That'd be awesome. Yeah. We went to an Italian restaurant downtown just like to celebrate me moving and me finishing my last semester. And she handed this to me and I was like, why did you give me Mudkip? And she said, because you need one that you actually keep and love. And I said, okay. It's okay. This is a good plush. It's like really solid. I like how floppy his fin is. Mudkip has ambitions. When we actually get to the draft announcement and analysis, I will not have a camera, and I will have a special guest host helping me to do all the stuff. That's gonna be pretty cool. Maybe I gotta zip this up a little bit more properly. There we go. Quiver.
What? 1 year? Time flies.
Time does fly. Quiver, thank you for the 1 year of Richie Bud subscription. Appreciate you. Quiver is also involved in this project, which I'm about to announce, in a very special way. He's helping me in a very important way. Quiver has been doing a lot of streaming lately, and I think he's great, so you should probably give him a follow. It is me. I'm the guest host. True. Very true. No, it's me. Is it Slash?
The Thing.
The Thing. Cap, thank you so much for the thing. That's awesome. Thanks for the hype train, everyone. This is some new animation I'm seeing on my end. That's like, it's been 2 months since I was on Twitch, so they've done some stuff to the hype train. Special guest host. Yes, 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 yes. It's true. Oh, emotes. So I was given animated emote slots and like normal emote slots from Twitch. So I'm sure some of you guys have already noticed, but our collection is big now. And we have Grumper officially that you can use on any channel if you sub. We also have changed content to Eel, because eel is supposed to be like a version of ooh, right? So that's pretty cool. We also have Nodders and Not2 and Bongo Bat. It's awesome. And then a bunch of the stuff I had as bits emotes are just regular emotes now. So very excited by that. Twitch just decided that it was time for more emotes. I love that you have Grumper as a sub emote. It's so important, Fairs. Grumper is essential. The cool emote collection. I'm so satisfied with it. My only disappointment with it is that these animated ones don't integrate with Discord. Like the CGC still has them that like if you have Nitro, you can still use them. But I just kind of wish, because like the Knotters on Discord is just stationary. He's just kind of like looking down. It's like pretty funny. Grumper Poggies, yes, very true. Grumper's a legend. Grumper is gaining traction across the Pokemon world. Mods, may you permit me? I did a thing. Sure. Kamihara. Oh, Paint did it. Just kidding. Say goodbye to Mudkip. Thank you for that clip. Very cool. Very, very cool. But yeah, I'm super excited. I feel like a lot of you who have been in the Discord already know who the players are, and you might have an idea of what Pokemon have been chosen, like their team names and stuff. You're going to get to see all of it in like 15 minutes. It's gonna be awesome. So as far as my stream schedule goes, I'm gonna keep it on the same days. I am on Mountain Time now, so that means that I'm gonna be going a little bit later than people are probably used to, and I'll be starting later as well. So Eastern Time, I'm probably gonna be starting closer to 8 o'clock, and then that's Pacific Time. That's like what, 5? So Mountain Time is 1 hour ahead of Pacific Time. I actually really like the time zone, but for you East Coasters, I might start going kind of late. I'm dropping Variety Night as like a set night. I'm gonna play variety games when I can. But I think having it during this draft league where I'm gonna be doing battles and stuff on a set night is just kind of gonna get in the way. So I'll just do variety when I feel like it. Then there's definitely going to be some like BDSP battle tower grinding. There's going to be some Series 12 practice because I intend to go to the Salt Lake Regional in March, at the end of March. So it's going to be really cool. I can't wait to see what the Sudbury Snowver is drafted. True. It's going to be a huge surprise. Chimichar, welcome. Glad to have you in stream. Very glad you're here. We're going to get started very soon. I'm full of wonder. Mountain Time rocks. Yo, I love Mountain Time. It's like the perfect in between it, I think. Because on East Coast, I always felt like I was too far ahead of West Coast. And here it's just like, it just feels perfect. I don't know. Central seems all right too, but I kind of prefer this. This is great. Gonna turn into Richie B bedtime stories, perhaps. I heard they maximize their mustelid potential. Mustelid. Oh yeah, those are mustelids are like ferret shaped animals, right? Streaming Unite Night. Yes, that's another thing. So the only predetermined stream is gonna be Fridays, except for this week, which is gonna be Wednesday because I'm gonna be busy Friday. Although I might not be busy Friday. I got some news today. We'll see. Yes, weekly try hard uniting. Very excited to do that. We've been playing like ranked unite like once a week for quite a while now, and it's been a lot of fun. That involves Nacer, Garby, Evo, Sanby,
Galect
and me.
130D gang.
Gang. Squids, thank you for the 16 months. I appreciate you. Welcome in. When I'm on Newfoundland time, dude, I don't understand 30-minute time zones. I really don't. It makes no sense to me. So there was a post I made on Twitter about this draft league like last week, and I emphasized that there are 12 players, which is true. I said that there are 6 countries, which is no longer true. Unfortunately, we've had one player have to drop. Very unfortunate. And that reduced our country diversity a little bit, but we still have 5 countries, and all of the players are awesome. I can't wait to get you to see who they are, although I'm thinking most of you already know who they are. It's a really cool lineup. It might be one of the coolest lineups I've ever seen for a draft league. So, lurk thing my brain. Got you. Yeah, no worries. At work's doing the work thing. I trust you that you're at work and working. Thank you, Squids. Thank you. I feel like you're at work early, but maybe I'm just not used to your Sunday schedule. So, I wonder who's in the lineup. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Just 10 more minutes until we start to get to find out. So, yeah. The Unite team. It's just the CGC Unite team. I don't think we have a name. We could name ourselves something different if we really want. But we'll see. Oh, I got a hype train emote. Thank you for the hype train, everyone. Share your emotes, please. I want to see them. Chat, am I Canadian? Maybe you are. I don't know. It's not for me to decide, Sandy. But it's all very cool people. It is. You gotta take my word for it. Nice. That's a cute dolphin. Very cool. The owl is like free. That's an owl, right? Yeah, it's a rage owl. That's kind of freaky. Kind of like it though. Is it just a bird or is it? I don't know what it is. Anyways, oh, you got Grumper as your hype train emote. True, very true. Yeah, the Unite team. Yeah. I feel like if we played more, we could be higher ranked. Right now, I'm the lowest ranked because I only play with the group, and I'm in like 13, 15 or something. We're definitely gonna do some tournaments in the future too. Anyways, as I was saying about my schedule, Monday, Wednesday, Friday is going to be the days I'm going to try to stream. Fridays I might have to drop depending on how school, but Monday and Wednesday I'm going to try every week. No, I won't drop Fridays because it's going to be Unite Night. I might drop Wednesdays. I don't know. And then Saturday and Sunday are often when tournaments are for both VGC and Unite. So if those are happening, I'll probably be streaming those. I intend to stream all of my matches with the draft league, but it'll be on delay. You know, it won't be for sure on there. So honorary Canadian, that's good. I think Sandy deserves to be an honorary Canadian. Grade 11, that's not the worst. I hit 1490 the other night. We were climbing. Yeah, 1490, dude. Hell yeah. I just rank myself as whoever's highest on the team because I just play with everyone else. I'll get some poutine to celebrate. Heck yeah. My poutine in Canada was pretty good. I went to a chain. I forget what it was called, but it was like definitely like a touristy kind of poutine kind of trap. kind of thing. It was good. I think my curds could have been squeakier. I think I missed out on that experience a little bit. But overall, it was delicious. It was my first time having it, but it was good. I think the best meal I had was when Paint made breakfast that one day. And the authentic Canadian bacon. It's so much different than Canadian bacon that you get in the States. That was awesome. That's probably my favorite meal when I went to Toronto. If it's possible with the COVID situation, I would like to go to the Vancouver Regional. I've said this to a few people, but I have Air Canada vouchers that I have to use. And so I could just go there for free. And then I could just pay for my lodging and the tournament itself. But I'm definitely going to Salt Lake. I have my Airbnb reserved. So if that tournament launches, I will be there. I will not go to Orlando. I'd like to go to Secaucus, I think is how you pronounce it. Secaucus. I like to go to Milwaukee. I'm not sure if I can, but those are ones I'd like to go to. But I'm definitely going to Salt Lake. Canadians make the best breakfast. I guess they do. Squids. It's fine. You don't have to ban squids. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, it's good. Another thing worth noting about my life and the CGC, Dunsparce and Drampaw's coming back. We're coming back on Tuesday. We've been playing for like a month now, and so the episodes are coming back, but we actually legitimately have new releases coming on Tuesday. So if you missed that podcast or you haven't started listening, now's the time. You can just get started now, and then you can binge it, and there will be new releases as you're catching up. Or if you've already caught up, you get to enjoy new weekly releases. So it's going to be awesome. Oh yeah, Monksy. I know Monksy's a fan, so yeah, Tuesday. I think I got my time zone scheduling right, so it should launch at the same time it was before, which is like noon Eastern on Tuesdays. If it's slightly off, I apologize, but very cool things happening in that sphere. Thank you to anyone who's in here who's still an active patron. With your support, we are able to start launching some merch ideas. That will officially launch like pretty soon. That'll be really cool. I actually ordered a piece of merch as like a tester already, so I'm really excited. I've been listening to other D&D podcasts to fill the void. Well, you're in luck. We got a new one coming up. Cool. Looks like we're gonna start in like about. I'm gonna switch over in like 5 minutes, and then I'm just gonna vibe for a bit, switch the music, and then we're gonna get started, and it's gonna be super cool. I'm expecting this full reveal and analysis to maybe take about 2 hours. Might be more, might be less. If you have to miss any part of it, it will go on YouTube. I'm going to put it on my channel, and I'm going to put it on the brand new CGC Draft League channel, which I should probably have a link to, but I don't currently. Let me tell you, it's been such a long time playing the campaign. Richie's the GOAT DM. Stop it. Stop. Thank you, guys. It's my first legitimate DMing experience, and I think something that's been offered, I mean, it's still a lot of work, but what's been offering me like a good amount of flexibility is the fact that the map exists and there's central characters that exist, and that helps me so much. Like I've obviously invented characters and I've changed locations and imagined them in different ways and stuff, but at least I don't have to make up any areas, right? Like they're already there, so that's helped me a lot. Especially because you have to work on like monster stats and stuff. I'm borrowing a lot of ideas from the now defunct Pokemon 5e to make it work, but there's still a lot of original things that I have to come up with. So it's a lot of fun. You should listen to it. It's cool. It's cool. It's great that we have a Discord that's like the hub for these two big projects. I'm really excited, and 3 out of 4 of us are involved in both of them, which is kind of crazy. The players are pretty cute and cool too. IMO, I agree. You might even hear the voice of one of the players in like 5 minutes. That'd be really interesting, wouldn't it? Yeah, command D&D for that. Command Discord. If you are not in the Discord, strongly recommend you join it. Besides just Pokemon, we talk about other gaming stuff. Lots of good art and memes and music. Tierless Tower, pretty legendary. And we this hasn't been fully established yet, really. But we were doing a somewhat weekly, although there were big gaps, watch party night, and we watched all of Steven Universe and Steven Universe Future. And there's some chats in the future about watching something else. So we have a new cinema chat, and we're like discussing what we're gonna watch next. So it's gonna be really cool. Thrifty,
welcome back, bud.
Thank you so much. It wouldn't be the same without having you here. So thank you. I'm so glad you are here. It's good to be back. It's gonna be fun. So yes, after today, my stream schedule is going to officially start back up again. This weekend, I may or may not be streaming. I have a family thing going on, but I'm going to try to do Monday, Wednesday, Friday as consistently as I can. So, Udo, hello, howdy, hello, hello. Here's a game we could play on stream. I don't know how many, like, it's an old game, and I know a lot of you guys have probably played it by now, but I haven't. I did a Secret Santa with some friends back in California, and Thrifty had me as their Secret Santa, and he gave me a game that we kind of joke about in the past, which is Super Mario Odyssey, which I haven't played before, and maybe I'll just play it on stream just because I want to play it. I don't know. I don't have any like challenge run intended for it or anything, but I also might just play it on my own. I might not stream it. I'm not sure, but there's a very nice gift, and there's kind of some inside joke in there too. So, yeah, heck yeah. Cool. I'm gonna transition to our presentation. It's gonna be live, but we're using a slideshow. I'm gonna do that in like 3 minutes. Does anyone in the chat? I'm not checking YouTube chat. I'm just checking Twitch chat. I'm sorry. If you're watching on YouTube, switch over to Twitch. Twitch.tv/RichieBonGaming. Check it out. Does anyone have any questions before we get started? Are you still not sure like what a draft league is? I'd be happy to talk to you about it. Richie, beautiful man. Thank you, Don. Welcome. A slideshow? Yeah, I mean, it's a presentation. Calling it a slideshow, I feel like, is belittling. There's a lot of scenes. There's over 150 individual images that we are displaying. So, who's the winner? Who is the winner? The draft hasn't even started yet. I don't know what you're talking about. How professional? Is it professional? I don't know. We're using Google Slides. I think it looks good. I think it's cool. Slideshows are great. And you're gonna have two very excellent commentators. It's gonna be a very good time. I feel like going to school with a professional course is like slideshows are professional. I guess I did 2 for my master's program this past semester, so I guess they are kind of professional. If it was professional, we would call it a slide deck. Interesting. I didn't know that. Slashfic, I'm the winner. True. Sorry guys, you can leave now. Slashfic wins the whole thing. Yeah, the whole announcement and analysis is just going to be a picture of Slashfic, and it will say champion, and that's it. It's done. But yeah, it's going to be cool. It's going to be really good. I'm going to remove Mudkip, who could be named Old McDonald. We haven't really decided. I'm going to set him down right here so he can watch. But he's making me kind of hot in my hoodie. So just 150 slides of that. Yeah, I'm okay with that too. I think it's pretty cool. Congrats, Slash, you won. That's kind of awesome. Bye, Mr. Kip. Yes, thank you for waving goodbye. And Richie Bot is back. I haven't seen Richie Bot in so long. Richie Bot's the best. I don't know if this is applicable to any of you. One more thing I forgot to announce before we jump into this is not only do we have these emotes kind of set up, like these animated ones and these extra ones, all with all these extra slots, but we have new sub badges. They were made by A Spoon, who's an awesome artist and Pokemon community member, but I think everyone here has been subbed for so long, we don't get to see them. The 1 month sub is a Pichu tail, the 2 month sub is a Pikachu tail, and then there's an additional colored Raichu tail, which I don't think anyone has unlocked yet, but it's really cool. Super duper cool. Thank you for hugging Puctillery. He hasn't had a hug in a while. It's like when you go to a birthday party and one person gets the lucky plate. I don't think I've ever dealt with the lucky plate thing. I don't know. Let's see what they look like. Nacer, don't do it. Don't do it, Nacer. One Pokemon has an X marked underneath. You mean one plate? Oh, the Lucky Draft Pokemon. Oh. Yeah, I'm not sure I've ever experienced what you're describing, but it's nice hearing your voice again. Thanks, Yudo. It's good to be on Twitch again. Nacer. Thank you for the sub. Do you have the Pichu tail now? Is that what's happening? Chat something. Let's see it. Yeah, I've never heard of Lucky Plate. This is my first time hearing it. I want to see this Pichu, and then we're gonna get ready on the other screen. Oh, there it is. Nacer, thank you so much for the sub. But look, there it is. Little Pichu sticking up. Awesome. Cool. With that being said, we're gonna jump into the thing. There will be a chat box on screen. It will not be visible in the video that is going on several YouTube channels. So just a heads up, it's just going to be what you see on the screen and what you hear. Let me get all set up. I don't know what to say. I guess I'll see you guys on the other side. This is going to be a lot of fun. Just give me like 5 minutes. I'll be right there. See you guys. Welcome everyone to the Calyrex Game Corner's Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl VGC Draft League. My name is Richie Von Gaming. I'm the league commissioner, the coach of the Colorado Cramorant, and your host for tonight. But I am not alone.
Hi, it's me, Gentleman Garvey. I am also a coach of the Philadelphia Phalanx and so happy to be a co-host of this lovely draft league analysis tonight.
Excellent. Thank you so much for being here.
Yeah.
Without further ado, let's take a look at our coaches for this wonderful, delightful format. First off, coaching the Aether Paradise Alola Chews, we have Crystal. Their Twitch handle is Mogarchu. They're coming from Australia. We have the Arkansas Aracuda, coached by Galactic Squids, another wonderful member of the CGC stream team. They're coming from the US. And we have a delightful special guest, Gabby Snyder, aka Simply Gabby, official VGC commentator, participating in this league as the Boston Bidoof. You want to take the other three?
Absolutely. So then we have the Chicago Chanseys, hosted by our favorite Kamihata. They are, and then we got Richie, of course, our lovely Richie Von Gaming, of course, the commissioner of our entire draft league. We have them on the Colorado Cramorant. Then, of course, my love, Zach the Snorlax with the Pacific Piplups.
Very cool. We got six more delightful coaches with us. I'll intro the delightful Gentleman Garvey. You're the coach of the Philadelphia Phalanx. We have the San Diego Sandlines. No, autocorrect. San Diego Sandiles. I should have caught that. The San Diego Sandiles is coached by Slashvic, but Sandlines is kind of funny anyways. We also have the Sudbury Snover, coached by Paint Seagull, coming out of Canada.
And we very much appreciate them stepping in, but we have the Logan Lycanrocks with Karaiko, who we very much appreciate them stepping in at this time.
Of course.
We have the Windy City Whimsies with our favorite friend, Serene Grace, and everyone's favorite Brit in our Discord, the notorious champion of many of the Grotto tournaments, the coach of the Wind and Dragon Pulse, the Golden Cosmos.
Excellent. So there's our 12 coach lineup, all incredible gamers, all really cool people, and I'm so excited to have them join us for this awesome tournament season. With all that being said, let's dive into the rules a little bit. So for those of you who aren't familiar with the draft format, this should hopefully give you some insight into how this goes down. We're all taking turns picking Pokemon to be in our roster. The way that those turns are decided is completely random. Everyone's going to have a roster that totals to 10 Pokemon, and coaches can draft the roster in any order they'd like. What we mean by that is that certain Pokemon are more highly valued compared to others based on their versatility and their utility, so they cost more points in our our currency that we're using to determine this, right? Rotom and Wormadam have multiple forms, so you only get one per team. And at this bullet point 5 details how we decided this would line up with our 10 picks. So every team gets 6 free picks, 1A, 2 Bs, 2 Cs, and 1 D. Again, these are tiered in the sense of their utility in this format. And then you can purchase picks with a budget of 50 points. An A tier costs 20, a B tier costs 15, a C tier costs 10, and a D tier costs 5. This results in only so many ways that you can purchase more Pokemon. Like, for example, you can buy 2 A tiers, but then in order to have 10 Pokemon on your roster, you have to buy 2 more D tiers. And we'll see that with a couple of our teams. Our ban list includes Mewtwo, Lugia, Ho-Oh, Rayquaza, Kyogre, Groudon, I said Rayquaza twice, Dialga, Palkia, Giratina, Darkrai, and Shaymin, both forms, are banned. Mew, Jirachi, Manaphy, and Fion are allowed. There's not many VGC formats where you get to use Mythicals, and we decided that this would be a really cool one to do. You want to go over these ones, Garby?
Absolutely. So the battle rules. Typical in the VGC format, we have all Pokemon are set to level 50. In the VGC style is usually a best of 3 doubles format, but you pick 6, bring 4. So even though we have a roster of 10, you only get to bring 6 per match that we actually do. There's going to be an 8-week long regular season, followed by, of course, a top 8 playoffs. Forfeiting will result in an automatic -1 differential for the round, so you are encouraged to play out all the different rounds you have to have a better match differential, but you could tactically save your tactics for your opponent if you do forfeit early. So there's encouragement both ways rather than just be forfeit and move on with the next match. We do want these to be as entertaining as possible on top of being strategic, so there's a nice balance there. EVs, held items, moves, and abilities cannot be changed between the set of 3, so you can't just hot swap your Pokemon in and out even if you pick the 6. And then in an event the Pokemon home support is added, these rules will not change, so we will have everything within the BDSP Pokedex.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that. Here's a description of all the Pokemon that have been tiered. This tier list was decided by the 12 players, besides the one who had to swap in for one of our players who had to drop, unfortunately. Are there things about this tier list that I kind of, at this point, think are weird and probably should have been tiered that way? Absolutely. Are there some things that I think make a lot of sense, and I'm glad they're tiered where they are? Yeah, for sure. We'll leave this up for a little bit so that everyone can see it. Do you have any thoughts about this tier list yourself, Garby?
I felt the same way as you, where it was like there are some picks that I do think fell into tiers that I don't necessarily disagree with, but I think overall there was a nice healthy balance across the board. I think the A tiers were really important picks for a lot of people. Meanwhile, there was still a lot of good utility in places like the C tier that maybe you wouldn't expect right away from looking at it, but as you fill out the rosters, it makes a lot of sense to have these big C tiers with a lot of good still utility Pokemon, even if they're not as good as, say, the A tiers. So it worked out really nicely.
Absolutely. You know, I belong to the camp that I'd rather have something that could be potentially really strong, overvalued than undervalued, and it's really apparent that we lean that way with this listing, and I'm happy with that, because I think while there's, you know, for example, lots of really good B tiers, I think the really potentially threatening things are exactly where they should be, and I think that leads to an overall healthier competitive space and more fun drafts, in my opinion, too.
I would definitely agree, yeah.
Cool. So this is our fully randomized order, as well as the reveal of all of our logos. So the first pick went to the Arkansas Arrokuda. The second pick went to the Philadelphia Phalanx. I'll describe their coaches as well. Galactic Squids in the Arkansas Arrokuda. Gentleman Garby in the Philadelphia Phalanx. Serene Garache in the Windy City Whimsies. Simply Gabby with the Boston Bidoof. Golden Cosmos with the Wyndon Dragapults, Zach the Snorlax with the Pacific Piplups, Slashvic with the San Diego Sandiles, Crystal with the Aether Paradise Aloldachus, the Sudbury Snover is Paint Seagull, Logan Lycanroc belongs to Karaiko, Colorado Cramorant is my team, Richibon, and the Chicago Chanseys are the team of Kamihata. Now, this goes in the order 1 through 12, and then the way that Snake Draft works is that it goes backwards. So once we get to 12 in round 2, then we start at 12, go 11, 10, 9, 8, etc. There's a little bit of strategy about where you're picked, about where you're placed in the Snake Draft order. Do you have any thoughts on that, Garby?
I can definitely speak heavily on this, being that I was second in there. So even though you get an early pick, there is the condition that you can get something really strong, but then you're waiting in the draft order for a very long time. So when you're on the tail ends of the draft, you'll often find that you end up getting like these couplings or duos. Meanwhile, people in the middle more so are looking for just like individually strong picks that will end up with synergy later, rather than like looking for pairing. So there is definitely a dynamic there that you're sort of fishing for different logics depending on your draft order, which I found really interesting through the whole process.
Yeah, there's definitely, when, you know, as soon as the orders are revealed, you can start thinking about how you're going to go about your draft.
Right.
And being on the bookends allows you to get 2 picks in a row, but hey, you might have to wait like 23 picks until your next pick. Whereas if you're somewhere in the middle, like 5, 6, or 7, you're going to get your picks pretty frequently, but they're not ever going to be back to back. So just some things to consider when we go forward and looking at these drafts. We can think about the strategy that the coaches had when they were picking their teams. Round 1, you ready to jump into this?
Absolutely.
Cool. I'm going to take this first one.
Absolutely.
The very first pick of the draft by the Arkansas Arrokuda was Gyarados. Gyarados is a great, solid A-tier mon. It's got super good attack, great bulk. Water flying is a really great typing in general. It's just got that crippling electric weakness, but besides that, really neat. You can really build a team around this thing. It gets such insane coverage. It did unfortunately lose Power Whip these games. It had, I was going to say Generation, but it has Power Whip in Sword and Shield. Does not get it in this game. However, it's still just an amazing offensive piece. You can run it support. Intimidate and Moxie are both great abilities. I'm not sure if there's anything else to say about this one.
Well, the one thing I want to highlight is how flexible something like Gyarados is, where like Gyarados traditionally can be thought of as like a Dragon Dance sweeper sort of pickup and might be looking like a carry, but there is sets that you've seen in the past of it being used where it's also like very good support pick with Intimidate. So you actually get like this nice flexible pick in the beginning that can be a very important carry piece for you, but also can be utilized as support depending on the matchup. So it's like, it's a really good flexible pick to start out with in the start of the draft that did shock me at the beginning because I had listed power picks that I thought were going to get scooped up as quickly as possible. But looking at Gyarados from like the top down, like this is just a really flexible pick to start at the beginning, which I really liked.
Absolutely. Like, yeah, you can't blame this being a round one pick because it can just do so much. It might not be like an overwhelming powerhouse of a mon, but it's so flexible, and in Draft League, you need that versatility. This one's all you. Take it away.
Oh, yeah. So this was my first pick, and honestly, like, there was no way I couldn't do this. I saw Cresselia on the map, and everyone know, if you know how my play style is as a player from like a VGC perspective, I love Trick Room. So like this was easily one of the best Trick Room setters and one of the strongest Pokemon in the format. So I really just like saw Cresselia up and I was like, wait, I'm second. I have to get this. And for me, this is like just a really good pick for my play style, but also just a really strong pick in general. I'm looking at the stats. This thing is a monolith to get through for a lot of teams. And it's just a very difficult mon to deal with in the format. So I really, really loved getting this pick up.
Yeah, we knew this was going round one, and it makes sense that it went to you. And it's, you know, if you're into the Trick Room style of play, there's just no better mon than this. There's a reason why it's an A tier, for sure.
Absolutely.
Third pick, Windy City Whimsies, coached by Seringrache. They picked up Garchomp, one of the best dragons in the format without question. Everyone knows the wrath of Cynthia's Garchomp when they played through the main game. Insane attack, that 102 speed, those little 2 points make a huge difference when it comes to draft. It's actually got reasonable bulk. You could slap a Yachi Berry on it, and then its ice weakness is basically gone. It's just a great mon. Sandvale and Rough Skin are both really great abilities to have as well.
Yeah, and then this also leads into that you might start like pathing yourself a little better for the rest of like the draft when you pick up a mon like this, because of things like Sandvale. It actually opens up some support for different Pokemon to pick up that can like synergize with it really well, on top of just being an amazing pick to build your entire roster around. So I think this was awesome.
Absolutely, couldn't agree more.
And from the Boston Bidoof, we have Metagross, which Metagross has always been a heavy hitter in like every generation of Pokemon. And you can see it based on that massive 135 attack. It's easily one of the best like offensive steel types in the entire game. And Clear Body, making it so you don't have to worry about Intimidate. Like this is just such a strong pick. And I love to see it so early in the draft.
No, it's great. It makes a ton of sense. And like knowing Gabby at all, you know that she loves this mon. And
it's a very Gabby pick.
It's a very Gabby pick. I 100% called it from before the draft. I knew that she was going to first pick it if she could. And like, you know, it's insanely strong, but also like, look at that bulk. Like that's pretty great bulk. 70 speed in this format isn't necessarily bad at all. This thing's pretty flexible. You can do all sorts of stuff with it. Overall, just great. Just, you know, steel types are kind of rare in this format, more or less. And this has got to be one of the best steel types. The Wind and Dragon Bolts, coached by Golden Cosmos, their first pick was Raikou. This mon is great. Do note that due to the way that Ramona's Park works, certain mons that are caught there, you can only get their hidden ability, which for Raikou and Entei Suicune is not actually a problem at all, because Inner Focus is probably the ability that you want most of the time anyways. This definitely pushes some speed tier benchmarks in the format, and it's got to be one of, if not the best electric type you can get your hands on. Access to fast snarl, support moves, or just all-out offense with that 115 special attack is nothing to sneeze at.
Not at all. And just like I'd noted with Gyarados, Raikou feels like a Pokemon that's really flexible and you can't really predict what it's going to do. With its move pool the way it is, it has the potential to be really offensive, and based on those stats you can clearly see that it would be, especially with that speed. But it can also just be a really good support pickup, especially with something like unflinchable screens being something in the format that you can actually make use of. Like Inner Focus is amazing for that, just being immune to Fake Out, which in this format, like Fake Out in doubles is so prominent. Like having that ability to be immune to it is just so strong for any kind of thing you want to do.
Yeah, absolutely. As we move through this draft, we'll definitely illuminate the mons that get Fake Out, and you'll see that pretty much every team in this draft is going to have either an answer for it or they're going to have a Fake Out of their own, like for sure.
Yeah, actually one coming up, so.
Speak of the devil.
Yeah, speaking of having Fake Out and every other move in the game, we have Smeargle, who like, I this Smeargle, for any VGC player, if you have any experience with VGC, is like a really cool Pokemon, but also the bane of our entire existence because it literally gets every move in the game. So having access to things like Spore, Fake Out, all kinds of crazy support moves, despite the fact that its stats are clearly awful, it's got every move in the game, and that's amazing utility. Like, it's impossible to predict. So it's just such a good Pokemon. Like, so strong.
Yeah, dude, you could show someone those stats and you'd be like, A tier? No way, that makes no sense. But it just learns every move. You can do literally whatever you want. So I think for that reason, this makes sense as a first pick A tier. Not something we expected from Zach, but regardless, makes a ton of sense to go round 1 for sure. Up next, the San Diego Sandials, coached by Slashfic, picked up Scizor. How's that for a lot of S's for you? I think a lot of top players in VGC right now look at Battle Festival doubles and they think Scizor might be the best Mon in the entire format, and you can definitely see why. Incredibly powerful, that really good 130 base attack. Its speed is kind of low, but you know what? It doesn't really matter because it wants to click Technician Bullet Punch all the time. That's what Scizor wants to do. And just the way that this format works is there's not a whole lot that can really stand up to that, especially after a Sword Stance. It's also reasonably bulky. I'm not sure how much like support kind of stuff it gets access to, but you don't even need it. Technician Bullet Punch, it wins games. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, I mean, most people, like you said, it's like you're not getting crazy utility out of something like Scizor, but like people go as far as to just give it Choice Band so you could just Technician Bullet Punch with the Choice Band. Like, it is easily one of the strongest Pokemon in the entire format because of that utility. On top of the fact that if we look at Battle Festival doubles in particular, when you're looking at a format and they might be one of the strongest, it also ended up being, because it ended up being such a really strong Cresselia check, on top of just being incredible, like this thing just, like, it gets such crazy value off of its incredible damage. So yeah, this is a great pick.
That's right. Yeah, so cool. This has got to be one of the only bug types that's drafted that it actually enjoys being a bug type. It actually helps it out. That defensive typing, only weak to fire. Man, what a good place to be.
Yeah. Okay, so then next was Manaphy. Manaphy is, again, one of those Pokemon you don't really see too much because it's a mythical. So we don't really get to see Manaphy too often, but it's really cool to actually like see it in a format where I come from a background of singles and it was all over the place in singles at different times, but like seeing it in doubles is just a really cool thing, and it's just a really just solid Pokemon that you can build your whole team around. It's just a good Pokemon. Like the base 100 stats are just so flexible.
Yeah, it's hard to give a proper analysis because we've never seen it in VGC.
Right.
But there's something to be said for a Pokemon whose base stats are all 100 across the board. You can be strong, you can be tanky. The flexibility that this Mon offers is really impressive. This might be a bit of a controversial inclusion compared to other draft leagues, but I'm happy we're doing it. I think it's cool to have mythicals, and you know, as you said, we can't really predict anything besides Tail Glow. Crystal's gonna bring Tail Glow at least 1 week, and that's pretty much all I can guarantee. It's gonna be really interesting to see what happens with this. Up next is the Sudbury Snover, the first round pick that seems to be a pretty support focused pick. That being said, gotta be one of the best supports available in the format. Him on top has Fake Out, it has Wide Guard, it has Technician, Intimidate, and Steadfast, all that which are pretty useful. I'm not so sure about Steadfast, but hey, Paint might be able to make it work. It's nice and bulky. It gets just a reasonably fast close combat. It's just a really solid support mon. As I said, probably one of the best support mons.
So yeah, noting as like one of the strongest support mons makes it a good pickup in the early draft, because a lot of people are looking for like heavy hitters in the early time. Like you look at most of this draft, a lot of it is really strong heavy hitters, albeit like besides Smeargle is just lot of like really strong Pokemon just smacking people around. Where like getting a Hitmontop that's like really solid utility and deceptively bulky, it is straight up Incineroar Jr. in this format. So for those of you VGC, like Incineroar is one of the strongest utility Pokemon in the entire game, and this does that job. It's just it's obviously not as strong as Incineroar, but it had its heyday for a reason. This Pokemon was so good at its time in this type of format for BDSP, and now it's just a great pick to actually pick up like really early in the draft.
Yeah, you're completely right. I can only imagine that someone had this on their plans, and then Paint managed to snag it up in round 1, because I bet for a lot of people this was probably a round 2 pick. But yep. I think Paint should be really happy with this selection here. The Logan Lycanrocs picked up Ludicolo. You see Ludicolo and your brain instantly thinks, okay, this team is going to go Rain, and we'll see what happens in the next rounds. Ludicolo is arguably the best Rain abuser in the format. Water Grass is a really impressive type. It has reasonable offense that can definitely be boosted with Life Orb or other items. It's pretty bulky, gets access to Fake Out. You're going to see Swift Swim most of the time, but on a Rain team, you might run bulky Rain Dish. Who knows? Own Tempo? Maybe not. Maybe you do Swagger or something. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, that's something to note is that grass typing that is really important. Like the bulky Rain Dish leaves it to be like it can be a very bulky Pokemon with Leech Seed, and that really will throw people for a loop because if you're fighting against a Rain team, you're instantly thinking this is a Rain Sweeper, and that can catch some people off guard for a different couple weeks and force you to adapt. So like this ends up being like a low key flexible pick because you want to instantly gravitate towards a play style, but it doesn't necessarily hold true when you look at the move pool after a while. So
yeah, that's a great point. I completely forgot about bulky Leech Seed. That's totally something that you can run here.
Especially with the Rain Dish that you noted. So like that's so much bulk.
Yeah, that's a ton. Here's my pick, so I'll take it away. The Colorado Cramorant, our first pick was Latios. If anyone was talking to me like pre-format, I could not shut up about Latios. I just thought it was so cool. It's got really impressive special attack. It's got a great 110 speed for this format. It lets it outspeed all of the other dragons without any boosts. And it has some pretty cool coverage. It has some really good offensive coverage minus like fire. You can pretty much hit everything you want. And it's got some good utility in the form of Tailwind. I think it's a really cool dragon type, and I'm so thrilled to have it.
Yeah, I mean, look, Latios is like one of those like much sought after Pokemon in any of the formats in particular. Like it and its twin Latias are just like really like almost like meta defining Pokemon in their heyday, especially with like when Soldu was pre-nerf. It was crazy how strong this Pokemon was. So now like looking at its base stats and everything just as it is, it's just a really solid Pokemon and a really good pickup to again build your team around because it has not only a lot of like power just offensively, but it also has a lot of flexibility. So like it's just one of those Pokemon that's just a really good pickup early on.
Absolutely. Oh, I changed the scene. Sorry, hold on. There we go.
Okay.
Fixed it.
Cool.
Technical difficulty.
Okay, cool. So then the Chicago Chanseys are last on our round one, picked up Azumarill. I love Azumarill so much. It's just it does one thing so well, and it can be flexible. It does have some decent utility, but when you think Azumarill, you're looking to do one thing, and it's hit that huge power belly drum and just destroy teams when you set it up. And this is just a huge power play in terms of a pick. Like you're going in a direction, and it should be really powerful and really scary for anyone going up against it. So I love to see a Pokemon like this because it's just a really bold pickup really early on for me.
No, it totally is. And for everyone watching that, 50 attack is definitely misleading. Huge power effectively makes that higher than base 100. This thing hits super hard. The classic set that we'll certainly see is Belly Drum, Citrus Berry, Aqua Jet, just plows through teams. There's so little that can handle that. But also something worth noting is that there's very few fairy types in this format. And some dragons are pretty powerful, and this is a perfectly great fairy type.
Yeah, absolutely. That utility is so good. And we can look out for like very special moves as well. Things like Parish Song might actually come up on this thing if they actually go for like a Sap Sipper support type of Azumarill. That could be really cool too. So it is flexible, but man, that belly drum just, it puts fear into your head like right away as the opposing lineup looking at this. So
absolutely. And with that being said, here's a little round one recap. We get to see everything that went in round one. Do you have any like standout thoughts about what was picked up here?
Nothing too like I am scared of certain particular Pokemon. Like I noted my fear of Azumarill, and Azumarill definitely scares me. And Smeargle, the flexibility just always like sends a little shiver down my spine. So as a player in this format, I'm definitely I've definitely loved the round one. It felt like really good across the board. There was a lot of cool, interesting picks, like not just all power picks like I expected, but a lot of like cool utility pickups as well in round one that were really awesome to see.
Yeah, that's true. I would expect all these monsters to go round one for sure, except Hitmontop. But after Paint picked up Hitmontop, I think it makes perfect sense. As you said, one of those really key utility picks. So again, the way that this snake draft order works is that round two is going to start from the end of the draft. So we're going to go to Chicago Chanseys all the way back up through Arkansas Aracuda. That being said, let's do exactly that. Welcome to round two. Woo! Chicago Chanseys start off round two with Jumpluff. I've been seeing the praises of this Mon since pre-format. I think it's a really cool grass type. Grass Flying is just a really neat typing. Chlorophyll is an excellent ability, and this thing is already blazing fast. So if you're running like a Sun mode, you don't have to invest in speed at all. Its specialty bulk, special bulk is like pretty nice. Its physical bulk is useful, and it gets really good support moves like Sleep Powder, and it's just going to be a really cool grass type to watch out for.
Absolutely. And not only on top of that, you also just get an additional synergy in the fact that both Azumarill and Jumpluff are very round.
Yes. And
there's obvious synergy there. Like, we can't stress that enough of how powerful that duo is going to be because of how round they are together. So it's just something definitely worth noting.
Aesthetic synergy in the draft is 100% worth
it's
noting.
So important.
I picked up Togekiss as my second pick. I'll be honest, Togekiss wasn't my initial thought for round 2, but just looking at how the draft played out, I decided it made a lot of sense. Something that you're going to start to see in these drafts is people going for cores. Really common cores tend to be fire, water, and grass. Another one is dragon, fairy, and steel. I saw that I had a Latios and I tried to think of a really good foil for it, and I thought Togekiss was one of, if not the best fairy type in the format. Incredibly bulky, follow me support. Its worst stat is its attack, which it's probably never going to use, and it's just a really, really cool pick.
Yeah, it's one of the like hallmark support picks in the format. It's just got incredible bulk, the follow me support. In addition to having the Latios makes so much sense. Being able to protect your dragon from opposing dragons just does you so much good having that support. And in addition to that, you did draft 2 planes, which again, aesthetic synergy, very important in this draft format.
The second round is probably where we're going to start seeing these aesthetics lining up, which is, again, arguably more important than their base stats and abilities.
Oh, obviously, yeah. So then the Logan Lycanrocs picked up Pelipper, which, I mean, we called it at the beginning of it when we saw, you see the Ludicolo, you think rain, well, you need a way to set rain. And Pelipper is one of the best ways to do that, given that it's not only given Drizzle, but the added layers that it adds to the synergy with Drizzle in comparison to something like, say, the other rain setter Politoed, getting access to that Hurricane gives it really good synergy with Ludicolo, who might have a tough time with, it can hit other water types okay, but and given that it might have a tougher time with some grass types depending on your move set, it allows you to like open up the board a little bit more with that Hurricane. Hurricane's just a really strong move for Pelipper to bring to the table, and even though its stats might not scream that it's an amazingly hard-hitting Pokemon, base 95 coming with that stab Hurricane that can't miss is just a really good Pokemon to have.
Yeah, this is arguably the best that Pelipper's ever been, and I think anyone who was spectating the draft in its early stages saw this Ludicolo pick. I bet anyone would have put down money that one of the next picks was either going to be Pelipper or Politoed, and you know what? There it is, and it makes perfect sense. You can't blame them for it at all. Sudbury Snover picked up Entei as their A tier. It's good to see Dad Tay here. Incredible stats. Sacred Fire is a really awesome move to have on your team. Again, does not have access to pressure in this game, but Inner Focus is great. It's exactly what you'd want. Being immune to Intimidate is huge for just spamming Sacred Fires. Between Hitmontop's Intimidate and Sacred Fire burns, as well as just other general utility that Entei has, I mean, Extreme Speed, really awesome priority move. Makes perfect sense for a round 2 pick, I think, from Paint Seagull.
Yeah, and that added utility of Inner Focus cannot be slept on. We noted it with Raikou, but on Entei, it's even stronger. Being that, like, you can't bring in something to just intimidate it down, where Raikou is like, I'm a special attacker, I don't care. Entei really benefits from that lack of being able to be intimidated, and being a fire type, not being able to be burned, it makes it a really, really strong physical attacker that not only is a good utility mon, but it's just a really strong offensive presence on your team. So this is just a really solid Pokemon to pick up. That Inner Focus, like, changed Entei for the better, receiving that as its hidden ability, and that's really awesome.
Absolutely.
Okay, so transitioning, we got, of course, no one is really surprised by this, but the Aether Paradise Alolan picked up Raichu. If you know Crystal at all, you know that Crystal fits Raichu on every single team they possibly can. So seeing the Raichu makes perfect sense for them. It just makes perfect sense to shoehorn on the team. In addition, if Manaphy's your core piece and that's just a water type, being able to protect it with Lightning Rod is amazing. In addition to having all that fake out support, like it's just a perfect Pokemon to pair up with Manaphy.
Yeah, we all knew this pick was coming. I honestly thought it was coming round 1, but I think picking up Manaphy first makes more sense. Knowing Crystal, I bet their mindset is more that Manaphy is supporting Raichu than Raichu supporting Manaphy, I think. Lightning Rod redirection, that wasn't to help Manaphy, that was to power up Raichu. You were baiting it with Manaphy. You know what I'm saying?
You're absolutely right.
So
I was so misguided.
So Raichu's a great pick here, and if it wasn't going to go round 2, it was going to go sooner or later. Having Crystal in this draft just kind of solidified that it would go early for sure.
Absolutely.
Up next, the San Diego Sandals picked up Kangaskhan. This is a really threatening normal type, arguably one of the best users of the fake out and last resort strategy in the game. It's got a very respectable 90 speed, it's moderately bulky, and using that fake out last resort combo is threatening. However, that's not even the only thing that it has access to. Being a Gen 1 normal type, it learns like every coverage move available, and all of its abilities are really useful. You'll probably see Scrappy and Inner Focus most of the time, but if someone's got Sleepmon against you, be careful about that early bird.
Absolutely. And something else worth noting that is like kind of slept on is the amount of utility that something like even Scrappy brings to the table. Being intimidated immune is a great thing, but being able to make contact with ghost Pokemon with very interesting utility moves, such as not just the fake out last resort, but being able to use things like Circle Throw, that's always something that really throws me for a loop when I forget about it in the back of my mind. If I see Kangaskhan, I think about Fake Out and Last Resort, and then I forget that a Circle Throw that can hit Ghost types is amazing. As a Trick Room player myself, like anytime like my Dusclops or Dust Noir got hit by a Circle Throw, I was just like, I'm so lost. What just happened to me? It's such interesting utility and something really scary to like that might slip people's minds at the last second. I love Kangaskhan. I think it's so good.
I think you should be careful about what you say here because you might have just given Slashvic an idea against your team.
If they don't say it's whatever. Listen, yeah. I'm prepared for that anyway. Like
Fair
I
enough.
know.
Yeah, you're right. That's a really awesome tech. I didn't even consider that.
Yeah. So going into it is Gastrodon. Gastrodon for me was such a strong pick on many teams. Just being able to access Storm Drain when this format has such like amazing water types, and clearly Rain was coming in the draft at some point. This Pokemon is such an amazing utility mon, but also checks a lot of like, if you look at the other A tiers, it does really well against a lot of those A tiers. So we're hitting things like Entei, we're hitting things like Garchomp, we're hitting things like any flying type, any dragon type. Gastrodon does really well into those. So it ends up being something that can like really hold the team together, really, if you really think about it. Even though it's not going to use that ability, it still is a good glue Pokemon to bring everything together and surround it with really strong pieces. So I love this pickup, and it was something that me personally, as like a Pokemon, as a person that like loves Trick Room and looks for like slow Pokemon all the time, having a slow Pokemon that has that amazing utility and is a really good check is just a great Pokemon to have on any team at all. So
yeah, you're totally right. And like looking at the preseason and the Battle Festival doubles format, like Gastrodon is really popular. It's got to be one of the best defensive pieces that you can have in this format. And it, like seeing it on this draft just kind of I think this kind of sent chills down everyone's spine in this draft, thinking I need a grass type now because otherwise I'm not going to be able to beat this thing. All great abilities, even Sticky Hold I could see getting some play, but really Storm Drain is what you're scared of. And Sand Force in the right situation is devastating. That 92 attack can get boosted up. Sorry, special attack can get boosted so high.
Stab Earth Powers are nothing to scoff at.
Absolutely. Up next, we had Latias from the Golden Cosmos' Wind-In Dragapults. Kind of the partner to Latios, an incredible Dragon Psychic type with Levitate. Its stats are basically the same. You just see a swap there between special attack and special defense. This one is more generally seen as like the supportive pick, but it's just as effective, if not more, compared to Latios. It has some really awesome utility moves, and you could run it offensively, no problem. The nerfs to Soul Dew over the generations definitely have made it so offense is kind of less of an option for it, but 110 of special attack is fine. That's still great. I mean, that's only 5 points lower than Raikou. So in combination, these two supportive, like interestingly supportive yet also offensive picks for the Wind and Dragapults are leading to a very scary early draft from them.
Absolutely. Like that, we talked about the twins earlier when we talked about Latios, and Latias is also just a really key, very strong threat in the format in general, just because of how tanky it is. Like being access to all kinds of utility options in comparison, like it's going to go more leaning into the utility because, like you said, with the nerfs to Soul Dew, it's definitely leaning more towards that utility aspect. But it has such a great utility pool, like across the board, that this mon is going to be a really, really pivotal support threat for the Wind and Dragapults moving forward. Like it's just going to be a very stable piece for them to build the rest of the lineup around and really prop up the rest of its teammates so well.
Cosmos, you're gonna have to show us a mist ball one week, all right? I really want to see that mist ball.
Yeah, we got to see that utility. Okay, the next was Mew. Again, another one of these Pokemon that you never get to see in any sort of VGC format, and it's such a cool Pokemon. Like we talk about move pool flexibility with Smeargle, but Mew is like nothing to scoff at. This is the original like utility-based Pokemon that like had access to all kinds of crazy moves because it can literally learn every TM in the game. It gets so many cool moves that it can be a crazy bulky utility Pokemon, but you also see it as this crazy offensive sweeper, having access to like Swords Dance and having access to, I believe it has access to agility in this one. It has access to Nasty Plot. It's got so many cool different moves you have access to. Like having every TM in the game is just so useful, and it's just a scary Pokemon. Like I'll never know how to predict this thing.
Yeah, this has got to be the second least predictable mon in the format after Smeargle, and it's almost as if you traded Smeargle's like ubiquitous move learning in exchange for like actually good stats, you know, like with the 100 across the board, you can do anything. You can do whatever you want. And sure, you can't learn every move, but you can learn all of the important ones at least. So this so far is making Gabby's draft just look like, how do I deal with this? You know? The Windy City Whimsies picked up their next scary, draconic-looking pseudo-legendary. It's Tyranitar. Tyranitar's been dominant since Gen 2. It's good in every format that it's in. Its stats are ridiculous. Not to mention, it sets sand on entry, and its special defense gets boosted by 50% just from existing. Even that special attack is serviceable and can be used on certain sets. It's just one of the best mons. It's insane. Like, Rock Slide is always a great move to have in VGC, and this is the best mon that clicks it.
Yeah, and something to note is that sand stream. Now, like, T-Tar has really, really good stats, but it's only compounded even further by the added special defense bonus that rock types get just from being in the sand. Like, you already have base 100 special defense, base 100 HP, and you're going to get that huge boost on top of that. Not to mention the synergy that you already have with Garchomp. Crazy, crazy pickup to just instantly go for the synergistic picks and just, like, really try to blow people out of the water with, like, a really strong sand duo.
I wouldn't be surprised if Grace won games by leading these two and only clicking Rock Slide with both of them. Like,
yeah, you can win. Yep.
I think that could definitely win some games.
Oh, well, yeah, that'll happen to somebody, and it'll just be a sight to see. That's for sure. Yes, my turn. This Pokemon, I will say just straight up, is my absolute favorite Pokemon in this entire format. Without question. Not only, again, Trick Room player, big fan of that, and you can clearly see that's where I was going, especially with the crest. But, like, Hariyama, that HP pool's huge, that attack stat's monstrous, and giving it guts is so good. And something that I feel like is super slept on with Hariyama, because I just want to gush about Hariyama for a second, being able to fake out and proc Flame Orb is additional utility, but also makes it a really potent offensive threat, because you can get your Flame Orb proc and then set up Trick Room by doing a proper fake out, and it's just so terrifying to deal with. This is like the hardest hitting close combat I've ever seen on a Pokemon, and it's just like, I love Hariyama so much. I think it's just going to be really scary for people to deal with. So,
yeah, this mon's kind of dumb. I haven't like looked at Hariyama for a long time because I've only been playing in like Gen 7 and Gen 8. But when I looked at its stats when we were talking about it, I was like, why is HP 144? Like, what did it do to deserve that? That is insane.
It's like, it has like pretty garbage defenses, but then you're like, who cares? Look at that HP pool. It'll be fine.
Yeah, like, you know, I can't believe I was thinking about Conkeldurr for so long when this thing exists. Like, this thing
exists, right?
This is crazy.
Same thing.
Yeah. The final pick of round 2 went to the Arkansas Arrokuda. Galactic Squids picked up Mismagius. Another really cool pick. This one's a B tier. It's got a really nice symmetrical stat breakdown, but it's just a really solid ghost type. It's arguably the best ghost type in the B tier. It gets really, really good coverage, especially compared to Gengar. It can learn a whole variety of different moves. That 105 speed is just going to be great when so many of these mons sit around that 100 benchmark. And it's like, that special defense is usable. You know, you'll probably see a focus sash on this a lot of weeks, but otherwise it's something you have to watch out for, especially when Ghost is such a good hitting offensive type. It hits just basically everything neutrally, if not for super effective. So people who are battling Galactic Squids are going to have to be really careful going up against this Ghost.
Yeah, high utility move pool, like from Mismagius, is going to be just really useful in general, and it's one of the more solid B tier Pokemon to just pick up as like a support glue type Pokemon. So getting something like this really early, because I noticed like in the round 2 there were a lot of good B tier pickups in general, and this is of course another example of this. Getting into that early B tier is a really good way to scoop out mons that people are going to have to start diving for within the next couple rounds. So getting that early jump on things like Mismagius are going to be just a really good technique in order to get through the draft like really efficiently. So this is a great pickup.
Absolutely. Let's do a little recap. Me looking at this right off the bat, a lot of things don't really surprise me as round 2. I think there's some really high value A tiers that went here, like Latios, Entei, and Tyranitar, and Hariyama. And then we start seeing a lot more supports, right? We see Raichu, we see Kangaskhan, we see Jumpluff, Togekiss, and arguably like Mew can definitely do support things. We just don't even know what to expect from that. A lot of these made a lot of sense to partner up with their round 1 picks. Do you have any thoughts about this?
In general, a lot of these were picks that you kind of expected to start going. We're starting to dive more into the utility aspect of it a little more, where like round 1, while it did have some utility, was very much based on the power picks. This time around, you're looking at a lot of utility. You're seeing the Togekiss, you're seeing the Jumpluff, you're seeing the Pelipper, things like that to start rounding out the utility aspect of it, because in VGC, utility and support are just as important often as your carry Pokemon are. So this is like a really good trend to see from the rest of the format.
Absolutely. So at round 3, we're going to be starting back up at the top of the draft with the Arkansas Aracuda. Let's take a look. They pick up Manectric. With Raichu being gone, we knew that there were only so many options left to pair with Gyarados. There's a common idea to pair Lightning Rod with Gyarados. It just makes perfect sense. It's its only major weakness, and having a good, strong, fast electric type next to it, it just enables Gyarados that much more. And Manectric, as a supporty kind of C tier, still isn't bad in its own right at all. 105 speed and special attack are perfectly good. A lot of electric types in this format pretty much just are electric machines. They're just using electric moves, some supporting moves. But I think Manectric makes perfect sense with this draft, and I don't really have anything else to say about it.
Something that I would note is like, one, the fact that this is a early C tier pickup is also really good because it's one of those things that if you let it go for too long, it could get quote unquote hate drafted, in that like if someone's looking for like a Gyarados or they're looking for a strong electric type, this is additional utility that they might look to scoop up. In addition to that, you noted it could be a really solid support Pokemon. This also has the potential to be a really potent offensive threat as well, because when you pair it with something like Gyarados that is clear electric bait and you switch it into that electric move to absorb it, you're getting a very nasty special attack boost. So that can really help it pop off with its pretty solid move pool. Like Manectric actually has like having access to things like fire moves is just really useful, so it doesn't get walled by like certain like ground steel types or things like that it can actually have some useful time with. It can also like pop in, eat the lightning rod hit, pop like an overheat because it has access to that, and then just like duck out and get out of here. And like having access to even just like a really strong volt switch on Switch, it's a really good Pokemon for baiting electric moves into, because it gives you that punch afterwards. I think is really useful.
That's a great point. Yeah, not many electric types get fire coverage, you know, so that's really interesting seeing that here from Manectric.
All right, so the next was one of my picks, and I noted that my favorite Pokemon in this format is Hariyama, but one of my favorite Pokemon to use of all time is Torkoal. I have an emote for it for my stream. I love this Pokemon so much, and I joked with my room a lot, that my front office a lot, that if I got this Pokemon, I feel like if I played my playstyle, I could win this entire event, just because I use this Pokemon like to the bitter end. I will find a way to make it fit. Torkoal, while its stats look a little unassuming, besides its massive defensive stat, that's not actually what it comes into play as. Like this, it ends up being more of an offensive sweeper in a lot of my particular lineups, especially when I'm going Trick Room, because of its access to Drought and its access to Eruption. And its super low speed tier means that nothing is going to really outspeed it in a Trick Room scenario. So if you can get this crazy stab boosted Eruption in the sun with Trick Room up, you're going to do way too much damage. And if people don't have a way to check Torkoal can just win on its own. It's one of my favorite Pokemon to ever play in VGC. And it's going to, I think, do some damage in this draft. So really excited. It's the worst best Pokemon, as I've said many times. It just doesn't look very strong, but it just pops off.
Yeah, you look at that special attack and you're like, what is this thing going to do to me? And then it sets the sun, and then it uses the strongest fire move in the game that hits both targets. So it's really offset by that. And then it's also just really bulky. And as you said, the slowness really contributes to your Trick Room strategy. If you're battling Garby and you don't have Wide Guard, you're in for a tough time for sure.
Yeah, I'm seeing in the chat that people are like, thanks for revealing the strategy. If you didn't know that Torkoal Eruption was going to be something I was going to do, then you might want to check your notes.
Absolutely. So here in this third round of picks is the first time that we could see how coaches were going to start spending their points. And Grace revealed that with the Windy City Whimsies here with Rotom. So because this is her third A tier, this can mean that she has to purchase 2 D tiers down the line. So this top-heavy draft looking really threatening right now. Rotom Wash is a great foil to these 2 scary-looking dragon Pokemon. Levitate on a bulky water, man, that's super useful. This thing gets access to strong Hydro Pumps, Thunderbolts, Volt Switches. You can do Trick Sets. It gets access to Will-O-Wisp. Just all in all, a really great Pokemon. I'm not surprised to see it go in the first 3 rounds at all.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Rotom Wash is just an excellent typing in general, because it's shedding one of its only core weaknesses in that ground typing. The ground weakness is so good, and it's just a great added utility Pokemon. We were when we were watching this happen live, it was so funny to see like these crazy power pick A tiers coming from Grace, and we were like, oh god, this is going to be a terrifying lineup. And I still think that going through the rest of the draft, like these 3 Pokemon coming out the gate, they're really terrifying to deal with, and anyone that has to deal with with Grache week 1 is going to have a time with these 3 guys.
Yeah, without a doubt, like Grache is here and she means business for sure.
So jumping in, the second Rain Setter in Politoed. Again, a very perfect Gabby pick. Gabby very much loves Politoed in general in a lot of the formats, and added to the fact that Metagross is in Gabby's lineup as the first round pick, this is a perfect utility Pokemon to pair up with it and allows Gabby to set up for additional like rain attributes too without fully committing to the whole like rain archetype. So this is just a really great utility Pokemon in general. Getting access to also things like Helping Hand and getting access to things like Paris Song just allow Gabby to have a really good flexible utility in comparison to, say, for example, Pelipper. I think this pairs up much better with Gabby's current draft in comparison to like waiting for the Pelipper in order to do that. Plus Pelipper was already gone, so obviously you would have to go the Politoed, but I think this suited Gabby a lot better in terms of utility picks when paired with Metagross.
Yeah, Politoed kind of like suits Gabby's personality better for sure, but also just like when you have such an incredible first pick steel type that you're going to build your team around, having rain support for it just makes perfect sense. And Politoed, without question, is just one of the mons that benefit the most from the introduction of hidden abilities in Gen 5. It's just a really great mon, and similar line of thinking with Torkoal, except even more so. Even though its offenses look kind of low, when the rain is set up, it's going to be doing damage. You can slap Hydro Pump on there, and that 90 special attack is going to take you places for sure.
Oh, absolutely.
The Wind and Dragapults picked up Umbreon next. A really incredible evolution here. Really happy to see it go kind of relatively early in the draft. Incredibly bulky, excellent Dark type. With the advent of Foul Play, you don't have to worry about your own offenses to deal damage. You can go full bulk and then exploit the opponents. Not to mention you get stuff like Snarl to make their special attacks less effective. Inner Focus is a great ability, but so is Synchronize. Heck, you're gonna get put to sleep or something? Run Synchronize that week. Who knows? Just a really, really great supportive, bulky pick, and especially with Latios too. They have really inherent synergies here.
And something else to note is how sticky Umbreon is. This thing is going to sit on the board for a very long time with access to things like Moonlight and the fact that it cripples both. It can cripple both offenses, honestly, with access to things like Charm and Baby Doll Eyes and access to things like Snarl. Like, you're going to have a really tough time just KOing this thing if you don't have a way to outright deal with it. The longer this thing stays on the board, the worse it's going to be for your opposing team. And Umbreon's just a really good pick for that. It just sits there and is so menacing to deal with because it feels like it's unassuming, and then over time, as you play the game out into an Umbreon, it just racks up those stats drops and just gains advantages like incrementally, and it grinds you down. It's just such a strong Pokemon for that kind of style.
Absolutely. It's such a great glue piece for this team, I think.
Absolutely. So the Pacific Piplups, they picked up Venusaur. Venusaur being an amazing grass type, one of the best chlorophyll users in the game. While it does have some fairly balanced stats overall, the fact that it has a solid speed tier and access to chlorophyll means that this thing is one of the most frustrating Pokemon to deal with in a standard VGC format. Like, for example, if you're in Sword and Shield, this thing's infamous for like blowing teams out, where in this type of format, it's a little bit more toned down without the access to Dynamax, but it's still a very potent threat with access to things like Leaf Storm and access to everyone's favorite Sleep Powder that they have to deal with. So this thing is automatically going to put pressure on your team if you don't have a way to outright deal with it. So I love the Venusaur pickup. I think it's just an amazing utility Pokemon in this format to pick up.
Thank goodness it doesn't have Vine Lash in this game. That being said, in the transition between Sword and Shield to this game, it also lost stuff like Earth Power and Weather Ball, but that being said, it's still a force to be reckoned with. It's still super potent with its grass moves and Sludge Bomb, and Sleep Powder, just fast Sleep Powder. There's a lot of pretty good chlorophyll users in this format, but Venusaur's got to be one of the best. It's just an awesome starter Pokemon. I think it really rounds out Pacific Piplup's team in a really nice way. The San Diego Sandowls picked up Salamence. If you know Slashvik, you know they're a lover of dragons, and this has got to be one of the best dragons in the format. Intimidate and Moxie, same abilities as Gyarados. Both are incredible abilities. Crazy attack stat, really good special attack stat, excellent speed, and really considerable bulk. This mon is nothing to mess with. It has really insane coverage. I think on the special side, it even gets things like Hydro Pump, so this is going to be really hard to predict. Offensively, it does pretty much whatever you want, and I bet you can even do some cute supportive style things with it as well.
Yeah, this has a very like high utility aspect to it, because I know there's some very popular sets in terms of using like Choice Scarf, for example, to be a really solid Intimidate user in that way for cycling, but also it's a really powerful offensive threat that you noted with the access to the Moxie. I was really surprised, honestly, that it got all the way down to third round pick for Slash in particular. I was like, this lineup with Slash without a dragon would just be a crime. So getting the dragon, a proper dragon at this point in the format was very, very good for them. I really appreciate that. That was a very good pickup for them.
Absolutely. It makes you wonder if there's more dragons to come, knowing their love for dragons. Also worth noting is, similar to what I said with my own draft, is that you're going to start seeing some type cores happening here. A really excellent seal type with a really excellent dragon type, and maybe we'll see a fairy down the line. It makes a lot of sense as far as defensive cores go.
Yeah, I gotta agree there.
The next... this is you. Take it away.
The Aether Paradise Lolochus, again, pick up Moltres. Moltres is a kind of a very bulky Pokemon, but the issue with it in access to things like singles in the past have always been its typing. A fire flying type, when Stealth Rock came into the game, kind of ruined it. But luckily in VGC, we don't have Stealth Rock. We don't really see it too often. It just ends up being too slow, and VGC is less switchy. So Moltres actually has a good opportunity to shine in this format. And given the pairings with stuff like Raichu, Moltres has access to the ability to either be really bulky or really offensive. So I just think this is a really solid pickup because it just has a very flexible base for them to utilize. Crystal will definitely make good use of the attributes that Moltres really brings to the table that I think makes it a little bit more unique than something like a Charizard.
Yeah, you talk about something like Incineroar, something so ubiquitous not being in this format. In a funny way, Moltres kind of almost fills that niche. It's got really excellent bulk. It's something that a lot of people take for granted. And in combination with Flame Body, this thing's kind of annoying to fight with. And as you said in singles, Stealth Rocks kind of destroys this, and you have to be careful of Rock Slide for sure. But like, what an interesting, versatile pick here. And furthermore, it's got that synergy with Raichu, so you can't not pick it up.
Absolutely.
The Sudbury Snover picked up one of my personal favorite supports, Crobat. One of the fastest mons in the format, 130 speed, and inner focus, can't be faked out. Get that Tailwind, get that Haze, get that strong poison and flying damage. You can even run some like utility moves like Hypnosis. This mon is great. I'm thinking at this point that Paint Seagull is having one of the best supportive lineups so far in this draft.
Yeah, the added utility from that Crobat brings to the table is absolutely just amazing. Now, normally when we look at fast supporter Pokemon, you often look at like prankster Pokemon, but like Crobat is so fast that it ends up contributing that prankster style of play while also having access to inner focus, so it's unflinchable on top of just being likely the one to go first to provide that utility. So this is just an amazing pickup for their lineup and ends up being something that we don't know out of a lot of Paint Seagull's lineup of what utilities are coming to the table. So it's really hard to predict their exact strategy going into it because they can literally go any direction from here. You can go back and get some A tiers if you want to at different points, or you can even find some B tier carries that these Pokemon can easily prop up. So it's very scary from a draft perspective, looking at Paint Seagull's lineup this early of, wow, this is going to be, it can go any direction they want at this point because you have so much utility.
Yeah, it seemed like the common thought for people in this draft was to pick up their heavy-hitting offensive pieces, and I think most people playing in this format would do a similar thing. Paint Seagull here, with thinking of picking incredible support pieces like Crobat and Hitmontop, is almost less valuable in the sense that your team has them, but more valuable in the sense that other teams don't. These are like two really, really good support pieces that people weren't prioritizing because they're not crazy offensive, but there's so many offensive pieces left. Like, this is such a great way, like such a solid foundation to build the team from the bottom up, I think. Are you with us, Garvey?
Yep.
Okay.
Is this you?
Is it?
Oh no, it's me.
I think it's you. It's
I thought
okay.
it was because you. I was going back and forth. Okay,
it's all good.
So Logan Light Rocks, they picked up Breloom. Now Breloom is, in my opinion, easily one of the top 5 scariest Pokemon in the entire format from like the Battle Festival perspective. It's definitely scary in this format as well because you obviously don't have access to clear things that check it, but it comes down to one thing: Spore. The greatest sleep move in the entire game. 100 accurate sleep move guaranteed to happen. Breloom can just pop off with that. In addition to it, it has access to really cool moves that it makes use of because of that unique Tactician. So Tactician allows it to have really strong Mach Punches, in addition to also making Bullet Seed a actual threat in the format. Because of the Tactician Bullet Seed, it starts out at a really solid base total when it gets 2 hits and then can snowball into a crazy amount of damage, with the base being 25 and then going up all the way up to 37.5. like, that's crazy amount of damage that it's just going to spew out. If it gets multi hits, it can just like basically almost effectively be a crit. on that. It feels very similar to that. So this Pokemon is a threat that needs to be addressed if you're playing against the Logalite Rocks for sure.
Yeah, this unassuming little mushroom kangaroo has got to be one of the best grass and one of the best fighting types that is available in this format. And while its stats overall seem kind of unassuming, that attack is so good. I mean, that's the same as Salamence's attack. That's kind of crazy to think about. Its speed isn't necessarily the best, but it's serviceable. But furthermore, you got Mach Punch. You got Technician boosted Mach Punch in combination with Spore and other shenanigans that you can get up to. Yeah, this is a very, very powerful grass type. The second grass type for this team. Not to mention that even Poison Heal could be used. Like, you could go wild if you have good resistance is in your matchup. You could do like a Toxic or Poison Heal bulky set like you could with the Ludicolo with Rain Dish. Just some really cool things from these grass types on this team, I think. All right, my pick is the aforementioned Fantasy Core Steel type that I decided to go for. I went for Magnezone. This is my first B tier pick. It's got incredible special attack, just really good bulk over all around, and even that 80 speed is perfectly usable. Another situation like Togekiss where that attack stat is really low, and that's exactly what you want because you're probably never going to be using it. It pretty much has access to steel and electric moves, but it gets all the good electric moves that you could want for the most part, and even some cheeky things like screens and a mirror coat. All of its abilities are good. In a steel type heavy team, if I was to face one, I think Magnapull could be really interesting for trapping those steels. Sturdy is a great ability, of course. You can pair that with Cut Stat Barrier or something and get some surprise KOs. And then Analytic is just incredible. Getting that fat special attack boost if you move after your opponent is just so key. Really happy with this pickup.
Yeah, in addition to that, you can note, like, not just the fantasy core of the Dragon, Fairy, and Steel, but Magnezone has some critical weaknesses in fighting types and ground types, which your other two Pokemon perfectly check. So that's like really solid for the pickup in terms of complete type synergy, and not just from the perspective of this is the fantasy core and how it deviates from there. Like, being able to use both Pokemon to be able to avoid ground attacks is something that's really underrated. So that's like a really, really good pickup in terms of complete synergy that might not be noticed at a first glance.
Yeah, that's a great point. Thank you for bringing that up. I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. So the Chicago Chanseys picked up Lucario. So Lucario is a really iconic Pokemon. For those of you that play Pokemon Unite, you know what I'm talking about with that. But Lucario is everywhere in there. But in this game in particular, Lucario has some really interesting attributes to it. It has really, really clear offensive prowess. But in addition to that, being able to have access to both Inner Focus and other strategies like Justified, Lucario has some really good cheese strats on top of just being a really stable Pokemon overall. It also has access to Final Gambit. It's one of the few Pokemon that have that. So Final Gambit in particular leads to even other creative strategies that you can make use of. So Lucario ends up being, while it looks predictable at a glance, can actually be really unassuming and might have some crazy utility strats coming from all different directions. And I think this is like really cool to pick up this early in, that it's just something that's really, really amazing. It's just such crazy, amazing tools. Oh, it does get Follow Me too. I forgot about that.
Yeah, it actually gets Follow Me compared to Sword and Shield. Yeah, this one is just full of surprises, and especially in a format that is limited to the first 4 generation dexes, this is just really, really cool. Again, Steel types aren't very common in this format, and this is a really, really good offensive one. You could run physical or special, doesn't matter. It gets access to Bullet Punch. It's also just an incredible fighting type. Your defenses aren't that high, but if you're clicking close combat, who cares? All of its abilities are useful, and I think it's just a really solid pickup. Furthermore, it's blue. The whole team is blue so far. I think that's worth talking about.
Man, the aesthetic synergy continues.
Absolutely. All right, little round 3 recap here. I think overall we started to see the first C tier went in Manectric. Lots of supports being rounded out here. I think pretty much everyone has identified a support of some sort at this point, except for the Windy City Whimsies. I think this is looking like a lot of fun. This is where the spice starts to show up, in my opinion.
Yeah, round 4 through 6 are really where the teams really start to come together. You're basically drafting at that point like a full team, like you're getting a proper lineup in terms of that. So you start to see how the teams really are taking shape. The early ones, you can kind of make some predictions, but I think this is where people start to come together. Like you said, this is where the spiciness comes out. We're starting to get into those B tier, those C tier picks, and that's where people are going to really start to like flex their knowledge in terms of like what some of these more underrated Pokemon are able to do.
Absolutely. It makes me even that more excited to get started with round 4. Let's take a look at what happened in the 4th round of the CGC Draft League. Chicago Chanseys picked none other than Pokemon's mascot, Pikachu. You might look at this thing's stats and be like, why did this go round 4? But you might have forgotten about Light Ball. Light Ball effectively doubles Pikachu's offenses, which makes it on par with a lot of the strongest mons in this format. Not to mention it's got Lightning Rod, which is a great ability that's very synergistic with the Azumarill, and it's just cute. Just look at it.
Yeah, it's adorable. And while it can be argued that it might have broken the aesthetic synergy, I think the rounded cheeks allow to contribute to the overall round feel of this entire lineup. So I think, and honestly, it's iconic for Kamihata to actually make use of Pikachu in the first place. But you noted the Lightning Rod and the Light Ball. Now, we noted with Manectric already way back that, like, that's a really powerful offensive combination as well, being able to absorb something and then clap back with the extra damage, and Pikachu's no exception to that. Seeing the Azumarill on the opposing lineup, and Pikachu coming in as a layer of protection for that, in addition to contributing offense, that can blow someone back really fast and unexpectedly, because that Light Ball synergy and that additional special attack boost. So Pikachu can kind of be scary in its own right if you're not careful around it.
Yeah, I guarantee that at some point during these 8 weeks of regular season, someone's going to take Pikachu for granted and just get rolled by it. I'm sure.
For sure. All right, so...
Well, this one's me, so I'll take it. My next pick was Gallade. I decided to dive into my C tier here. I still haven't necessarily revealed what my purchase strategy is, but this was really, really important for me to pick up. I thought I got my fantasy core. This is exactly what I want. Gallade we're talking about like utility, versatility, being unpredictable. I think Gallade is one of the kings of that in this format. The fact that it has a split evolution with Gardevoir means it gets such an insane variety of supportive and offensive moves. A fighting type is just really good to have. It is my second psychic type, but it gets access to things like Trick Room, Wide Guard, Quick Guard, Knock Off, Feint. You can do all sorts of stuff with this and just straight up be offensive. That justified ability means that you can't just be snarling against Latios or Magnezone. You're gonna have to deal with a boosted Gallade. So I'm really happy with picking this up. I just think it's a cool mon. It's a little sad that it lost Leaf Blade in this game, but you know what? I still think he's great.
Yeah, I would agree. A lot of the potential that Gallade has, it's really good with, like you noted, the Snarl in particular with your lineup that's so special attack focused at the moment. Like, this just seems to sneak right in and have this crazy utility with it that it's almost similar to like when people try to use Intimidate Pokemon and get hit with Defiant. You're doing the same thing but on the special attack perspective, and I think that's like a really terrifying thing that people have to note and deal with in their draft lineups. So when they're going to fight you, in addition to all the utility and offensive potential Gallade can have, they can't just sit there and snarl against your other picks, and that's really awesome. So going into the next one, Logan Lycanrocs pick up Zapdos. So Zapdos is something of an unsung hero in this format, I think, in particular. Zapdos is noted for being a really scary Pokemon in general, especially from either singles perspective or even in the Sword and Shield VGC perspective. It did lose some critical tools coming into BDSP, but that shouldn't stray away from its merit in any particular lineups, especially in a rain lineup. Getting access to a really, really powerful Stab Thunder and the added utility and bulk that this thing brings to the table, it's actually still a really difficult mon to deal with in the right lineup, and I think it's an excellent pick that synergizes really well with the rest of the lineup that the Logan Lycanrocs have. So it's really cool to see it come out like this.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, everyone's participating in the draft kind of sees this, and we're just stepping out of the way of the Logan Lycanrocs rain team. This is very terrifying. It did lose access to stuff like Hurricane and Heat Wave in the transition from Sword and Shield, but it's still just got to be one of the best electric types that's available here. That flying type just gives it so much utility, and having a resistance to steel is honestly really valuable as well. It's got a great switch in for all the mons on this team, and it's just going to be so scary to have to deal with this. Up next, the Sudbury Snover picked up Roserade, a really solid offensive grass and poison type that gets access to Sleep Powder. Technician is it's a cool ability. I'm not sure how useful it is with Hidden Power no longer an option, but Natural Cure and Poison Point are both very utility, they're reliable abilities as well. It's one of the most powerful grass types that you have access to. That 125 special attack is great, and 90 speed can really take you really far. And even on top of that, its special defense is actually really good. I think these two poison types are pretty complementary, and I'm excited to see where the team goes from here.
Yeah, this added some much needed, while it can be utility Pokemon, some much needed offensive pressure that the Sudbury Snovers like really were looking for. It is one of the strongest offensive grass types in the current format, even if it can be considered a little bit slower in comparison to some of its grass constituents because of the lack of access to chlorophyll. You can do so much damage with this Pokemon. In addition to it, you do have access to some like critical like 60 base power grass moves that I think Tactician can also make use of if you're looking to lean into that utility offensive potential. So that is some really, really powerful pickup in terms of like the need for an offensive pressure, and it's just an amazing grass type for them to pick up. So it's good to see.
Yeah, Magical Leaf, anyone? Sure hit.
Yeah, hello?
If you're up against an evasion strat like Technician Magical Leaf, like that's a thing. You could totally do
Yeah,
it.
that could be really strong.
Yeah.
So the
this is
Eighth of Paradise Alola they picked up Tangrowth. So Tangrowth, again, looking at their lineup, it's pretty wild, like looking at the collection of Pokemon. But Tangrowth does the job that Raichu does, once again, of protecting Manaphy. So being able to just Rage Powder and absorb those grass moves, if they have a really powerful grass type that are looking to check Manaphy, is just a really, really strong thing to bring to the table. You don't need things like Chlorophyll, but you can run some interesting strats with that. But the big thing is, for me, that Regenerator. So being able to constantly eat hits and switch out and soak up damage while Manaphy is busy just sitting over there being comfortable setting up, Tangrowth is a very, very potent threat that can do a lot of damage to lineups if they can't dispatch it right away, because it'll allow things like Manaphy to just punch holes into lineups. So this is just honestly one of the perfect like synergistic pickups to work with Manaphy, and it was just an amazing in-game. It feels like a more knowledgeable pickup than most people would look at, because I don't think a lot of people in the entire collection had their eye on Tangrowth as much, but it just, the fact that it had such high synergy with their lineup is just really impressive.
Yeah, this thing's insanely bulky. And with the Regenerator on top of that, it's going to be so potent to be able to use this as a defensive piece that you can swap in and out to tank hits, send it back, come back in for more hits. And another thing that you might start to see in some of these drafts is people picking up redirectors. And Rage Powder on Tangrowth, it's got to be one of the most effective ways to have your opponent stop attacking the thing that you want to be able to be protected, or to have it set up maybe with a Tail Glow or something like that. Tangrowth, really excellent bulky grass type, and I'm excited to see how Crystal makes use of it. The San Diego Sandals picked up Aerodactyl in this round, a really excellent B tier support. Rockhead, Pressure, and Unnerve are all perfectly usable abilities, and this thing is really fast. That 130 speed, the same as Crobat, very useful. One of the fastest Tailwinds that you can get access to in this format, including Stab Rock Slide with a 105 attack, that is totally fine. Another situation where if you aren't sure what to do on your turn with Aerodactyl, you just click Rock Slide and you'll do big damage and maybe get a flinch. One of the best moves in VGC for sure, and Aerodactyl using it is no exception. Not particularly bulky, but as a rock type, it's not really planning on being bulky anyways. I think this is a really obvious pickup for Slashvik, and it makes a ton of sense, and I'm scared to face it.
Yeah, the added utility and speed control that Aerodactyl offers to the table, in addition to that utility and that Stab Rock Slide, is just such an amazing thing to help like clean up a 4 that you have. Like, there's a lot of offensive pressure in this lineup, and Aerodactyl is just going to compound that even further. So like, this is just a amazing pickup for Slash, especially low key. Unnerve is actually a very, very powerful ability when utilized on Pokemon that I think have like high utility and can make use of that. If they're not really feeling like another slot, Unnerve can help shut down some key bulky Pokemon when they lose access to their berry. So that can be some additional added utility in addition to that Tailwind support, and it's going to be integral to add that offensive pressure that I think their lineup really brings to the table.
Absolutely, like especially with BDSP removing certain items that weren't introduced until after Gen 5, like Rocky Helmet and Assault Vest, especially in Weakness Policy. Berries are in really high demand, and having a Pokemon that is on the field and shuts down your berries is super threatening. You can't run Copa Berry against this thing, it just won't work. So I think that's really an interesting point to make there.
Yeah. So the Pacific Piplups, they picked up Charizard in the B tier. So Charizard is a powerhouse offensive threat. And considering that when you look at the Venusaur and the Charizard, you're starting to lean a little more into like a pseudo sun archetype. So you get the Fire, Water, Grass core to help line it up, but you also get the crazy offensive power that Charizard contributes to a more sun-oriented lineup, and that's seems like the direction that they're going in, and it would be really interesting to push in that direction. But either way, Charizard can be a ridiculous power pick with just a choice scarf, or just in general, like even a Specs can do some crazy damage against slower lineups. This thing will hit like a freight train in the sun with that solar power. So that's where we're looking to see that Charizard, and I think it's going to do some damage.
Yeah, this thing's kind of like the offensive version of Moltres, right? It's got access to a lot of really cool, really powerful offensive moves. Heat Wave, Blast Burn, nothing to sneeze at. There's also stuff like Air Slash, and I'm pretty sure it still gets crazy coverage like Ancient Power. As far as offensive fire types goes, this has got to be one of the best. Solar Power is very useful. You would imagine that we can expect to see Pacific Piplups pick up some sort of Sunsetter or something that can provide some sun-setting utility at the very least.
Right.
Up next is Weezing from the Wind and Dragapults. This Pokemon got a major buff in the 8th generation with the ability Neutralizing Gas. It almost certainly would not be a B tier if it did not pick this up from Sword and Shield. Incredibly bulky poison type, also has access to Levitate, which makes it even bulkier. In a situation where you don't want to just erase everyone's abilities on the field, just running Levitate on a poison type is awesome. Including the fact that they've introduced fairies in this generation, which weren't in the original Diamond and Pearl. Weezing just offers a lot of utility, and offensive fairy moves into Latios and Umbreon, for example. Weezing can just switch into those perfectly. It gets access to stuff like Taunt and Will-O-Wisp. It could even just go for the Explosion. Who knows? I think this is a really smart pickup from the Dragapults.
Right, and looking at the core 4 of the Dragapults in particular, that Neutralizing Gas doesn't really hurt them as much. Latias doesn't really care as much to have Levitate. It's nice to avoid ground moves, but it's not weak to any ground moves. The inner focuses are on mostly special-oriented Pokemon, or in the case of Umbreon, just not even an offensive Pokemon. It's really there for that flinch utility. So given that your lineup doesn't really fear losing their abilities, and other lineups really will fear losing their abilities, just the Neutralizing Gas is such a core threat to deal with that. Even though it's a support Pokemon, and most of the time you're looking to deal with the more offensive core pieces and how to shut them down, Weezing will scare most lineups in this entire thing. You look at how important all these abilities are, Weezing just neutralizes them. So it's going to be some amazing utility for them to make use of.
Yeah, we've already seen 3 weather setters in the draft, and the fact that Weezing can just say no to that is just incredible. And on top of that, it's just an excellent defensive poison type, so that's really, really neat.
So the Boston Beaters, they picked up Kingdra. So we aren't too shocked by this pick. You see the Politoed and the iconic duo of Politoed Kingdra now finally graces the board. So Kingdra, Politoed, Metagross make a pretty stable core Rain lineup. So that is our second set of a Rain team that's coming forward with this. But where we noted that Ludicolo was one of the best Swiss swimmers in the format, and arguably the best, this is what it's in contention with. Kingdra has crazy offensive pressure, even though it looks like its base stats are just pretty even set across the board. That base 85 turns into a scary speed threat with that damage that it also gets. Base 95 is nothing to scoff at when it's getting rain boosted, stab boosted water moves firing off, in addition to that Draco Meteor. There are a lot of strong dragons in the format that would normally shut down rain, but Kingdra will be able to combat those really easily. So that is a really, really powerful pickup that is, while an offensive pressure threat, rounds out the lineup of what Gabby has really, really well.
Yeah, anybody who's played VGC has seen Politoed and Kingdra together. They're an iconic duo, and this thing is going to be no exception in this format. In essence, with Swiss Swim, this is the fastest dragon type with no other boosts if you're considering the rain. So it's going to be something to watch out for. Even with that 95 attacks, doesn't look that threatening. It certainly is when boosted with a Life Orb or something similar to that. The Windy City Whimsies picked up Bronzong next. Really incredible steel type, very, very utility focused, and just incredibly bulky. 116 defenses is awesome, and on a steel type like that with access to 2 abilities that can change its weaknesses is insane. It's going to be really hard to predict if the opponent is going to be bringing Heat Proof or Levitate, and just having that flexibility is really great. Or you could just run Heavy Metal and Heavy Slam, because screw it, you want to be offensive Bronzong that week. I think this opens up a really interesting Trick Room option if the Windy City Whimsies really want it, and I'm interested to see where the draft goes from here, because this really kind of expands what we're looking at currently.
Yeah, this makes EQ spam really attractive to the Windy City Whimsies lineups because you have access to that Levitate on both Rotom and Bronzong. Garchomp is really freed up to just pop off, where normally Garchomp is kind of subdued a little bit by not wanting to absolutely obliterate its teammates in addition to obliterating the opponents. Now with your utility lineups, EQ away, Garchomp can actually just pop off whenever it feels like it. And like you said, Bronzong does contribute in a lot of good utility ways, in addition to, in some cases, bamboozling people with Heat Proof. They might look to check it with some of the offensive fire types that we have access to in the format and we've seen drafted. But Bronzong could look to avoid that instead of avoiding the Earthquakes. But I think the big pickup there is that Levitate, just being able to rapid fire, click EQ, and don't have to worry about a thing because Bronzong ain't taking any damage from it. So that's a really good pickup for them.
Yeah, it's worth noting that those first 2 A tiers are weak to Fairy, and Bronzong is an incredible resist to that. Not to mention that even though Tyranitar is weak to Fighting and Bronzong isn't resistant to it, the fact that it's a Psychic type actually helps make it a switch in for that, because if it was pure Steel, it wouldn't be able to take Fighting moves either. And with those defenses, it could definitely help out both of those really crazy offensive pieces, however it sees fit.
Yeah. All right, next is my pick. Murkrow. So, Murkrow is a crazy slept on, well, maybe not even slept on, but a really strong utility Pokemon in general. The access to Prankster plus a slew of unique moves when it has Prankster makes it a very, very interesting Prankster support Pokemon to round out the lineup. I thought I had a lot of offensive pressure in my current lineup. Even Cresselia, to an extent, can be pretty offensive due to it just being able to spam Calm Minds like crazy and be like a really just bulky Pokemon. So getting access to things for Murkrow, like access to Haze and even Surprise Tailwind, can give a lot of really, really cool utility to the pool. Plus, we have me in the front office have some pretty spicy, unique movesets coming with Murkrow that I think will be just really interesting, that it has such crazy utility. And for a C tier, that it's a very, very high value pickup.
Yeah, this is a mon that I was saying to myself, I wouldn't have been surprised if it went round 1 or 2. And I think the fact that it lasted so long, you're able to get it, is just awesome. It's the only really valid Prankster user. I mean, there's other Prankster users, but this one's just hands down the best, with access to Perish Song, Haze, Taunt, Tailwind. It just does so much crazy stuff. It's a little sad that it lost access to Eviolite, but honestly, you can make it work with other bulky spreads. Focus Sash, Berries, you name it. This is just a really, really cool supportive option. Lastly for this round is the Arkansas Arrokudas and their Heatran pickup. This is so smart and clever, with Gyarados kind of being the focal point of the build. Heatran is just an incredible fire and an incredible steel type, two types that aren't very common in Sinnoh, and this one is kind of one of the best of both of those types. It's incredibly bulky. You know, you could just run the simple Heatwave, Flash Cannon, and Earth Power Protect set each week and it would be great. But in a draft league, you can run a ton of other stuff too. With Gyarados and Mismagius having that Levitate, Heatran being so scared of ground types can be a little bit more comfortable on this team, knowing that it has safe switches.
Yeah, in addition to that, we noted that it's weak to the ground types, and that's the critical thing. It also has a critical weakness to fighting types, and given that Gyarados can either bring the utility and the Intimidate while also resisting fighting, and Mismagius is critically immune to it, makes it so that Heatran is very, very protected on this lineup, where normally lineups that you would see in, like, the Battle Festival ladder, you'll see Heatran paired up with things like Cresselia, which obviously wasn't really as much of an option in this draft league. So making use of that, you can still make use of Heatran's offensive pressure that it would normally have, where it would be almost a struggle to fit in the Arkansas Arrokudos. Their lineup like perfectly supports a Heatran pick without making use of common supports for Heatran like Cresselia, and it's just a really, really good pickup for this round.
Yeah, really good, clever strategizing by the Arkansas Arrokudas, I think. All right, so as a recap, in round 4, again, we're seeing a lot more supports as it goes down through the line here. Some really crazy supports like Gallade, Weezing, Aerodactyl, Bronzong, and Murkrow, especially, noting those, kind of wild. But then again, still also just some decent offensive picks like Heatran, Charizard, and Pikachu. What do you think?
Yeah, this is where you noted at the beginning, we noted at the start of round 4 that it was starting to get spicy, and you can clearly see it with these pickups. Things like that you would expect some of these lineups as you get deeper into it. Things like Kingdra would come with the Politoed, that was kind of a given, but then you see things like Pikachu and things like Murkrow and things like Aerodactyl that really start to shape lineups in a very interesting direction, and it's just really cool to see some of these Pokemon coming out that maybe in a VGC format you might never have seen before because just circumstances with the lineups. So this is just a really, really cool round to see, and it makes me more excited for round 5.
Absolutely. Speaking of round 5, let's do it. This is the middle round. We're about halfway through. How does it feel? I think it feels pretty good. I think I'll take this next one because you're going to be the second pick. So let's talk about it. Parasect, Arkansas Arrokuda. This is a mon that you don't see a whole lot, and especially in a world where everyone can use Breloom on their team, you probably aren't going to see Parasect. However, this is Draft League. There's only one Breloom, and Parasect does some things differently and uniquely compared to Breloom as well. Obviously, we're looking at it and we're thinking Spore. It does that super well, but also Dry Skin, giving it a water type immunity, is really cool and helps out Heatran with that a lot. That 95 attack is kind of usable. You can totally do stuff with that, and that low speed means that you can use it in Trick Room or as an answer against opposing Trick Room. It's a really neat pickup.
Yeah, Spore, Rage Powder, and Dry Skin is the name of the game with this draft. Being that Heatran came in and snuck into this lineup, it suddenly became the core focus of the lineup. And Parasect perfectly comes in and supports Heatran in such an amazing way. And now, given that Mismagius, I believe, has access to Trick Room, now suddenly you're just open to this very interesting Trick Room setup that suddenly came out of nowhere for this lineup, where before we were so tunneled on the Gyarados, and then Heatran snuck in, and then suddenly Parasect snuck in, and now it's kind of wild that this lineup is like really just turning itself on its head while still being incredibly synergistic. It's really awesome.
Yeah, that's a great point you made about the focus of the team more or less shifting with the introduction of this pick. It's a really, really neat way to see this go down in round 5.
So then next would be myself, and I picked up Rhyperior. It's starting to become very much looking at like a very basic like Sunroom team in a lot of senses. This is heckles back to the days where we would run like things like Conkeldurr. Now we have Hariyama, and now we're picking up the Rhyperior. Rhyperior became a very clear pickup because as soon as we picked up Murkrow and had Cresselia, it became like, wow, Rhyperior is an amazing Trick Room mon that can EQ spam with the best of them. So Rhyperior is an incredible offensive threat, and in a Trick Room lineup to make up for that terrible speed that it has, like 140 base attack is nothing to scoff at. This thing is going to hit hard, and it's going to have some pretty sticky damage in terms of this very AoE Trick Room oriented comp. So I thought it was a very solid pickup with it. In addition to it, you can do some really cool stuff by protecting Murkrow with Lightning Rod, which is very awesome. Getting those sneaky pickups to allow Murkrow to have additional utility. It just adds this like nice layer of synergy that might not be seen at first.
You know, 2 moves that are pretty ubiquitous in every VGC format are Rock Slide and Earthquake. This mon has the second strongest Rock Slide behind Rampardos and has the strongest Earthquake in the format, which is crazy. If you just look at those 3 stats alone, how do you deal with that? That is wild. The only real weakness it has is its special defense, which is a little exacerbated by the fact that there's no Assault Vest in this game, but honestly, with Solid Rock, you can totally make do, especially with the fact that Torkoal reduces one of its weaknesses even further, being that water weakness. So this is just going to be such a nightmare to deal with. I saw this get picked up and I was like, Garby just has an uninhibited Trick Room team here. This is just so threatening.
It was another Garby pickup, so.
Absolutely. The Windy City Whimsies pick up Lapras. For some reason, I feel like aesthetically this works really well with the rest of the team. I can't really explain it, but besides that, I think this is a really solid water type. It's the second water type for the team, but it functions notably different from Rotom. It's not quite as powerful, and it has a lot of support stuff going for it, arguably more than Rotom does. It's very bulky. 130 HP and reasonable defenses are very impressive for it. All good abilities. Hydration is usable with your own or against rain. Shell Armor is just great for not getting crit. And Water Absorb, having an immunity to water and then be able to heal yourself. Who knows? Maybe you're in a late game situation with Rotom and Lapras on the field and you really need Lapras to stay healthy. Hydro Pump it. Just give it some HP. I think this is a really cool pickup for Grays.
Yeah, this is just a very solid, bulky Pokemon to pick up. It is a quintessential bulky water that really helps support this lineup a little better than, say, like the water typing of Rotom. So, like I said, being able to have the water absorb, being able to be a switch in for things like Tyranitar is just really good. In addition to having the quad resistance to Ice Moves, which is perfect for Garchomp to be able to come in and absorb a hit for it. In addition to also being a good switch into those other pesky dragon types. Noticing this lineup, they didn't have a clear check to the amazing dragon types that are in this format, and Lapras just comes in and just like, hey, I'm here, no worries, like I'll deal with the dragons. So yeah, Lapras is just a really solid utility pickup and an excellent C tier to come really early in the format.
Yeah, using your own dragon to deal with other dragons can definitely work, but it's always a risky endeavor, and Lapras just kind of patches that up really nicely.
All right, so the Boston Bidoof, the next thing they picked up was Purugly. Purugly, in my opinion, feels a little slept on. The stats don't tell the whole story of what this Pokemon is actually capable of. With access to things like Fake Out and Defiant, which is a very rarity in this format, Purugly can really do some damage in its own right and allows it to check Intimidate in a pretty big way. So people aren't really so keen to switch in on this thing when they have an Intimidate user. It may be a normal type, but it's far from normal. It can actually do some crazy amounts of damage, and it's kind of slept on in that way. So I think this is a really, really interesting pickup for it.
I know for sure that this is a normal type that a lot of teams had their eyes on in this format, and it's clear to see why. It's blazing fast, and it has access to some really unique options. It does the fake out thing that Kangaskhan does, but also it does all sorts of other things too. And even thick fat, like a bulky thick fat Purugly when your team is relying on a fire or an ice type, could be really, really interesting. I think this is a really neat pickup for Gabby here. Next up, the Wind Dragapults picked up Mr. Mime as their C tier this round. Mr. Mime is just a really goofy Pokemon to look at, but it has a lot more under that cheeky smile than you might realize. It gained a fairy typing in the 6th generation, which helped it out a lot, especially as a foil to this Latias here. Having a fairy type to support a dragon is always a good thing, and not to mention it's got really nice special bulk, very serviceable special attack. It's pretty fast too. It gets a whole host of support moves, but a big notable one are Screens and Trick Room for this team. It's going to be really interesting to see how that pans out. I'm not sure what kind of technician coverage it gets, but I'm sure it gets it. But Soundproof and Filter are both really great in their own right. There's something to be said about a Trick Room setter that can't be roared. Roar is a really common way to deal with Trick Room, and Soundproof makes it completely ignored.
Yeah, that's a big one. That soundproof is like something that can easily be forgotten about when you're looking to stop people from like setting particular things. So Mr. Mime not being able to be dealt with in such a simple way like Roar just gives it this amazing added utility. And not to mention those stats are like kind of like low-key scary. The HP pool might not be there, but man, that special defense is kind of crazy. People might be expecting to pick up a KO off of like even like a ghost move or something like that, but Mime's just gonna take it and run away with it in stride. So this is just a really cool Pokemon that I think has a lot of like key utility that'll really bring this team together.
You know, especially if you're setting up screens either with Mime himself or Raikou, you know, getting those fast screens. That HP being so low almost doesn't really matter, and this is one of the reasons why I love Draft League like this, is because you never really see mons like this otherwise. So I'm just really happy that Mr. Mime is here to join us for this party.
Speaking of mons you don't really see too often, Pachirisu. This Pokemon, obviously everyone knows from Seijun's infamous run with their Pachirisu and how it became that amazing Pokemon that it was, just carrying his team in so many cool ways. This Pokemon is so cool. The stats might be pretty unassuming, and looking at moves like run up, like abilities like run up and run away and pick up, this Pokemon might not be as powerful as people think, and then suddenly you remember that it has Follow Me. And Follow Me just being an incredible Pokemon on such a unique type, like an electric type, is just amazing utility. It has also other kinds of crazy utility moves, but my favorite part of this whole thing with Pachirisu is the Follow Me with Volt Absorb. Being able to suck in electric moves and heal from them and get them redirected to him is just amazing utility to me. And it's such an interesting thing to see. I mean, I haven't seen it since really Seiju made use of it, so I'm very excited to see it made use again now.
Yeah, I knew for sure that this was going to be picked up. You know, the Seijun Park run definitely solidified it in VGC history forever, and it was only a matter of time before someone on this draft picked it up. I'm not really sure what to expect of it besides Follow Me, so I'm excited to see what it can do. Up next, we have Luxray from the San Diego Sandials. A fan favorite from Sinnoh. A lot of people are very fond of this Mon, and it's easy to see why. It's a very potent electric type. It's not necessarily the fastest, but man, is it strong. That special attack is serviceable, and it gets a whole bunch of electric moves, not to mention a lot of good physical moves, like all the Feign moves for the most part. Rivalry, Intimidate, and Guts are all very useful. Rivalry could potentially be extra useful in a format where you know what Mons are going up against, because some Pokemon are gender locked, and some Pokemon, like starters, are much more likely to be male than they are female. And like, even though coaches can prep for that, if you're running a starter like Charizard or Blastoise or Infernape or something, running a male rivalry Luxray might pan out in your favor. Although Guts is probably just more reliable most of the time, it's something that's worth considering. And I think this is a very cool Pokemon for this format, compared you know, alongside all the other Mons on this team that are also just very cool.
Yeah, between things like I know older generations didn't do it a favor by not having like a really solid move pool, but over time this thing got like low-key much more scary as the format went on, as like the Pokemon generations grew and grew. So Luxray just ends up being like a very powerful C tier that can kind of get you unexpected if you're not prepared for it. And like you said, if you're being a bad coach and you're not making sure that rivalry is checked, it can really bite you. So that would be a very scary thing to lose to just because of that tech. So that's a really important note that you like to see.
Absolutely.
So the Alolachus again pick up another interesting pick for their lineup in the Dugtrio. So Dugtrio has access to the unique ability Arena Trap, which is only really available, I believe, on Dugtrio and Trapinch. And Dugtrio is definitely the best user of that particular thing. particular ability. In addition to that, it has a blistering speed of 120, meaning that this thing can pick up some really amazing KOs. It's very famous in singles for coming in and revenge killing Pokemon, and in this format with things like Moltres, it can have some really good synergy, being a very, very fast Pokemon that can take out some very, very key targets. So knowing Crystal has something special planned for this thing, and it's going to be incredibly terrifying when I watch them make use of it. It's going to be really cool.
Yeah, it may seem unassuming, but a ground type that is reasonably strong and that fast is something that you certainly have to prepare for, and those abilities are so annoying as well. Arena Trap, you can't make any defensive switches. If you got Sand up, geez, Sand Veil, so hard to hit this thing where you only need to hit it once or twice to take it out, but if you can't hit it at all, what are you going to do? Not to mention it could go for a Rock Slide and flinch you, and then Sand Force. If you bring your own Sand Force boosted Earthquakes could just take out your entire team.
Yeah, noting especially with the Arena Trap, the Gothitelle effect is going to be pretty big, where you're really focused on taking this thing out when you get trapped in with it, and that could be really terrifying to deal with.
Absolutely. The Sudbury Snover picked up Melodic as their B tier. Very impressive bulky water. This is the quintessential bulky water, so to speak, up there with Lapras. Incredibly bulky. Another bane of Cynthia's team for sure at the end of a Diamond and Pearl version. Marvel Scale makes that even more intense. You can run a Flame Orb on this thing, and it's just not going to faint. With that 125 special defense and that boosted defense, it's going to be impossible. Competitive is a great ability as well. This team already hardly cares about Intimidate, but now you're not bringing Intimidate against this team. There's no way. It's way too risky. It has pretty good offensive options. It gets Coil, it gets Hypnosis. There's a lot of things that you can do with this mon, and it appears in most VGC formats that it's present in just because it's a great water type.
Yeah, it's noted that it has really good utility in the Coil plus the Hypnosis combination, but this thing is a really good Pokemon to close games with. It's incredibly hard to take out, and it will whittle down lineups through its spamming of Sleep, in addition to just getting access to like the signature water moves that it makes use of. So it's so hard to take out, and competitive can instantly win you a game outright. If you pick a bad Intimidate into a Melodic, like you're just asking for trouble. You're going to end up dealing with a very bulky Pokemon that also now hits really hard. So this thing is just an amazing bulky water pickup, and as you said, quintessential bulky water that can help like glue together a team really well.
Absolutely. It's worth noting that we're getting to the point in the draft where we're seeing those type cores. And for example, here's an elemental core that's been solidified. Entei, Roserade, and Melodic as your fire, grass, and water.
Yeah. So one of my favorite Pokemon to talk about in this format is the next one coming up from the Logan Lycanrocs, and that is Shedinja. So Shedinja is the best Pokemon until it isn't. Like the best Pokemon in the entire game, bar none, until it's not. So the reason why I say that is because obviously this thing is paper thin. It sits at 1 HP, but it has Wonder Guard. So there's instances where it can instantly become a checkmate for people if they don't have a way to kill it. If you can't stop Shedinja, then it's over. The game just ends instantly if you have no way to kill it. It will whittle you down till the bitter end, and you will win the game outright. So Shedinja, again, best Pokemon in the game until it isn't. It can die to so many things. It gets brushed aside by sand. You can just burn it. You don't even have to go past Wonder Guard in that regard. You could just status it and it dies. But if you can't, game's over. So this is a very scary pickup because it makes you immediately have to deal with it. The defenses don't matter. Most of the time, the speed doesn't even matter. It's just a very, very good checkmate that you have to play around.
There's something worth saying about Shedinja in this format is that it's the best Pokemon that you can leave on the bench. Like just having it in your draft, if you're going up against Logan Lycanrocs, you have to have multiple answers for Shedinja. You can't let yourself get bamboozled by it and just have all of your Pokemon that would KO it get knocked out and then just lose to it automatically. So it's one of those mons that like, even if you don't bring it a week, your opponent has to bring multiple answers to it. So just seeing it on the team, they could not show up a single week and it could possibly get a really good ranking for the Logan Lycanrocs. My next pick was Houndoom, a really cool C tier. I was looking at the draft, and being that it is Sinnoh, I saw that there were just so few fire types. I decided, you know what, I think it's time that I get a fire type, and I think Houndoom is a really high value one in the C tier. It's got 110 special attack, which is really, really good. 95 speed is perfectly usable. Its bulk on the special side is okay. Its defense is pretty bad, but you're not really worried about that. A big selling point for me with Houndoom was Unnerve. We talked about Unnerve with Aerodactyl. It's the same as Houndoom. If this thing is on the field, your opponent's berries are not getting used. Citrus berries, type berries, it doesn't matter. They're not going to work, which I just think is super duper valuable on this team. Flash Fire is great for a fire immunity. I know Magnezone appreciates that a lot, and stuff further on in the draft might like that as well. And even Early Bird has uses. Going up against something that wants to spam sleep, going down to having 0 to 1 turns of sleep because of Early Bird is just really, really nice. It gets access to some other really cool moves like Snarl and Will-O-Wisp, and it gets Sludge Bomb, which is something that not many fire types get. I'm really happy with it. Do you have any thoughts about Houndoom?
Yeah, Houndoom in particular, I think, was like an underrated C tier. Obviously, it wasn't on my radar personally because I was going to Trick Room lineup, but I think this should have been something that a lot of people looked at, especially if they were lacking a fire type. It rounds out the fire types really well in that, like, sometimes it's not as strong as some of its constituents in the fire slot, but as you said, you noted all the incredible, like, assets that it has, that it brings some uniqueness to the table. And you should note, in addition to it, it does have some low-key type synergy outside of the Magnezone in that you do have a dark, fighting, and psychic core, which is one of the more underrated like trifecta cores that really helps you round out different types of lineups and gives your like offensive and defensive prowess a little bit of flexibility. So I thought it was just a really good pickup, especially to round out your lineup in the round 5.
Absolutely, that's a great point. It's already got a second core, and with it, you're basically starting the third core, the elemental core. I wonder if we're going to see a water and a grass type in the future. Let's see.
So the Chicago Chanseys picked up the Incineroar replacement in Arcanine. So Arcanine, calling it the Incineroar replacement, it has an incredible asset of being an Intimidate user with additional added utility in the Snarl, Will-O-Wisp, and also some low-key offensive pressure. So this thing can really be a glue for a lot of teams, even though Arcanine typically is known for when you think it from a casual perspective, it is the extreme speed, moves really quickly, seems like a very powerful offensive threat. But in VGC, it's just an incredible utility Pokemon that it was around before Incineroar was, being this Intimidate user, and it shined so much so often that it's just an amazing pickup in this particular type of draft league format.
Yeah, a lot of people find themselves gravitating to Arcanine when Incineroar isn't available, but Arcanine offers a lot of unique tools that Incineroar doesn't. Like, sure, it doesn't get Fake Out, but it gets excellent move coverage. All of its abilities are great, things that you can have fun with for sure. And its stats have just always been legendary, so to speak. And I think this makes perfect sense with the Chicago Chanseys. And would you have it? Look at that. There's a Water, Grass, Fire core, and the Fantasy core being Fairy and Steel is close to completion as well.
Yeah, adding to the round and profound team that we got here, the puppy is definitely a very amazing utility to add to the cuteness level for the aesthetic as well.
The second puppy, if you consider Lucario puppy, which it kind of is.
Double pup, yeah.
Yeah. Here we are at the round 5 recap. Getting spicier and spicier. What's great is that we're at the point in the draft where we're going to start not having spice, and we're going to see, for the lack of a better word, some desperation, maybe? Just because towards the end of the draft, when you only got your D tiers left, you're going to see some really interesting stuff where you can kind of determine what the coach was thinking about. Although we're not there yet, and I think we have some really awesome stuff here. I think my personal favorite out of this bunch is Mr. Mime. I think that's the one that brought me the most excitement, but I'm curious to hear what you have to say.
Mr. Mime is definitely up there for me in terms of like some of the favorites with it. I'm also excited to just see Pachirisu again. And for me, I'm excited to see what kind of strategies lead from the Shedinja. Now, like you said, it might be a bench warmer a lot of the time, but that scary pressure that it puts onto most lineups is going to make some interesting gameplay decisions, even more so than how it fits the rest of the drafts.
All right, round 6, we made it. I'll just take these 2 in a row, I think. So we got the Chicago Chanseys with Licky Licky as a C tier. What an adorable, round and profound pink blob to join this team. Fits the pink aesthetic of the Chicago Chanseys very well. This has got to be one of the best bulky normal types that we have available. Really cool abilities with Oblivious and Cloud9 helping it out quite a bit. Even own tempo with certain situations. And as essentially a first-gen normal type coming off of Lickitung, its coverage is insane. It learns a ton of different moves. Not to mention it has maybe the strongest explosion in the game, which, you know, you have to respect that at some point. Cloud9 giving it that extra help against weather-oriented strategies and just being really, really bulky. I'm excited to see what this thing can do.
Yeah, the Cloud9 for me is the biggest standout thing when it comes to Licky Licky. Being that there's a lot of weather draft in this lineup, being able to sneak in a strong utility Cloud9 on such a bulky Pokemon is going to make it so this Pokemon is going to be a big threat to those core teams. I know personally I was scared of it when I saw it come up. I'm like, wow, I'm running kind of a pseudo weather team. Like, that's really important. And there's other lineups that probably felt the same way going into it. So this is a very scary pick in its own right. And like you noted, the explosion is definitely a big deal when you have to deal with that. You have to make note of that. And if you're not prepared to deal with that high damage explosion, then it's going to really do some damage to you.
The next pickup, I went for Rhydon in the C tier. I'm gonna be honest, I was looking at Rhyperior. I really was, and then you grabbed it. But you know what? I'm perfectly happy with Rhydon. In a lot of ways, Rhydon is just Rhyperior Jr. as to be expected. It doesn't get access to its Eviolite, which is a real shame, because if it did, its special defense would actually be better than Rhyperior's. But what I wanted was just solid Rock Slide, solid Earthquake, and something that opened up a Trick Room mode for me, and Rhydon does all of that. After doing some research, I thought maybe Rockhead and Reckless are useful. It's a lie. In Rhydon's moveset in this game, the only recoil move it gets is Takedown, and I'm probably not going to be running Takedown in this format. That being said, Lightning Rod is still perfectly usable. There's a lot of really cool stuff that you can do with it, and if I pick up something that's weak to Electric alongside Togekiss, then Lightning Rod is going to come in very handy. Just having something that is slow for Trick Room and can use Earthquake and Rock Slide is just something I'm really excited to have.
Yeah, more notably, like, picking up slow Pokemon in a lineup of 10 is not necessarily a bad thing. If you run into lineups such as my own that's heavily Trick Room invested, having something that's considered a counter Trick Room mon is just something that's really useful in general. And like you said, it gives you an added Trick Room mode. It's not like you can't set it. So this makes it so it's just a really solid pickup overall. And especially if you were looking for Rhyperior, Rhyperior Jr., the stats are pretty comparable. Like, overall, you can look at the stats and just like right next to each other. And while Rhyperior is clearly a step up, the 130 attack is a big threat from Rhydon. So
yeah, it's something worth noticing before we move on that I was looking at, just like, I want strong Earthquake. I have 2 Pokemon that are immune to Earthquake. Why don't I get Earthquake? Rhydon's attack is the same as Mamoswine's, and that was something that I didn't really consider, and they're both ground types. So when I put it into my head that Rhydon would be having Earthquakes that are just as strong as Mamoswine's, that made me feel pretty good. Speaking of ground type moves...
yeah, the Logan Lycanrocs picked up Marowak as their C tier. So while Marowak is fairly unassuming in terms of its stats in comparison to some of its ground type constituents, the big thing that it does have access to is its item, the Bone Club. So, or Thick Club. Yeah, the Thick Club will actually double Marowak's attack, which is suddenly jumping to really scary value. Similar to when we noted Azumarill with huge power, it's huge power on an item. And given that it also gets this unique item slot, it's not taking that item away from somebody else. So the fact that this Pokemon can hit so hard means that it's going to do some critical damage in these lineups. In addition to it, the access to Lightning Rod in particular as well is really strong for helping protect some key Pokemon. So especially Pelipper, who is critically weak to these electric moves, being able to just switch in, absorb them, and protect your Pelipper to maintain another Rainstorm is just a really powerful utility to have.
Yeah, I think us as VGC players, we're so used to seeing the Alolan Marowak as the option that we see in VGC, and despite the fact that that version is not available here, this Marowak has the same exact stats, and it does some things very well, and arguably some things better. That Bone Moraine is doing so much more damage coming from the ground stab, and even in a situation where you don't bring Thick Club, you could run like a bulky Marowak. I'm sure it gets some cool support options, and Battle Armor can prevent crits. You'd probably take Lightning Rod anyways, but you see what I'm saying? I think there's a little bit more versatility than meets the eye here, especially for a ground type C tier. I think it's a really neat pick.
Yeah, absolutely.
So next up, the Sudbury Snover picked up Linoon. What a great little ferret, Pokemon, Weasel, whatever it is. This is something that you really love to see in draft leagues. It brings a lot of excitement. The key thing that crossed everyone's minds when they saw this was Belly Drum, Extreme Speed, with same type attack bonus. It's insane. It's something that definitely has to be respected. If the Sudbury Snover get that up against you, you're in trouble. You gotta figure something out. While it's like a Route 1 rodent from the Hoenn region, usually we don't think too much of those. This one is very, very impressive. Quick Feet is a cool ability. I'm not sure, I have to double check, but does it grant the immunity from the attack drop from Burn? I don't know. If it does, that's really incredible. But even then, Gluttony and Pickup can be super useful. You could run Gluttony Belly Drum with the Pinch Berry and have that trigger after you use Belly Drum, and then you're just ready to spam Extreme Speed. Like, this is a really cool normal type.
Yeah, this is honestly, like, low-key one of my favorite Gen 3 Pokemon to make use of, especially, like, again, coming from a single player starting in, like, Gen 3, I definitely loved to make use of Belly Drum Extreme Speed, and it's just as scary in VGC as it is in the singles format where you can get it set up in different ways, especially with all the added utility that the Sunbury Snowverse have access to. Like, you can expect them to get this set up quite a few times, and if someone lets you get that set up, like, they're going to sweep through your lineup with a very powerful extreme speed. The Gluttony especially yields that belly drum set so well, as you can get some major healing from a particular berry and actually have a very healthy Pokemon coming out of that belly drum. So that's really cool to see. Moving on, we have the Alola Choose again coming in with Glaceon. Glaceon, notably, in a lot of people's eyes, like a very weak evolution in comparison to some of its constituents, but Glaceon has some blistering aspects to it that can be really powerful. The special attack being 130, even with its limited move pool, it can chunk some people really well, and that could be a really scary setup if someone's not prepared for it. So Glaceon, definitely a hard hitter to bring in from the C tier, especially looking at the other C tiers. There's a lot of good utility Pokemon, but you don't expect something hitting this hard to be in the C tier. So it coming forward with its power is just really good.
Yeah, you know, as you said, this is an evolution that is kind of slept on, but I think in a draft league format, it makes a lot of sense. I think Glaceon is kind of a victim of just needs a better ability. Snowcloak and Ice Body, like, they're fine, but like, they're not that great. If this thing had like a good ability, this would be a monster. And as a C tier pick, it makes a lot of sense. It's really great. It rounds out the draft. It's 130 special attack ice moves are just going to shred stuff. There's a lot of dragons and flying types going on in this format. And man, I'm really scared of ice beams coming from this thing personally. I think it's a really cool pick.
Yeah, that was one thing I did want to note as we moved on to the next pick, was that ability to take out dragons is so important in this format. So sneaking in a C tier pick that functions as a dragon check makes it a really awesome pickup.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of evolutions, San Diego Sandals picked up Vaporeon. How appropriate. This is an EV evolution that people generally think fondly of. It's your classic bulky water, and it does that to an extreme with 130 HP. It has the same stats as Glaceon, but just redistributed in different places. Lower defense, pretty low speed, but special attack at 110 is actually really good. I believe that's like the same or higher than Empoleon's. I don't remember. That's not bad at all. Special defense 95. This thing is really bulky, and the defense is low, but hey, this thing is the OG acid armor user. So between water absorb and hydration, both really good abilities. I think this is a really nice defensive piece to help round out this really cool, really threatening lineup that the Sandiles have.
Yeah, while it's not as powerful in some of the bulky water slots, like, say, Melodic, Vaporeon does bring some pretty unique aspects to the table, and it also brings Wish, which I think is something that might be a little bit more slept on in the doubles format, simply because in the singles format, it's really powerful thanks to the constant switching, but it's still really strong to bring in some key Pokemon that you have some added bulk to, such as, for example, the Scizor and the Salamence that can come in. If they need that little jump in HP, a well-placed Wish in a lineup could do some major things, especially with that 130 base HP coming into play. So that's something unique it brings to the table, in addition to just being also really good bulky water, like you noted.
Yeah, absolutely.
Moving on to the next pickup, it is Dusknoir from the Pacific Piplups. Dusknoir gives a pretty solidly needed Trick Room setup that kind of came, like, looking at the lineup, you wouldn't expect Trick Room to come in, but it's nice to get that speed control in some aspect. Considering Tailwind might be a little bit more popular across a lot of lineups, getting the Trick Room to add that layer of control is really good for a lineup that has some pretty solid speed, but might not be able to deal with Tailwind pretty well. So in addition to that, Gastrodon loves the additional Trick Room potential support, and this thing is just incredibly bulky. So while the 45 base HP looks pretty weak, those 130 base defenses is really strong. And in addition to it, it also has access to the classic Pain Split that other VGC players who play in Sword and Shield might be familiar with on the Dusclops. While it does have access to Eviolite because of the format that we're currently in, the BDSP, that means Dusknoir does end up being the main pickup over something like a Dusclops, where you would want a Dusclops because of the Eviolite bulk. Now, without that, this is just the better pickup. So with that and its added utility, it ends up being pretty good. And Dusknoir also has the low-key bonus of having actually pretty solid physical attack. So you can actually do some offensive pressure things with it as well.
Yeah, you made a lot of great points. You know, with Eviolite being gone, this is definitely just strictly the better option, and it can actually make use of that attack stat as well. A lot of the times you expect Dustclops to just run Nightshade as its damage, but with 100 attack and ghost moves that hit pretty much everything neutrally, that's kind of good. You can do a lot, and it has good coverage as well. And I think a really, really big thing that we didn't touch on yet is Frisk. In a Draft League format, that has got to be one of, if not the best ability to have. Getting information on your opponent's team is huge.
Yeah, it's always a useful ability to have on any lineup, so seeing it come in here is just really, really good.
Absolutely. The Wind and Dragapults picked up Heracross next. This is a bond that I feel like is kind of a fan favorite that people feel like they don't get to see enough, and it's really cool, and I think makes a lot of sense for C tier in this round. It's a really powerful fighting type, and the original user of Megahorn, that 125 attack is really going places. 95 special defense, not even that bad. 85 is a respectable speed, and all of its abilities are good. Probably not Swarm as much, but Guts and Moxie can really, really get going. I remember playing this thing in 3rd gen with a Salak Berry Endure reversal set. I would love it if Cosmos brought that, but you know, he totally doesn't have to. I think this is just a really aesthetically nice mon, and I think it makes a lot of sense to round out this team.
Yeah, while that's already like a risky sort of pickup for the reversal set, it can sweep through teams, and that could be a really useful possibility. In addition to just having like things like just Guts, and being able to use Flame Orb Guts is a pretty solid Pokemon with a decent speed tier. You'd be a very solid user of it. 125 base attack is definitely nothing to scoff at. You ain't shaking off these hits very well. And like you said, the Mega Horn's big. That's going to be some pretty major damage for them. In addition to the close combat that Heracross has access to within this format, like, you can do way too much damage. If this thing gets set up and is virtually uncontested, it's going to punch holes through lineups, making it one of the more scary offensive C tiers that we had access to.
Yeah, you know, I'm not sure if there's a Guts user with higher attack. I could totally be wrong, but that's actually kind of insane to look at 125 and then boosting that with the Flame Orb Guts. That's kind of wild. And while Fighting and Bug isn't like necessarily the best defensive combination, that Bug helps round out the Fighting type against Psychic types, which seem to be pretty common in this draft so far.
So now we move on to the Boston Beaters, and they picked up an amazing utility Pokemon in Butterfree. Now, while Butterfree is the classic Gen 1 pickup in the Viridian part, you get your Caterpie, you trained it all up, it's level 10, and you're like, wow, I got this really powerful Pokemon to use in utility. For the early game of the Kanto region, this Pokemon actually has amazing utility within a competitive standpoint.
Yeah, this is a mon that I know a lot of teams were looking at, and I think it's, you know, a lot of people just don't think much about it because it's like the Kanto early game bug, but it does a lot of stuff. Rage Powder, Accurate Sleep Powder, Tailwind. I think there's a lot of really great options, and I think it gets Hurricane, doesn't it? So with that Polytoad, or is that Vivian? I'm not sure. If this thing gets Hurricane, that's crazy. But what I'm really scared of is the Compound Ice Sleep Powder. That's the next best thing to Spore, and it's going to be really, really hard to deal with.
Yeah, no, that's where I wanted to note the most is that Compound Eyes. That Compound Eyes is this. The Compound Eyes Sleep Powder is literally just Spore, and it's just so powerful for that you have to respect it as a threat while also acknowledging that it could just redirect you. And it does add some nice protection from ground moves, actually, for things like Metagross, which is kind of like a low-key way to be really, really powerful in that regard. Is protecting Metagross from ground moves is going to be really strong for Butterfree, just getting that Rage Powder out. So that's really awesome utility.
Absolutely. Up next is the Windy City Whimsies with Weavile. How's that for a bunch of W's for you? This thing is pretty iconic ever since it was released in Diamond and Pearl. It's just a really fast, really powerful ice type, a good dragon slayer, so to speak, some more coverage for Garchomp to deal with opposing dragons. It's not particularly bulky, but that's fine. Dark and Ice isn't a great defensive typing anyways, although it does offer, the Dark type offers a little bit for the team for sure. It's the second double fighting weakness, but really I don't think that's a huge deal for it. Very fast Fake Out. Pickpocket is a really interesting ability that you can probably make some really clever techs with. I think that this is a really powerful mon. Just this draft is just so stacked. Grace, you didn't have to go this hard.
Yeah, the big threats that come out of this lineup is crazy. And in addition to that, Weavile, I believe in this gen still is Fake Out. So like adding that Fake Out pressure in addition to this lineup is really, really good for getting a lot of things set up. A Fake Out plus the Garchomp into Swords Dance can be an incredibly threatening opener that not a lot of teams can just easily deal with. Like, it looks like so simple, but it's so powerful. And the fact that it follows up with some incredible damage and pick potential in that it has Ice Shard too for that amazing like stab quick attack to pick off some key dragon types. It's just going to be really, really good when paired up with things like the Garchomp or even the T-Tar.
Yeah, I'm wondering when Grace's draft is going to start to look like it has a weakness, because right now it's looking kind of ridiculous.
It's scary, yeah. Oh, next is my pick. So the Philadelphia Phalanx, we picked up Rotom Fridge. So the Rotom Frost lineup. We were really excited about this pick going through and discussing it. The reason why we got so excited is because it's one of the only, there's 2 Rotom forms that were actually in C tier. Everything else moved up to B tier. So when we picked up Rotom Frost, we were like, well, this is a really good utility mon that also gives us an additional levitate user, and it has a pretty slower on the slower side speed tier, so it actually also made a very functional sweeper. We can also note, in addition to that, it does get access to things like Discharge. While Blizzard might not be super good, Discharge with our current lineup is when you can mix it with something like Rhyperior to get the classic Disquake setup. So Rotom Fridge actually added a lot of offensive pressure that we felt like our team might have been lacking, and really does do a lot of potential damage in comparison to some of the Rotom forms. We did look at Rotom forms such as Heat and Cut, or Heat, Cut, Mow, all them. Oh, Cut and Mow are the same thing. Yeah, regardless.
We get it.
regardless. This is a really solid pickup because you get access to that Rotom form, but also C tiers become this concept of you're looking for some high value picks. And when you compare it to its other forms, it's still Rotom. It just is a different type, and that moved it down to C tier, but it made it such an amazing value pick.
Yeah, I think you're right that just having Rotom stats available in C tier is just a really great pickup, and it makes a lot of sense for your team. The Drought plus Blizzard, the anti-synergy, is definitely something you notice, but it's not even that big of a deal, honestly. For one, you don't have to bring them the same match necessarily, and just having access to a powerful Blizzard is great. And more, as you said, it's the crazy Disquake. There's hardly any better options for Disquake that you can get in this draft, and just the fact that you have that for something that has that middling speed that's 86, I think this pick makes a lot of sense. It's really cool.
Cool. Good job.
Yeah, you're welcome. Last but not least for this round, it's the Arkansas Arcuda picking up Swampert. Love me some Swampy Boy. This thing is a really, really solid water ground type. Iconic defensive typing. Only real weakness is grass. Just helps flush out the draft a lot. And you might think, oh, well, the Arkansas Arcudas have 2 water types at this point. It's true. However, they don't share any weaknesses. So I think in essence, they're defensively very different. This is a really great option to have to use Earthquake alongside either Gyarados or Mismagius, who completely ignore it. You can run it even, especially if you want. It gets access to great support moves like Wide Guard and Yawn. I'm excited to see what the Arcuda do with this pick.
Yeah, this is a very, very powerful low-key utility Pokemon that can also put a lot of offensive pressure. So in terms of adding to the flexibility of this really cool lineup, this just adds another layer to it that I really appreciate. And the fact that you also have some really good switch-ins to those grass type moves that only Swampert weakness has. Parasect is low-key really resistant to grass, in addition to Heatran being very obviously resistant to grass, meaning that Swampert doesn't have very key weaknesses that it has to deal with. Even the redirect, you can just redirect every grass move away from Swampert and just let it pop off by adding in some either Yawn utility or any other utility or offensive pressure, thanks to it being enabled by Parasect. It's just it's one of those things, again, where this lineup continues to surprise me at how synergistic all the picks are, because at first you almost feel like it's unassuming, and then as it keeps developing, you're like, wow, these are some really, really cool synergies that I didn't think about.
Yeah, that's a really great point. I didn't even consider the fact that with Rage Powder and the double resist from Parasect, the only grass move that's going to hit Swampert through that is, well, I guess grass types are immune to Rage Powder, but if you were running grass coverage, the only one you could do is Petal Blizzard, which is who's going to run Petal Blizzard? So that's honestly a really, really good point. That concludes round 6. Let's take a look at this. It's cool to note that we have 3 ice types, which I feel like is kind of interesting. And also 2 evolutions and 2 Pokemon that are going to be good at using Earthquake, although Marowak's probably going to want Bone Brain, but it could totally run Earthquake as well. And we also have 2 really funky and fun normal types. Overall, I think this was really interesting. And this round, I think, is the best round at demonstrating how people are going to flexibly fill out their draft. This is where you start seeing alternative modes a lot, in my opinion.
Yeah, this is when, like you said, alternative modes are the name of the game here. You don't want to draft to be linear. And I know that's a very easy thing to fall into when you're looking at teams who are drafting Trick Room or Rain or things like that. This is, as you said, this is where you start to find those alternative modes. You're only bringing 6 Pokemon, and that's an easy thing to forget when you're drafting 10. So you can actually just make a nice mix and match pile of lineups. And we noted that a couple times throughout there, that it seemed like sometimes maybe a pick didn't synergize perfectly with the team, but it led it to a different direction that I think some teams really need against certain matchups.
Yeah, this is where the lineups are really starting to make a lot of sense, and I think in the remaining 3 rounds we're going to see just how well fleshed out and how much thought these coaches gave into their lineups. And with that being said, I'm very excited to move on to round 7. Let's take a look.
Yeah, let's take a look at the
I'll take
Arcodus again.
Yeah, I'll talk.
Oh, yeah.
Because you're next.
Oh yeah, I'm going next. You're right. Absolutely, do that.
No worries. Hitmonchan, definitely the least loved out of the Hitmon brothers, but you know what? I like this one a lot. It has some really unique tools. It gets a reasonably fast fake out at 76 speed. Inner focus is great. Being immune to intimidate and not being able to be flinched is super useful. Iron Fist is actually kind of fun. It boosts that kind of average 105 attack. That is something really good considering you're probably going to be running punching moves on it. That special defense is actually crazy on this mon. I feel like that's something that a lot of people take for granted. And HP isn't great, but like, you know, EVs do work with that. Super low special attack doesn't matter. You're not going to be doing anything with that. I think this is just kind of a support piece more than anything for Squids, although I bet that he can make it work offensively as well.
Yeah, because I believe this pick also gets access to Fake Out, and being an inner focus mod with Fake Out is very, very impressive for it. In addition to that added utility the inner focus provides, that you can't be intimidated. Now, when you're providing that Fake Out support and you can't be stopped, that means you can stop whatever you want, and their Fake Out user can kind of feel almost a little more useless in that regard. So that's like a really, really cool added utility aspect to it, in addition to that low-key special defense that people might forget about. So it might just survive a critical hit from something very important. When you go from the special side, you're like, oh yeah, I'll just cast this thing aside. It's not as squishy as you think it is. So that can really pick up some people by surprise if they're not experienced with dealing with this Pokemon. And realistically, who is? It's not a very common Pokemon that you would see in any lineup in particular. And that's why it's so interesting as a D tier pick and a draft pick like this. You're going to start to see these more unassuming Pokemon that maybe wouldn't be in a standard format, but could bust out some amazing utility. And we're seeing it first here with Hitmonchan.
Absolutely, yeah. In a non-draft league format, you would probably never pick Hitmonchan over Hitmontop, but Hitmontop's taken. The Sudbury Snover have it, and Hitmonchan as like a D-tier version of Hitmontop is really cool and really impressive, and in fact, it's going to do things that even Hitmontop itself cannot.
All right, so now it's one of my picks, and it is the Philadelphia Phalanx picked up Togetic. So Togetic is very much Togekiss light in that, like, you're only going to use it as a utility Pokemon, but for what it's worth, it does a lot of cool stuff. In this lineup in particular, you're noticing that we're getting a lot of different synergies with the Rhyperior in particular. So we have a lot of Earthquake synergy. We have a lot of anti-ground Pokemon synergy that we're worried about with the lineups like Torkoal and Rhyperior being weak to those ground moves. So seeing Togetic here, for me, it just felt like a very obvious utility pickup. Getting access to the Follow Me, in addition to already having the Fake Out support, it made perfect sense in a Trick Room lineup, and it allows for some pretty decent flexibility in that it has a very high degree of utility moves, obviously all the ones that Togekiss has access to. So this just seemed like a really solid D tier support pickup for this entire lineup to really round it out.
Yeah, you know, looking at its stats, it's sad that it doesn't get Eviolite, but it's still pretty bulky. Like, for a D tier, it makes a lot of sense. It's really, really good. The fairy typing is something that you really like on your team, and with Rhyperior there, spamming Earthquake, having something that's flying type makes a lot of sense too. Even just having Follow Me as an option for if you're scared of setting up Trick Room for whatever reason is just really, really good. I think this pick makes a lot of sense. Up next, we have the Windy City Whimsies with the Drifblim as a C tier. Look at that HP stat. This thing is unstoppably bulky. It's a really cool support piece. It gets access to Strength Sap and Will-O-Wisp. Those moves together can shut down any physical attacker in this draft league. Unburden is a really fun ability. Even though it's going to be hard to get a terrain in this game, I think there's ways that you can make it work for sure. Flare Boost is really interesting. If you really want that thing to get zooming, just burn it. Or is it burn or hit with a fire move? I don't remember. And even Aftermath. Aftermath could be kind of clutch in a draft league scenario as well. You probably won't run this thing offensively, but hey, 90 special attack, you can make something happen. You can run Shadow Ball. You can even run a Flint set with that annoying minimized baton pass. Evasion moves are not illegal in this format. What do you think about Drifblim?
Yeah, Drifblim has that crazy added utility and surprise factor that can really like take people down like in very unique ways. So while it's missing the terrain that I think Drifblim in a normal VGC format is typically famous for, and being that support that gets eats a seed, gets a terrain boost, and does some crazy stuff with that. Its added utility in the move pools that you just pitched is really the reason to use it. It's just a really solid utility Pokemon coming out of the C tier, and it's really nice to see. Sorry, phone call. There we go. Okay. Yeah, so this I think was a really sneaky pickup from them, and of course Grace continues to be this unstoppable juggernaut in terms of their lineup that we're all pretty scared of. I think overall it's constantly talked about, and I think Drifblim just really adds another layer to it.
Absolutely.
So the Boston Beauties, they picked up Cradilly. So Cradilly in this lineup is pretty interesting. I think it adds It's a nice almost hate draft in a sense where you're seeing two people go for a rain lineup, and Cradilly has that critical storm drain that usually is used to shut down rain teams. And given that Cradilly had access to that, and now suddenly that's off the table, this makes the lineup a little bit more solid in terms of what it's going up against. You might not see Cradilly appear as often in some of those matchups for the particular rain team, although it is a grass type to round out that core as well. It's an amazing pick just for the fact that in a draft format, people will not have access to things like Storm Drain without getting access to Gastrodon or Cradilly. And because that Storm Drain is ultimately kind of gone there, this makes Cradilly an amazing Pokemon to pick up in a rain lineup like this, in my opinion.
Yeah, I know how much you and I both love this mon, and I think it makes a lot of sense here. Like, not only does it fit well with this team in general, and like Grass and Rock is such a cool, unique type combination, but almost in like the defensive snipe sort of sense, the fact that Gabby has this Cradilly means that no one else has this Cradilly, and so no one else can run Storm Drain on this mon against her team. So overall, I think this is just really cool, and I just love fossils, and this is just a super cool fossil.
Absolutely.
The Wind and Dragapults picked up Sceptile. This is a really interesting mon that has a lot of text that I think people overlook pretty often. It's a very high value grass type D tier. That speed is incredible, that special attack is good. The attack isn't as good, but it gets incredible physical coverage, and Unburden is a really interesting ability, and I'm really curious to see how Cosmos is going to utilize it. There's not many fast offensive grass types in this format, and getting this one to the D tier makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, considering especially like having a good offensive grass type is actually pretty critical to deal with the good water types that exist in the format. We talked so much about bulky waters, looking at things like Swampert and things like Gastrodon, for example. You're going to want that grass type damage to actually like help round it out. And this is a really, really powerful offensive piece coming out of the D tier, which again, most D tier Pokemon, you might be noted that they're not on the strong side of the format in most cases. So like getting a nice offensive piece coming from a very like overall quote unquote low value type of scenario where it's like you're kind of getting this like bargain in terms of like offensive power, and that's really nice in that draft league scenario.
Absolutely.
All right, so the Pacific Pickup picked up Luminous in the C tier. This one is another one of those prankster Pokemon that are kind of like lesser available in the BDSP format. So getting access to a lot of utility moves. Actually, I'm not even like we're starting to get to that point where I'm not familiar off the top of my head.
Yes, absolutely.
What moves that this thing has access to, but I know it has that utility with the Prankster. Oh, Prankster Charm, Encore. It obviously has access to Helping Hand. You get access to even things like Flatter, which can be some really cool utility strategies. This Pokemon actually has a decent amount of utility coming from it, so it makes it a very solid Prankster Pokemon. Its stats obviously are pretty lackluster, but you're literally picking up for the high value Prankster that it offers. So being able to add, they have fake tiers as well. Being able to add all these cool utility moves into a Prankster Pokemon, considering Prankster is so like non-existent in the format, this is just a really, really solid pickup so late in the draft.
Yeah, and it's worth noting too that like Zach's team at this point can kind of function with Rain or Sun, and this thing gets Prankster, Sunny Day, and Rain Dance, which is kind of wild for just like a random bug type, you know? There's so few Prankster options in this format, and this is just a really creative and clever one to see. I mean, there's a reason why it's C tier, not D tier, because a bug type with those stats otherwise is not really something you'd ever consider. But with Prankster, it can kind of do some stuff. I mean, I think it gets Prankster Thunder Wave, which is in essence kind of speed control. I think this is a mon to watch out for.
Yeah, we did note earlier in the draft that Zach looked like they were leaning towards that particular like Sun lineup, and it never really came to fruition until we did hit that Luminous, and then the Sunny Day and the Rain Dance actually came into play really nicely for it. So this is like a really, really impressive pickup that shows the adaptability as you get through the draft.
Yeah, Illumise, super interesting bug type for sure. San Diego Sandows picked up Mawile next, and finally satisfying their fantasy core, even with an additional steel type. So here's their fairy type. It's a mon that you don't really see ever since this Mega Evolution went away, but it's still got some tricks up its sleeve. It certainly is a D tier. Its stats are overall very low. However, all of its abilities are great. Hypercutter, Intimidate, and Sheer Force are all super usable, and the fact that it just gets Play Rough, which I think is Sheer Force boosted because it can drop your attack, right? So that's kind of crazy. Like a Sheer Force Life Orb boosted Play Rough coming off of this thing's going to do a lot of damage. Its bulk isn't that great besides its defensive bulk, but I think for a D tier overall, this makes a lot of sense for the Sandiles, and I'm curious to see what they do with it.
Yeah, the Rad Goth theme that seems to be low-key running through this team is actually pretty cool. You got the Luxray, got the long hair, the Mawile. It's really powerful in that synergy. But you were right. The Intimidate, the Hyper Cutter potential that's there. Like, you can get a Sword Stance on this thing, and it is sticking. Like, you can't really stop it in that regard. And you noted the Sheer Force Life Orb potential. Like, this thing kind of has a lot of, like, weird... It's one of those high-value, like, low-tier picks that ends up being, like, a really, really high-value offensive piece. And while also potentially having a defensive piece, it has like a lot of cool layers to it. That the only thing it's truly let down by is its stats, because it also has some of the best typing in the game, and that Steel Fairy typing matched only by Zacian, the literal strongest Pokemon in the current VGC format. Right. So like, it's kind of insane that you have this like baby Zacian with like these cool utility moves on the way. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think one more thing that's worth noting is at this point, Slash has access to 3 Intimidates, 3 of them. That's kind of wild. Like if they decide to bring 3 Intimidates to one game, your physical attackers are doing nothing if you don't have an answer for that. So keep that in mind.
That Intimidate shuffle is gonna be crazy. So the Alolan again pick up another interesting pick in the Venomoth. So Venomoth, again, unassuming stats overall, but is a pretty solid sweeper or utility mon, depending on which direction you go into. So just like many other bug types in Gen 1, Venomoth in particular has access to the powder moves. So getting access to those really cool powder moves, in addition to Quiver Dance in particular, is something that is really slept on in this format. Quiver Dance is a really powerful setup sweeping move, and considering we already had the Manaphy and this lineup was really good at supporting setup sweepers, getting an additional setup sweeper mon is actually a really cool way to make use of that particular slot in the D tier. The stats aren't that terrible for a setup sweeper in particular. The 90 special attack and speed end up being just a really powerful ability to use Quiver Dance, and Quiver Dance Bug Buzz is just nothing to sleep on, while also having access to really cool support moves like Struggle Bug and Sleep Powder. So, and I believe it has access to... Does it have access to Rage Powder? Oh, maybe it doesn't.
I think it does. I'm pretty sure it does. Maybe not in this game, but at some point it had Rage Powder. Regardless, speaking to like the Quiver Dance set that you're speaking of, Bug and Poison generally together isn't considered very potent offensively, but this mon has 2 abilities that help it out a lot with that set. I believe it's Shield Dust or is it Wonder Skin? I'm not sure. One of them prevents the additional effects of moves from occurring, so it can't get faked out. So you will always get your Quiver Dance off in the situation that you get faked out. Furthermore, if you run Tinted Lens, that makes your not very effective moves hit harder, which a Bug and Poison offensive Pokemon really wants help with. Its best stats are its special attack, special defense, and speed, and if you increase those all by 1 point in 1 turn, this thing's actually kind of good.
Yeah. The Tinted Lens is actually something that people should really like take note of, because that's what makes it so potent as an offensive Pokemon. The Bug Buzz, just being able to spam Bug Buzz all the time and not really have to worry as often unless they have like a quad weakness to bug moves. Like it can actually do some really good damage always hitting neutral all the time. And if you get multiple Quiver Dances off on this thing, it can sweep through lineups. Like, it's very shocking how strong this thing has potentially. Just because it's in the D tier doesn't mean it shouldn't be respected as a threat.
Yeah, absolutely. Up next, another long, brown, normal type coming out of the Sudbury Snover. It's Furret. What a delightful long friend. This is a really cool support mon, has that critical ability Frisk. It also has access to Follow Me. It's one of the few D tiers that has Follow Me besides Togetic, which you picked up. Its offenses aren't that great. Its defenses could use some love, but its HP is pretty okay. I honestly am not sure what this thing does besides Follow Me, so I'm curious if you have any insight on that, but either way, it's very cute.
I don't have much insight on Ferret, to be honest. This is, like we talked about before, we're getting into the weeds of this, and I'm pulling up Cerebi right now to see if I can look at its utility, because, quite frankly, Ferret's never something that's ever been on my radar. Like, I know it had access to Follow Me, and I'm pretty sure it does have access to Helping Hand, but the added utility that this thing provides, it's a very, like... D-tier support Pokemon, especially Follow Me users, are something that's just really useful to have access to in your lineup. Being able to eat some critical hits from certain Pokemon, just being able to like set up in certain regards, really leaves it open to a lot of other Pokemon in their lineups to pop off. Being able to set up a Belly Drum next to a Follow Me user like Ferret, it's so wild that we can honestly consider a potent duo in this lineup to be throwing out 2 of the Route 1 rodent Pokemon and setting up a Belly Drum and sweeping through a lineup.
You're so right. I really need to see that in this league.
If that doesn't happen, it's honestly a crime. But this is this is kind of a low-key sleeper pick, again, when we're in the D tier in terms of just raw value.
Right.
Like being able to add that utility in such a cheap cost in the draft, it's going to do some work. I don't think this is a mon that should be slept on.
Yeah, we'll see if the Sudbury Snover managed to walk away with the draft after this pickup. I believe you have the Lycan Rocks, correct?
Yeah, the Logan Lycan Rocks, they picked up Armaldo. Sticking to the rain theme once again, Armaldo just perfectly rounds out that sort of rain offensive lineup. Getting access to the interesting ability in Swift Swim, which normally is reserved for water-type Pokemon, like almost exclusively. Armaldo is a bug rock with pretty potent physical attack, meaning that you, even though it has a 45 base speed, you invest in that speed a little bit, and suddenly it is very quick on its feet in the rain. And being that this team is dedicated to keeping the rain up at all times, this Pokemon can really run through some lineups. It also has access to Swords Dance, which means if you get a Swords Dance off with that monstrous attack and you're in the rain, this thing is running through lineups really fast. It has some actually pretty decent bulk considering its offensive prowess. So this Pokemon is a threat. It's very scary and a very solid C tier as long as you have the support for it, and this lineup definitely does.
Yeah, I rarely run rain, but when I do, I always consider Armaldo. It's so unique and interesting. Again, the rock bug with Swift Swim is just so rare, you never come across that. Its low speed could work naturally in Trick Room, but with Swift Swim, it can actually get really fast. And speaking again about Rock Slide, this thing has Stab Rock Slide with 125 attack, and it can go super fast in the rain. That's just going to be a nightmare to deal with when Breloom's trying to put you to sleep, or Zapdos is just blasting you with Thunder. This is going to be a mess. So I think this is a really smart pickup by the Logan Lycan Rocks. Time for my next C tier. I've fully revealed my purchase strategy at this point. I've elected to buy 1A and 3 Cs, which I believe you decided to do as well. I think we're the only teams that did so. Anyways, I am really hype on this. I had my front office sell it to me a little bit, but I always knew it was pretty good. I feel like a lot of people disregarded this because it lost access to Boom Burst in this game, which is something it's had in the past several gens, but I think it is still great. It's a Route 1 bird that is blazing fast. That 125 speed is excellent. It's going to help out a lot with my matchups, and it gets access to Quick Guard too, which I think is really, really neat for it. But the main selling point of it is its power, and you look at the 85 attack and you're thinking, what do you mean? Where's its power? Well, that lies behind Guts. Guts helps it out a lot. With Flame Orb, it's going to be doing a ton of damage with Brave Bird, with a Facade, with even Giga Impact if I felt like it. And furthermore, where Guts isn't viable, Scrappy is great too. Scrappy was buffed to make them on immune to Intimidate, which Swellow, with that low attack, definitely doesn't want to be intimidated. So there could definitely be a week where I bring Scrappy and just fully invest in that attack and blast stuff with Brave Bird. I think this is just a really good mon that is just a good wall breaker. I don't necessarily think it's going to win games on its own, but if you just like let it just blast stuff, you're going to have like no HP remaining and you're going to have a hard time with the rest of the draft. So for that, I think it's got a lot of value.
Yeah, the big thing is to get stuff out of the way of Swellow in order to make the most use of this. Like you said, Guts Facade in particular is going to be a very, very scary thing that this thing is shooting out, but it has to get stuff cleared out of the way. And you have definitely a lineup here that can clear the issues of it out of the way, in that it just needs to get rid of Steel types and Ghosts, which are largely the thing that it has a problem with. Maybe some Rock types here and there, but I think your lineup combats all the weaknesses of Swellow really well, in addition to Swellow providing that additional utility and being another flying type. So Swellow is just an excellent offensive pickup coming out of the C tier, and something that people need to be really scared of when they go to build their lineups against you. So I think it's a good pick.
Yeah, I think this is another one of those mons that has significant value even on the bench, right? Even if I don't bring it 1 week, it's something you have to think about and be prepared for. So it has
that Shedinja effect for sure.
Absolutely.
It's always scary.
Mm-hmm.
All right, the Chicago Chanseys pick up a surprising late in the draft A tier in Gardevoir. This caught me off guard too when I first saw it. I was like, wow, an A tier? That's crazy that it made this far. But Gardevoir, in particular, while it didn't make it into a lot of lineups till obviously very late in the draft, is one of those Pokemon that can be really, really powerful in the right lineup, and it's looking pretty good to have that support. I've noticed in the BDSP Festival ladder, this is a Pokemon that is constantly on the rise and constantly coming up as one of the premier fairy types in the format to check those dragons in particular. And while Azumarill can do the job pretty nicely, it's not going to do it as consistently as just slapping in a Gardevoir and being able to just click buttons and KOing those dragons. So getting that nice added utility to check those dragons is just an amazing thing to have. Telepathy also allows it to be immune to certain spread moves as well, so you could expect to see some utility coming out of different Pokemon that are going to make use of those spread moves, and Gardevoir just dodging them in the same way that you can avoid Earthquakes with some flying moves. So this is just a really, really solid pickup, and honestly, you look at those stats, that special attack is going to be hitting some people pretty hard. It's cool to see A tier so late in the draft. It was like really cool to see those come back, because we've been seeing just C and D tiers constantly, so it's refreshing to see someone loop back around and be like, oh, this is available, this will round up my lineup really nicely. So that is really cool.
Yeah, it's always a risky play to wait for A tiers because of the likelihood that they'll get snatched up. But hey, we're in round 7. Most of the teams have gotten days that they want. And I think Kamihata made a very astute observation in seeing Gardevoir being available and swooping it up. I don't think it'd be controversial to suggest that this is the best offensive fairy in this format. And it's just a really strong mon. It's much better than it was in Diamond and Pearl before it was a fairy. And all of those abilities are pretty cool. Telepathy obviously has great synergy with like Licky Licky's Explosion, for example. That was something we were just talking about. But Synchronize can be useful in certain situations. And Trace is just always that wild card. If you're one of the Rain Team users and this thing manages to pick up your Swift Swim is useless because your Gardevoir is going to Moonblast your Kingdra and you're going to lose. So I think this is just a really awesome A tier. As you said, it's really cool to see it so late.
It's Adam seeing Crystal note the Boom Room into Belly Drum Azu.
Oh my God.
Using that for like the Snorlax lineups I used to run in some cheat spots, and it's just the same exact idea. You can get Trick Room up for pretty much free, and that's just a scary threat in and of itself. So this is just an amazing pickup.
It really is. It really is. All right, round 7 is over. We're definitely getting towards the end of the draft, and here's where we're getting some of the spice. Mawile, Venomoth, for example, just some Sceptile, Ilubize, really interesting stuff to see this late in the draft. But then at the same time, we managed to see Liz pick up an A tier. So it's got some wildcard stuff going on here. I think overall this was pretty interesting. I think my favorite pick of this round was Venomoth. What do you think about this?
I did love the Venomoth pickup. I also really loved the low-key snatch of Cradily. That was one of my like sneaky things, because I wasn't seeing a lot of hate drafting, which is something I kind of expected as people develop lineups. They might sneak something in to take it away from somebody else. And people got hit with like sneaky drafts against other people, but it was like unintentional, where I feel like this one was very much to snatch this off of the board against other people. While it's still good on their team, I feel like it's so much more potent as something that they didn't want in the pool to not deal with their lineup. So I thought that was a really cool pickup in regards to the rest of the lineup, which had very spicy picks, but that one was the first that I saw to take some options away from people, which I thought was cool.
Yeah, all in all, really good, and we're definitely starting to get towards the end. So with that being said, why don't you take it away with round 8 with the next pick from the Chanseys?
Absolutely. So the Chicago Chanseys now drafted Altaria, a D tier that can actually be low-key pretty threatening because of that crazy bulk. It also has some additive setup moves that I want to note. Now, I just want to double check that I'm not wrong before I spout it out and look like a fool.
It does get Dragon Dance for sure.
It does get Dragon Dance. Yeah, I was like, I'm pretty confident that I got Dragon Dance from when I played.
We know that from Winona. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So, in addition to being incredibly bulky and having access to really cool moves like Cotton Guard, which is really awesome actually too, this Pokemon can be incredibly bulky, or alternatively can be a setup sweeper. So it can actually do some damage in this particular lineup. Again, as a D tier, I constantly am very much surprised every time I do see these D tiers come out, because then it makes me think about the Pokemon in a different way, because it's Pokemon that I wouldn't want to look at before, and now suddenly I'm being forced to because someone else is playing it. So being able to see what these Pokemon and their either utility or sweeping potential is just really cool. And I think Altaria is the quintessential example of that, where it does have these really cool moves that I think are going to be explored really well within this space. And like having access to Power Song is never a bad thing. So it's really cool to be able to use it to close out games too in that regard as well. It's just it's a solid Pokemon.
Yeah, I think you were saying that it's something you would never usually consider. If you're doing like Battle Festival doubles on Showdown or something, you would just pick Salamence, right? Or like Dragonite. You wouldn't really think of Altaria, but in a draft league context, it's actually really interesting. It has a lot of really cool tools. It's a perfectly fine dragon flying type. And furthermore, I've been obsessing over these cores a little bit, but hey, we rounded out the fantasy core of the Chicago Chanseys. We got Steel with Lucario, Fairy with Gardevoir, and now we have a dragon type with Altaria. All in all, I agree with you. This is a really cool pick. It is surprisingly bulky. The second Cloud9 on the team, so the Chanseys are not messing around with weather. I'm excited to see what the rest of the draft looks like here.
Yep, absolutely.
My next pick was Blastoise. I wasn't quite sure if I wanted this because my plan originally was to get Rhyperior as my other B tier, but I went with Blastoise. I think Blastoise is super duper cool. I felt like it was kind of a snipe from Zach, just for the sole reason that Zach had Venusaur and Charizard, although it probably wasn't. I wanted a bulky water that gave me utility, and I think that Blastoise is really good at that. It gets Fake Out, it gets Yawn, and furthermore, you can even run it offensively. You can do a Shell Smash Water Spouts set, and that's something that your opponent just kind of has to respect. It gets interesting coverage. There aren't many water types that aren't named Empoleon that get Flash Cannon. And just being a starter, it just has good stats. Torrent and Rain Dish are both perfectly usable, but all in all, I was looking for a bulky water that had other tricks up its sleeve, and I found a Blastoise.
Yeah, this thing has plenty of tricks up its sleeve in that it's a utility and an offensive mon in the B tier, and that's what always makes it a viable threat. We've used it countless times throughout our entire VGC career of like we just sneak in Blastoise and do crazy stuff with it. So being that it also fits in that same aspect in this format means that this thing is going to pop off no matter what, and it's a good pick, especially this late where you can definitely see how it fits into your team really nicely. So it just sneaks in there, has really good utility options while also being a potent offensive threat. It's just an excellent pickup.
It's talking more about type cores. We got Houndoom, we got Blastoise. I wonder what the grass type is going to be. Let's find out. But first,
it's going to happen. But first, of course, the Logan Lightning Rocks once again with another stellar pick in the Crawdon. Another one of my favorite Pokemon within this actual format. Mostly through the BDSP festival format, you're constantly looking for ways to check Cresselia, and this thing does it one of the best possible. Having the 120 base attack is obviously amazing, but really what makes this thing shine is adaptability. So adaptability being that the stab goes from 1.5 all the way up to 2 times the amount of damage, and having access to really strong moves like Crab Hammer, even just Waterfall, and Knockoff. Knockoff is an incredibly high damaging move on this Pokemon, in addition to just having amazing utility from the Knockoff. Like, being able to smack someone with a 130 base Dark move and taking their item away if they somehow live through that is so impressive. And this thing also gets access to adaptability Aqua Jet, making it that it's just basically has water extreme speed. So this thing does a lot of damage, and that's what it's there for. It is there to do the damage, and man, in a rain lineup, I'm even more terrified of this thing. That extreme speed Aqua Jet suddenly got even more dangerous in the rain, so that is crazy.
Yeah, rain boosted, adaptability boosted, 120 attack Aqua Jet makes me nauseous. This thing is just so scary. Like, it doesn't even need Trick Room. Like, I don't think there's a Trick Room user on this team yet, but it doesn't need it. This thing is just gonna destroy. I'm very, very scared of it. The Sudbury Snover picked up Espeon, another beloved evolution. I think this is a really cool one. Again, in a draft format, you'd probably look at it and think, why not just use Alakazam? Well, this thing's got some things that is different from Alakazam. For one, it's a tier lower, which is a great budget pick. It's nice and fast, it's nice and strong, and Magic Bounce is an awesome ability. Talking more about like Trick Room modes and whatnot, you can't taunt this thing, you can't roar this thing, you can't whirlwind this thing. The only thing you can do is fake it out. So I think if you wanted to get Trick Room set, I know it's really fast, but like if you want that mode, then you can get that mode, especially if you're going to opposing Tailwind or Weather or something like that. It's a powerful Psychic type. It gets Dazzling Gleam, which is really cool coverage for it. I think this is a really smart pickup.
Yeah, I think it's just a really solid C tier in that it can be an offensive threat. It's very potent in that Trick Room scenario that you just mapped out for us. And Magic Bounce in general is just an amazing, amazing utility to have, because you can just predict somebody and switch into a Roar or a Burn, like anything realistically that would be a utility-based move, and get so much value out of the Magic Bounce. Like, Magic Bounce is such crazy value for basically free that you can just do whatever you want with it. And that's a really cool aspect to have, that you have all these crazy options out of the Espeon, despite the fact that on paper without the Magic Bounce, it might not appear to be like the strongest Pokemon in that like the utility or the move pool itself isn't super powerful, but Magic Bounce really enables it to set itself up to really push through that weakness of its overall lack of move pool, which it's not a bad move pool by any stretch, but it's still like there's a reason why it got knocked into C tier despite the fact that 130 base stats. It's got the classic Eevee of looking at the weakness of the move pool, but I think Magic Bounce really sets it apart in that regard, that it can really do some damage.
Yeah, I mean, if you take Magic Bounce and stab Psychic on top of the same special attack as Latios, it just can't be bad, right?
Yeah, it's got to be at least good. So the Alola again pick up another interesting pick. I just love this lineup. I find every pick so interesting. But the Lopunny. So Lopunny in the D tier is one of those, again, it's one of those D tiers that you wouldn't normally look at as a Pokemon when you're looking at just like a showdown team. but you start to go through it and you're like, yeah, this pick actually makes a lot of sense. It's a far cry from its time with Megalopony, which, like, Megalopony is terrifying. But it still has some really, really good moves in its pool. I believe it does get Fake Out. Am I correct in that? I'm double checking. It seems like a Pokemon that would use Fake Out, so I'm not sure. I'm actually seeing it.
While you're looking it up, I would like to note this is, we have accidentally put Venomoth's abilities here on this page. So Lopunny does not get Shield Disc, Tinted Lens, or Wonder Skin. It, in fact, just keep this in mind, has Cute Charm, Klutz, and Limber. Sorry about that.
So actually, that was actually, now that you noted Klutz, I know there's like some pretty cheesy setups you can do as well with, I believe it gets either Trick or Switcheroo.
It definitely gets one of those.
Yeah, and then it can use like a Flame Orb and give that to other Pokemon and then not be affected by it because it doesn't get affected by its own item, which is really cool. It does get access to Fake Out, I found in the egg moves. It gets access to Fake Tears. It gets access to some really powerful fighting moves, such as like Low Kick, and I believe it gets High Jump Kick as well. Yeah, there it is at 66. Yeah, so it can have some pretty interesting sets of moves coming out from it. Even access to even funny things like Teeter Dance can be really interesting. There's the Switcheroo as well in its egg moves. After You is something that I think is really cool too, with its pretty high speed, and you can actually like take one of your Pokemon that could be on the slower side and get some After You going as well. I just think it has some pretty decent utility and some decent offensive pressure just coming out of the D tier that I think could be really useful.
Yeah, all in all, this is just a really fun pick. I think it's the only mon in this game that it gets Klutz, so I think the Alolachus have a unique thing there that, like, while it doesn't seem like the most oppressive strategy in general, it's interesting and fun, and something you kind of got to think about. I'm excited to see how this gets used, because we're getting to the point of the draft where I don't know much about these mons, and I'm very curious about this one. San Diego Sandiles picked up Empoleon, furthering their goth aesthetic. I think this is absolutely wonderful. I've always liked Empoleon, and I was definitely considering it instead of Blastoise, but I decided since I already had a Steel type, it wasn't necessary. However, great special attack, great special defense, good speed, good defense. There's not a whole lot that's not to love about Empoleon. Very unique type combination, very good defensively, and two abilities that are really interesting. Its attack isn't necessarily high enough to really justify Defiant, but if you know you're getting intimidated, or if you know you're getting your stats dropped in general, it's probably worth bringing. Even just in place of Torrent and then just slap Aqua Jet on your set or something, I think it's just a neat tool to have. It's just a really good water type starter, and the Steel typing offers a lot for Slash's team.
Yeah, I think the Defiant is actually like really slept on in this lineup in particular, because the Slash in particular has a very, very potent physical offensive type of threats on this team. And like you noted, that Aqua Jet can be really strong if you're even at 86 attack. If you're getting quote unquote Swords Dance boosted into, or like close to that in Defiant in some regards, like you're getting a lot of utility out of that in addition to it to be that threatening and that potent for the rest of your lineup. And that bulk is nothing to be slept on with its typing as well. So that's a really solid Defiant user, because it's going to stick to the board for a little while to make use of that boost. And Aqua Jet is just a really powerful option that it has in the Stab Aqua Jet. So I think this is a really excellent pickup so late in the draft, considering they weren't really pushing into the special attack range too much. So being able to enable your physical attackers in such a unique way is a really cool way to make use of this pick this round.
Yeah, that's a great point. I hadn't even considered that until you mentioned it, that this team is so physically heavy, and just having a Defiant option in the back just to slightly discourage that, I think that's wonderful. And this team just continues to be like the coolest looking team so far in the draft, I think.
I would agree. The Pacific Piplups, they picked up Stantler. Stantler was actually something that I personally had on my radar as well. It gets some crazy moves when we were looking at it before in my front office. Like, let me rattle off some of them, because I think Stantler deserves that merit of like talking about its utility. Not only does it come with Intimidate, which is kind of a given, and it also has access to the coveted Frisk. It gets Sap Sipper, but critically, it gets Sap Sipper with, where is it? Which was it? Role Play. So Roleplay allows it to basically send a copy of its ability to a target.
Not Gastrodon. I didn't even know that.
So you can you can note this, that you can do Sap Sipper on Gastrodon and give it no weakness.
I had no
and then
idea.
It sits on the board and can't be killed. In addition to it, it also gets access to things like Imprison. It gets access to Entrainment, which is basically the same thing as Roleplay. Roleplay copies the target's ability, so it can steal abilities and pass them on to other people, which is kind of funny.
But skill swap.
Entrainment. Yeah, and it also has access to skill swap.
Skill swap does what you described, despite roleplay not. So that's crazy.
Yeah, but it's the only that you can do that twice with the skill swap too. But it's just a lot. It's just got a lot of cool utility. It has access to Trick Room, which is kind of funny.
Yeah.
It's a normal type that just like has access to Trick Room, but also Intimidate. Like it's a wild Pokemon that I think like is really slept on in terms of its utility. Its stats distribution isn't that bad either. I think it's more offensively oriented than defensive, but I mean, it still has some wild utility that I'm excited to see how Zach makes use of this Pokemon. Especially, listen, just the either skill swap or entrainment with Sap Sipper is just amazing, and I would love to see that in a match.
Yeah, I didn't consider that at all. You know, I think this really is Stantler's time right now. This is a great format for it, and with Weirdeer on the horizon in a couple weeks, I think Stantler is living its best life, probably better than it ever has in its entire life since like 2001. I feel good about Stantler right now.
Yeah, definitely.
The winning Dragapults picked up Magmortar. I was saying earlier how fire types are really hard to come by in this format just because, you know, Sinnoh, 4th gen stuff. And Magmortar's got to be one of the best of them. Incredible special attack, reasonable defenses besides physical defense, but even that's not that bad. And 83 speed it's higher than 80. You know, it's pretty good. Flame Body and Vital Spirit are both perfectly usable abilities, and this thing has really good coverage. It's a fire type with access to stuff like Thunderbolt, which you don't really get a whole lot. And I think we're about to round out the elemental core. Is the Dragapults, are they going to pick up a water type? We'll have to wait and see, but there's the fire type, there's the grass type.
And it is wild that there hasn't been a water type in this lineup yet, considering the first ones to go are these like cool, very unique grass and fire types. But even still, like this thing hits hard and actually has some really cool moves that it has access to in addition to just its move pool. I know it has access to moves like Thunderbolt as well.
It's Mach Punch, which is kind of weird.
Yeah, I guess Mach Punch too for like, I know that was like kind of like interesting weakness policy procs. Obviously we don't have that in this format, but that was always really cool to see Magmortar bust out the sneaky Mach Punch into the weakness policy proc. Let me see what other offense. I know it gets Focus Blast. I know it gets, it does have access to Earthquake. That's funny.
It won't get Follow Me, unfortunately. That was a Pokemon XD exclusive, but at one time it had it. But overall,
that's great. That's a crazy one.
This is just a funky fire type, and I think it's cool that the Dragapults got it.
Yeah, very, very cool pickup. The Boston Beaters picked up Nidoking in the beats here. This is one that can be really scary if it gets going. Nidoking has the cool synergy of Sheer Force plus Life Orb, and honestly, it's one of the best users of it. So Nidoking, because it has access to, even though it's a physical attack stat is much better, it's actually often used as a special attacker because of that Sheer Force Life Orb proccing and the Life Orb damage being canceled by Sheer Force because it's quote-unquote considered a secondary effect. You can get some really powerful Earth powers off and Sludge Bombs as well due to their added additional effect that you can get some of the most powerful like special attack ground moves and poison moves in the game coming from it. It also has an incredible move pool in general outside of that in the Ice Beam. It has access to ice moves, it has access to electric moves, it has access to fire moves, all of which are also boosted by Sheer Force. This thing just hits really hard and is really hard to deal with in that regard. So it's just, I think, an incredible pickup for this lineup in general to add to its additional offensive pressure. And since it actually has synergy with the Storm Drain that I talked about that I wasn't sure about Cradilly in this lineup and it looked like more of a hate draft, now that we introduce something like Nidoking into the lineup, it actually adds additional utility on top of that. And I believe this thing gets access to Thunder as well as Thunderbolt. So a Sheer Force Thunder is kind of making me shake in my boots, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, that's kind of
pretty
wild.
Scary.
I knew for sure that Nidoking and or Nidoqueen would get drafted at some point, and I'm glad that Gabby decided to go for it. Nidokeen's a personal favorite. I love it a lot, but yeah, that Sheer Force has really opened up its whole life. That 85 special attack doesn't look like much, but with the insane coverage it gets as one of those funky normal types that just for some reason learns every move, I'm really excited to see how Gabby decides to use this guy. The Windy City Whimsies picked up Absol, finally getting a D tier. However, out of all the D tiers, this one doesn't seem that D tier-y. That 130 attack is just as high as Salamence's, so it's definitely still going to be doing damage. And with moves like Sucker Punch, geez. Justified's an interesting ability. It can discourage some snarls or something, or maybe get a good switch in. Super Luck for those crits is wild, and Pressure has some utility, despite the fact it's probably not going to be used as Super Luck or Justified, but still. That ridiculous attack for Absol is just out of this world, and all the other stats are serviceable, but if you support it right, it can really make some waves and tear through teams, I think.
Yeah, so we noted how scary this team is, and it with the pick of Absol and the fact that it has like 3 dark types at this point, it's looking like just the final boss of like whatever region that we're all battling in at once. Like it's just it's the big bad team to look at, and it's definitely one of the scarier lineups. Just that offensive power coming out of again a D tier. You look at it, and I feel like I keep noting this, that I'm almost eating my words at this point. That I keep saying like you're trying to look for this value, and Absol is the quintessential version also of that crazy value that the D tier could be like sleeping on. Like it just gets outshined by certain picks that are above it, so you can't justify it moving up. But it's not like it's a bad Pokemon in its own right. Like you said, 130 base power, stab, sucker punch. That's all you need.
Yeah.
In addition to that, the super luck, you could put put like a razor claw on it, and then you're getting these crit ones instead with it. It'll hurt. Absol's like really, really scary.
Yeah, in D tier you'll start to see some of these like more or less like one-trick ponies kind of thing, but the one trick that this pony has is pretty effective.
It do the damage, yeah. So the Philadelphia Phalanx, we picked up Dusclops. So we noted Dusknoir earlier, and while Dusknoir seemed like a very obvious thing for a Trick Room lineup such as mine, I thought Dusclops had higher value, and it's all because even though Dusknoir is objectively the better pick versus Dusclops, it's the assignment of the tiers that I think is really important, and that's where this starts to become looking like how draft should be. And it's the perfect example of this. Dusclops only, for a defensive perspective, has, I think the total is it's either 15 or 13 in its base stats, lower than Dusknoir in terms of defenses. So it's not significantly less bulky, and the fact that it's shot all the way down to D tier just because it's outclassed by Dusknoir, it made it such an obvious pickup. In addition to that, something low-key in a Trick Room lineup that makes it a little bit better than Dusknoir is that speed. The speed allows it to, at Spears Z IVs, drops all the way down to 27, meaning it's one of the slowest Pokemon in the entire game. It's also slower than... Dusclops is also slower than Parasect with Taunt, which is something worth noting there. That was a good note from Sandy in the chat. Just amazing utility coming out of this thing versus Dusknoir. Is this C tier? Is Dusclops actually C tier?
Yeah, I think this is a typo. I think this is a typo.
Yeah, I was like, I thought it was B tier to C tier. Either way, it's still
yeah.
a justification of like it's higher value because of the tier that it was placed in, because it's going to do the same thing. It's just going to do the same thing, but at a lower cost to you in the draft. So,
yeah, absolutely. No, I agree. This is just, again, this is looking like an uninhibited Garby team. Like, of course, like you'd probably pick like Togekiss over Togetic, but like even then, like this is just looking like your draft. And like Dusknoir doesn't seem quite as essential when you have Cresselia, right? Like Cresselia like is the Trick Room mon, and like you don't need Dusknoir for that. I think Dusclops for its value is just so huge. I totally understand why you went for it.
Yeah, the other thing to note is that Cresselia is not immune to Fake Out, and Dusclops is. And that's something that's critical to hold like the glue together in terms of a Trick Room lineup, considering I lean so hard into Trick Room that you have to basically set it up to where this is also a threat that they have to account for. They can't just deal with Cresselia and just fake it out and like, oh, Trick Room's done, we're good.
Yeah, and Frisk, always good. Always good.
Oh, yeah.
And in this format where you don't necessarily know what your opponent's bringing, it's just great. Last but not least for this round is Sneasel, coming out in the C tier for the Arkansas Arrokuda. Really cool mon. I've always loved this mon. It's similar to Weavile, except it has a little niche on it, which is Inner Focus. Weavile does not get that ability, and Sneasel does. So it's a little bit slower, it's a little bit weaker. Its defenses are lower, but that hardly matters. And overall, I think this is a nice addition to the Arrokuda's lineup. I feel like that ice typing is something that really helps their team out right here. What do you think?
Yeah, I think the ice typing actually does help round it out quite a bit, because you're almost questioning like, what takes out the dragons in this lineup is the one core thing that I would say, like, as much as I've been interested in this draft, it doesn't have a way to take out those big bad dragons, and this does give it the ability to access that. Inner Focus also means that Weavile technically is immune to Intimidate in addition to that Fake Out. Adding Fake Out pressure into the lineup in addition to what Hitmonchan was bringing, you have more Fake Out pressure, which is great, and just an ability to destroy some dragon Pokemon without being uninhibited, like through Intimidate. So like Salamence can't just like come in and maybe survive an ice attack like it can versus Weavile. The Sneasel will in fact hit it pretty hard in that regard. So I think it's a good pickup.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with the ice typing here is that, like, while 95 attack isn't the highest, the majority of stuff that Sneasel wants to hit with ice type attacks is going to be double weak to it. So if that Salamence doesn't have a Yachi Berry, it's going down. And it's not like this thing's going to be built bulky either. It's going to be offensive. So I think the ice typing here is going to serve its purposes. And then Sneasel is just also really useful from, like, a supportive aspect, as you were saying. Round 8 recap. Let's take a look. Again, getting some more spice. We're getting towards the end of the draft. Without question, my favorite pickup here was Stantler. I'm curious to see what you think. I think it's also interesting that we see some crazy offensive powerhouses still, like Crawdon and Nidoking, and to some extent Empoleon and Magmortar.
Yeah, I can gush about things like Stantler and Crawdon for sure, because they're some of my favorites out of this entire draft. But I wholeheartedly agree with you that like the surprise of this round was how much offensive power came to the table that I didn't really expect this late in the draft. Like the Blastoise pickup is low-key like high damage power, Espeon is really high damage, Crawdon, Nidoking, Absol. Like there's a lot of different pressure here that is like really, really potent that like this late in the draft, you would expect it to be like kind of like scrounging for utility picks out of D tier, right. But we keep seeing all this crazy offensive pressure, and it's really cool.
Absolutely. All right, only 2 rounds left. We're basically done. I'll take this one here with the Arracudas. They picked up Hypno. Now this is a mon like you basically never see, which is, you know, that's where we're at in the draft. We're at the last 2 rounds. So it's cool to be able to analyze it a little bit here. It gets Inner Focus, which is awesome. It gets Trick Room, it gets Hypnosis. I'm sure it gets other support things, but again, it's Hypno and I don't know that much about it. That special defense is worth looking at in combination with 85 HP. That's pretty specially bulky. I'm not sure exactly what kind of support stuff this does, but that's worth noting. Also worth noting is Forewarn. This is probably the only format where Forewarn is actually kind of useful. If you don't end up needing Inner Focus and you think your opponents might carry a special tech move to beat your Pokemon, Forewarn might be able to reveal it to you, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah, Hypno was actually one of the Pokemon that as like my Trick Room lineup was developing, it was something I was looking at as like a backup just in case for some reason Dusclops was taken or if I needed to shift into the D tier for a secondary Trick Room setter, mostly because of that Inner Focus. Inner Focus Trick Room is basically like using a Ghost type. It's the same exact regard in what you're getting out of the Trick Room setter, and it has some crazy utility that you noted. So this Pokemon is just a very, very solid, bulky, utility-based Trick Room Pokemon. And I think it'll serve this lineup really well, that it's not exactly the fastest lineup and it doesn't have Tailwind support. So you are looking for those easy Trick Room setups. Having access to double fake out, having access to redirection, it just seems very obvious that you should get some Trick Room in your lineup somewhere. And having Mismagius plus the Hypno is an easy way to get some really solid Trick Room utility.
Absolutely.
All right. So now one of my favorite picks in this entire draft coming into round 9. This is something that I knew I was going to pick up really, really early in the lineup. It's very obvious with Torkoal that you can get the classic Torkoal Lilligant setup, but obviously Lilligant's not in the game. So instead we made use of Bellossom. Bellossom is, in my opinion, better than its constituent Vileplume in the B tier, simply because in the draft league in particular, the C tier makes it so it's just an overall stronger, higher, because it's a higher value pick. In addition to it, its added bulk really does allow it to make use of other items that is without Focus Sash. Now we get access to After You Eruption in the Sun, which is like the reason to use this. It's just a lot of damage, and adding that Sleep Powder in addition to that utility to support the rest of the lineup is just really powerful. It's a one trick at what it does, but it very much enables a speed mode in a normally just Trick Room oriented lineup, and that's really fun in my opinion.
Yeah, this was something that was pretty terrifying. It's worth noting that this is like the only reasonable grass type with chlorophyll that was in C tier. Stuff like Vileplume and Victory Bell were all in B tier, and I personally think that Bellossom was a little under tiered, but I'm glad you picked it up as a C because it is kind of ridiculous. I believe it gets Quiver Dance, does it not?
It does, yeah, it gets Quiver Dance as well.
It gets Quiver Dance. I think it gets Moonlight, which is technically a sun boosted move for some reason. So if you went really bulky, you could get Moonlight in the sun. This is such an obvious pickup for you, and I love it. And just like aesthetically, it's just neat. I don't know. I think this is a cool pick.
Yeah.
Up next from the Whitney City Whimsies is Ditto. When you have a draft that is as stacked and terrifying as we've been making it out to be, I think Ditto makes a lot of sense as a D tier. The stats here hardly matter. We're going to see Imposter, and we're going to see like Quick Claw or Choice Scarf or Life Orb or something. I don't know what, but it's going to be copying all of your stats except for your HP, and it's just going to be you. This is especially valuable in Draft League because you get to see their set. A lot of you won't be seeing standard sets as much in Draft League because people are going to be trying to counter your team. So just the information that Ditto provides is kind of crazy. So, and furthermore, if you do Scarf, and you're up against a setup mon that's gone for Dragon Dance or something, you can copy their boosts with Imposter. So, all in all, just a wild mon. It looks unassuming, but Ditto can do whatever it wants.
Yeah, it's a D tier that can transcend its tier by stealing the identity of other Pokemon. Grache continues to solidify their position as the draft villain of this entire setup, literally stealing Pokemon from other lineups. And as you said, stealing information as well. It's just a very, very powerful D tier in that it can be whatever you want it to be as long as you position it correctly.
Right.
It could be really bad, but it could also be amazingly good because it can steal stats and then outspeed the Pokemon it stole the stats from, basically. So it's crazy how good this utility in this Pokemon is.
Yeah, we'll see how creatively Grace decides to use it here.
Absolutely. The Boston Beedus, on brand as they should, is picking up Bibarel on this round 9. Bibarel. I always mispronounce that.
Barrel? I don't know.
The barrel? I don't know. It could be whatever we want it to be. I'm sure someone will type it in Twitch chat and just like try to pronounce it, and I still won't say it correctly. Either way, Bibarel is a very interesting pickup. It had to be on the Boston Beedus in general. Like, it's unfortunate that they didn't pick up Bidoof, but like, you gotta also play. Yeah. You gotta play for the win. But having these abilities is something that I really want to note on Bibarel in particular. Simple, Unaware, or Moody. All these have great potential to do insane things, and we can't really predict what it's going to be. It can either wall out certain Pokemon by investing in its bulk and using Unaware. It can use Simple and become a crazy stats booster with things like Curse, or it can use Moody and just try to stall out while getting some crazy boosts out of it. I think the Simple Swords Dance Aqua Jet or the Simple Curse setup with Aqua Jet is going to be the way that they end up taking it, but it can get really, really terrifying.
Yeah, very on-brand pick, and I'd like to reiterate that evasion is not banned in this format, so simple double team is a thing that could happen.
Yep.
So everyone's got to be careful, got to run your vital throws or something. All in all, yeah, I mean, it's a Bibarel, it's a Beaver, you don't really think that much of it, but all of its abilities are so good, and as a normal type, it gets crazy coverage, so I'm sure Gabby will be able to make use of this Beaver.
Oh, absolutely.
The Wind and Dragapults pick up Steelix in the 9th round. I think this is a really cool mon. Its defense, obviously, is insane. The rest of its stats leave a little to be desired, but the speed isn't necessarily a bad thing, and its abilities are pretty good. Sturdy is actually pretty usable, considering if it gets hit with a super effective special attack, it might not take it very well, but Life Orb Sheer Force is great, of course. And Rockhead, I'm sure, gets some recoil moves that could benefit from that. This is a mon that you have to respect. It's again one of those one-trick ponies in the D tier, like how Absol was with attack. This one's with defense. It's gonna wall whatever physical attacker it wants for the most part. 200 defense and doing like a max HP EVs is gonna be something. I think it complements Cosmos's team pretty well. I think having a good like steel type switch in is gonna do wonders. And there we go. Look at that. It's the fantasy core. We got the dragon type Latios, the fairy type Mr. Mime, and the steel type Steelix.
Yeah, the big thing here for Steelix, considering it did lose Body Press, which was something huge, which is monstrous defensive stat. When it was in Gen 8, it could just Body Press away and be incredibly useful in that way. But Rockhead Head Smash is always going to be terrifying. Even if it's coming from a base 85 attack, just being able to smack somebody with that amazing damage off of the Head Smash is always something to be afraid of. You can use Sturdy as well and have this added utility, but I think a big proponent of what makes this thing an amazing offensive threat is literally just Rocket Head Smash. So you can easily get a nice utility aspect out of it, but I'm really scared of that aspect.
I know in Sword and Shield, it got the moves Wide Guard and Dragon Tail. I'm not sure if it gets those in this game, but if it does, those are both pretty high utility. Dragon Tail can phase a bunch of Trick Room setters, although with Steel, she'd probably want to be in Trick Room, but regardless, Wide Guard is definitely something to have.
Absolutely. The Pacific Pippos pick up Primeape as their D tier pick for the round 9. And honestly, this is a really nice pickup as an additional Defiant Pokemon to stave off things like any Intimidate user possible. And it's just, again, it doesn't look very assuming on paper, mostly because its stats leave a little bit on the table to be desired. 105 attack with 95 speed is respectable, especially for a D tier Pokemon. But I think the big deal with that is the Defiant in particular really helps set it apart from some of its constituents in general. It does have access to some pretty interesting moves as well. I think something like a Final Gambit is pretty cool, even though base 65 sort of lets that strategy down a little bit. It does have access to things like Helping Hand as well, which is really cool and really interesting for its utility aspects. But yeah, it just has a decent move pool. It hits pretty hard. It's overall just, I think, a solid pickup.
Primeape is another mon that really benefits from Draft League. It's certainly outclassed by a whole bunch of other fighting types, but I think in this context, it works pretty well. It's got enough offense where you got to respect it, and it's reasonably fast. Defiant's pretty cool. I don't think with this draft it necessarily matters yet. The team is mostly special attackers, but it's always good to have. And also just like having a good physical attacker that can, I'd imagine gets close combat, that can just go for strong fighting type attacks is just going to be useful. So I totally respect Zach's pickup here, and I think it's a really prime choice for a D tier.
Absolutely.
San Diego Sandials picked up Flygon. I knew they weren't done with dragons. As a dragon lover, they had to get another one, and I think Flygon is a great choice. That levitate ability is super nice, and just being a ground type is great too. It can reasonably go physical or special attacking. 100 base speed is going to be excellent just in general. That's kind of the benchmark that you shoot for in this. And, 80 bulk is actually fine. That's really not bad at all. You could build this thing fine. I'm not sure about what kind of support moves it gets, but I know that it gets a good combination of ground, dragon, and bug type moves. So I'm sure that Slashvik will find a creative way to use Flygon here this season of the Draft League.
Yeah, I think Flygon really adds to this lineup in that there's plenty of like levitate users in addition to Flygon. So this opens up like some really nice EQ spam options. So D-Dance EQ could be something on the table for them in the future when they actually start to use this lineup. So yeah, getting Dragon, it's just really a solid Dragon type to pick up with some really solid base stats overall. It's just an on-brand pick, and I think it works with their team really well.
Yeah, you're looking at this draft and you see a host of ice weaknesses. Well, not really a host, but Flygon, Salamence, and Aerodactyl. But then you got those bulky waters that just stave it off really, really nicely. So I can definitely see the kind of defensive synergy that the Sandials are going for here while still maintaining their love of dragons.
So the Alolan again pick up another cool Pokemon in Hitmonlee. Hitmonlee is very similar to Hitmonchan in that it has this added utility, but something that it does that Hitmonchan doesn't is hit really freaking hard. Like this thing, 120 base power is really, really strong. Adding the Reckless as well as the Unburden makes it so even though it can be flinched unlike Hitmonchan, having that fake out pressure plus either using something like an Unburden or a Reckless to get some really, really powerful high jump kicks is going to be crazy. So let me double check if I'm reading that ability correctly because I don't interact with Reckless enough, but I'm pretty sure if it has some kind of
high jump kick is boosted by Reckless. That's correct.
Yes. Okay.
Which is
so
yeah,
that's gonna be terrifying to deal with.
Granted that we're in VGC, there's going to be a lot of protects, but still, if you get caught out by that, you're probably going to get knocked out. I think it's pretty neat that every Hitmon has been drafted in this draft league. I think it's kind of cool.
Yeah, that's actually really interesting because considering some of them aren't really high utility Pokemon, except for Hitmontop, like Hitmonlee and Hitmonchan seeing the spotlight a little bit more is going to be pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how Crystal's going to use this guy. The Sudbury Snover picked up Honchkrow. This is a really cool dark and flying type. I think in this Battle Festival doubles, it's a little overshadowed by its younger brother Murkrow just because of that Prankster Tailwind utility, but this thing's got some offensive prowess. 100 HP is a lot, and 125 attack is also quite a bit. That's up there close to the 130s. It also has actually surprisingly good special attack. I didn't even know it was that high. It gets access to Sucker Punch with 125 attack and Super Luck. That's kind of sounding like Absol a little bit. Also, Moxie could really run away with games, and I know it gets support moves, all the same ones that Murkrow does. Tailwind, Thunder Wave, Haze, Perish Song. Even if you're not running this in offensively, it just does what Murkrow does, but without Prankster, which is, and more bulk. That's something is definitely happening there.
Yeah, and in addition to all those crazy offensive prowesses, that honestly is just a very stylish Pokemon that I think is really cool in lineups like this. So this is just a really cool Pokemon that benefits a lot from the different support Pokemon that are around it. Giving it access to things like Tailwind coming from the Crobat in particular is just going to be a really good way for this thing to just set up and just sweep through things like crazy. And once that Snowball gets going behind Tailwind, like this thing can run through lineups. It's kind of scary to think about the fact that like this thing can just take out one Pokemon and suddenly the snowball begins. And even though it's squishy, it can be dealt with in different ways. It's something that's really terrifying if you're not prepared for it.
Yeah, I think it's a super cool pickup in general.
Mm-hmm. The Logan Lycanrocs, they picked up Seaking in the D tier. So Seaking in particular is really cool because one, it adds an additional Swift Swim user to the team as a pure water Swift Swimmer this time, which it does have some pretty decent stats overall, making it a pretty excellent D tier in that regard. But it also has access to the coveted Lightning Rod. So in case the lineup isn't really as benefiting from the Marowak in particular in the lineup, if it doesn't fit too well, there's still that additional lightning rod support that comes into play at the high value of being in the D tier. So that is just a really cool pickup for them in terms of just making use of that. There's also something to note that this is a Pokemon that came up within that mono water team that was going around winning some events in VGC in when we were over in Sword and Shield.
It was a Lime mono water, right? Because the Urshifu on Team Preview was just Urshifu, but it was actually the Dark Urshifu, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it was definitely a lot, but it was still really cool to see.
That was a
cool
cool
team. That full, like nearly full mono water lineup and include Sea King in there and actually like do some damage. So yeah, Sea King is nothing to scoff at. It may not be the craziest like potent threat, but like it's still a really cool pickup for it.
Yeah, I mean, this thing's attack is usable. I'm Swift Swim, Choice Band, Waterfall, I guess, in the rain. Like, that could be crazy. It's a D tier, so it's kind of hard to dive too far into it. I don't think it gets any good support moves necessarily, but hey, it's a Mon. It fits the team. It's another source of Lightning Rod, and it has Swift Swim. Like, might as well. I think it's cool.
Absolutely.
I picked up Meganium. There is my Elemental Core, my Fire, Water, Grass. I love Meganium. Well, to be more accurate, I love Bayleaf, but there's no Eviolite in this game, and Meganium just seemed really good. I was looking at the picks that everyone else had made, and I decided I don't really need offensive grass. There's like no real reason. I need it for Swampert and Gastrodon, which is like not a big deal. I have lots of grass coverage. What I really wanted was defensive grass, and base 100 defense with base 100 special defense and 80 HP makes for a really nice, bulky, pure grass type. A lot of bulky grasses have secondary typings like poison or something, so just being pure grass is actually pretty solid for me. I think it's got a lot of flexibility. It has tons of support. It gets heal pulse, aromatherapy, synthesis. It gets all the special grass moves that you want. It gets some interesting physical grass moves, and its attack is only 1 point lower than its special attack, which I think is kind of interesting. And I just think it's a cool mon. I like the flower. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, I really like Meganium as a pickup. I like, even though it is like, in terms of Pokemon in general, like obviously it's really, this is where we're talking about the draft league and the format in that regard. And Meganium can be very useful if you're looking for just a check to some of those critical Pokemon like Gastrodon, like Swampert. This is an excellent Pokemon to do that, and it suits the lineup really well. It should be noted, to steal Cosmos' joke, it is the only Mega Pokemon in the format. So even though we don't have the Mega Stones, we still have Meganium, so we're doing pretty good with that. So excellent pickup. I'm really not shocked that it made it this far down the draft as a D tier, but I think it rounds out your lineup really well, and it will make good use of it on the team.
Yeah, this was something that like I had decided before the draft started. Like, I want Meganium as my D tier, and I didn't really have a good reason for it, but at the end of the day, I think it flushes out the team pretty well.
Definitely worked out. So the Chicago Chanseys, they picked up Bastiodon. Bastiodon is a defensive powerhouse. It may not have the base HP to back it up, but those base stats in its defense and special defense are absurdly high. That and having access to both sturdy and soundproof means that this thing is kind of hard to crack. It needs to have, like, you need to exploit those quad weaknesses in order to really break it down. But if you don't have that on the board, this thing can wall out pretty well. If I'm not mistaken, it does have some pretty decent utility moves. I'm excited that it did get soundproof as a hidden ability, because it might actually do some work with that in general. Sure. It also is a pretty big Pokemon, so it does get access to things like Heavy Slam. Stab Heavy Slam is really good. The unique move of Metal Burst that not a lot of people get access to is really cool.
Sturdy Metal Burst, I mean, that can just KO something.
Yeah, Sturdy Metal Burst is just like an Oko scenario. That's pretty cool. So it's a pretty solid Pokemon. Like, it doesn't bring anything like super crazy to the table, except for those stats. But I mean, if you just get into a scenario where it's not going to get exploited for its weaknesses, this thing is pretty hard to take down.
And hey, Wide Guard, right?
Yeah, I mean, Wide Guard is really good utility. That's so true.
Yeah, we're getting to the point in D tier where people are, again, picking things that are kind of one-trick ponies. Bastiodon, what does it do? It's just really bulky, and I think that's what this team really benefits from.
Absolutely.
Round 9. There's one round left, and these are the picks that we went through. Some really exciting stuff. A lot of D tiers. We're at the point where pretty much everything's going to be D tier. I know for sure that there's a team, at least one team that has an A or a B tier left, so we'll probably see that in round 10. I hate to be selfish, but I think for this one, I'm going to say my favorite pick here is Meganium, but Blossom's a runner-up. I love these pure grass types. What are your thoughts on this round?
Yeah, I do like the addition of pure grass types. And I do like that people are rounding out like their lineups really nicely with some of these D tiers. My favorite pickup is for sure the Ditto. I think it like has the highest skill ceiling potential to really get some insane value, and that just like becoming an A tier out of a D tier pick is just going to be insane value. That's just economics. Like that's what that looks like. Like
Yeah,
it's just, you paid nothing for it. You got something out of it. Like it's really good. So that's the one I'm definitely the most excited for.
All right. I believe it's time for the final round of the Calyrex Game Corners BDSP Draft League. Let's take a look at who's the last picks are going to be.
Okay, so the Chicago Chanseys, they picked up Luminion, the low-key last Storm Drain user that is possibly in the lineup. If you're looking to shut down rain teams, obviously Storm Drain is going to be something that is really, really useful to have, and this is one of the best users of it. In terms of a D-tier pickup, it's the last one that you really have access to. And it was kind of something that was almost forgot about. I didn't really think of the fact that it got Storm Drain until, like, much later, but it's just a really cool thing that you can add to your lineup that really helps round out that utility. Other than that, Luminion is pretty kind of unassuming. I can't think of any notable moves that it brings to the table outside of
it gets Tailwind, which is kind of weird. It's super weird, but it gets Tailwind. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even realize that. Okay,
yeah.
So yeah, it gets Tailwind. It does have access to things like Safeguard as well. Low key, it does have Swift Swim plus Soak if you want to make use of that somewhere.
Yeah,
it's can pop up with that.
It's a weird one. It's kind of an underdog, and it's worth noting that also it has the nicest stats in the entire national decks. Definitely worth noticing there. So I totally see why the Chanseys went for it.
Yeah, scientifically speaking, it is the nicest for sure.
Yeah. It's just interesting. Like it's kind of less of a one-trick pony in the D tier and more of just like I don't know. It does stuff. You know, it does some weird stuff.
A really funny utility against rain that I didn't really consider is that you could also go Swift Swim plus Icy Wind and look to like gimp the rain advantage that people are getting from their Swift Swim mons, which is kind of cool. That's like an interesting like utility thing in addition to just running Soak. It's probably still more value to run Soak, but I think it's something that can like really mix people up and is something to consider.
Yeah, there's a lot of water types in this draft, and I think just having a Storm Drain Mon in general is just pretty useful. Even though the only real weaknesses are Arcanine and Bastiodon, still just good to have. Who knows? I think this thing might pop off.
Yeah, good. Very possible.
Speaking of an answer to water types, I picked up Toxicroak as my last pick. I honestly didn't have a plan for a round 10 pick going into it, but I like Toxicroak. I don't know. I felt like Gallade's fighting type on my team was really valuable. I felt like a lot of the stuff I'd had trouble with, like ice types and dark types, the fighting type that Gallade provided would be useful, so I was kind of looking for another one. I was also acknowledging that there's just a lot of water in this draft, and having Dry Skin was just going to be something that's really helpful. Despite the fact that I don't suffer that much with water types, I just thought it would be nice to have. Toxicroak has some really cool options. It gets some priority moves like Fake Out, Feint, Vacuum Wave, Bullet Punch. All of its abilities are good, and again, kind of like Forewarn with Hypno, Anticipation could be a tech. I might run it. Maybe like I'm expecting like there could be a move that is low that people don't really bring on them on, but Anticipation could reveal it. Who knows? But really, the winners here are Dry Skin and Poison Touch. If I'm not wrong, Poison Touch makes Poison Jab a 51% chance to poison, which like while Poison isn't the best status condition, it's pretty good. It's not bulky at all, but that's fine. I don't really need it for the bulk. The attack is good, and it gets Nasty Plot and Swords Dance, so I could even run a special set if there's going to be a lot of Intimidate. Overall, I just think this is a perfectly reasonable last round pick.
Yeah, I think it's just a nice thing to add that layer of that rain check. I think Dry Skin is going to be really useful into a lot of lineups. Rain was definitely more popular than things like Sun, and it's not like you're really tempted to bring this into Sun anyway in most cases. So, like, Dry Skin is just a really solid thing to have in your lineup, because what lineup doesn't want to have a water immunity, especially when waters are so potent across the board? You said it yourself with the Luminion. Luminion is useful because the water draft is so potent in this entire draft league, regardless if it's rain or not. So Dry Skin's going to give you that same level of value, more or less. It's not going to suck it in, but it's still going to do a lot of value.
Yeah, absolutely.
So the Logan Lycanrocs, they picked up Glalie as their D tier pick. So Glalie is like interesting because ice types as like a general typing aren't really something you really look for a lot of the time. But that being said, Glalie is a serviceable D tier. So mostly due to the fact that it has some crazy snowball potential in Moody. So that's where I think Glalie really shines, is that it can come out of nowhere as a really powerful offensive threat in that Moody. It also has the ability to run some pretty cool moves in terms of inner focus. So you can, if you want to, you can focus on some interesting utility as well, utilizing the Stab Icy Wind and such with that inner focus, can't be flinched, etc. But I think the most important thing is that Moody. If you're not prepared to check the Moody, and if they get some evasion boosts off after like stalling forever, you're gonna be in for a bad time. It's not gonna be really easy to deal with.
Yeah, Gladeely's a really interesting mon. It's definitely one of those round 10 D tiers, right? It's not something that you think someone would rush for, but like 80 stats across the board, I just don't really know how to feel about it. Like, it could be bulky, but it's an ice type. It could be offensive, but 80 isn't that much. But really Moody, as you've been saying, is the selling point, and it can really snowball with games with that Moody, I think.
Yeah, it's definitely looking to be a cheese strat, but I think it's a pretty consistent cheese strat. If they don't deal with it, then it will pop off.
Mm-hmm. Up next, the Sudbury Snover picked up Clefairy. Again, with no EV Light in this format, it's probably not as potent as it used to be, but hey, Follow Me Friend Guard is Follow Me Friend Guard. Not to mention, I'm pretty sure it still gets stuff like Icy Wind, gets Helping Hand, you can run Sing if you're feeling spicy. This is just, it's a good fairy type that's supportive, and even though it doesn't have EV Light, it's still pretty bulky. Friend Guard's just always good, always.
Yeah, Friend Guard's a solid thing. It might lose value in the non-Dynamax format as well, just because the Dynamax increasing the HP value compounds that defensive reduction that it provides. But it's still just a solid thing. You noted the Eviolite, it does lose that added utility, and its stats leave a lot to be desired, but I mean, it's a Follow Me user, and it has good utility. It's good enough for what it does. Friend Guard just being on the board means it has to be targeted, meaning you might just be able to protect through some stuff. You can Follow Me, you can mix them up, and you're playing that guessing game with Clefairy at all times, even in a format where it doesn't have EV Light. So that's just still really useful.
Absolutely.
So we noted that there was still one person with an A tier left, and that would be the Alolachu's. Crystal left an A tier, dead last in the lineup, and came in with a Jirachi. Jirachi is really scary in that it has a really solid baseline, but the big thing with Jirachi is that Serene Grace. So Serene Grace doubles the effects of all secondary effects on moves, and Jirachi actually has a very potent move in Iron Head.
It actually does not. It lost it in this game.
Oh, it lost it in this channel. I didn't even realize it.
Which is good for us, but bad for Jirachi.
Yeah, that's definitely good for us, actually.
Yeah.
Wait, did it? Oh, yeah, it did. Yeah, I lost because that.
It was a TR or something.
Yeah.
It just doesn't have it. Regardless, it's crazy because like Steel Psychic, great typing, 100 across the board, wild, crazy, insane coverage. Doom Desire's a move. Like, I don't know.
Doom Desire is a move. Yeah. No, this is still a crazy Pokemon. Even without that ability to do that, it still has access to Zen Headbutt, which can also make the target flinch. It's not as potent as Iron Head, but you still have that access to it as well. You have access to all these crazy secondary effects in the Serene Grace, and its typing is, as you said, excellent.
And with Meteor Mash,
it has.
Get that Serene Grace attack increase. That's something.
That would be pretty funny.
Yeah, I mean...
let's go for the physical, because like you can just go for that, and running Zen Headbutt with that particular setup is actually pretty cool. So yeah, there's a lot of interesting options for Jirachi. It might have lost that core Iron Head in this generation, but it is definitely something to be feared and respected.
Absolutely. I'm excited that we're playing with mythicals. I know it's controversial, but seeing Jirachi, Manaphy, and Mew in this draft is just so fun and cool. And when are you going to see them? Never. So I'm stoked on it.
Yeah, it's going to be really awesome.
The San Diego Sandals picked up Haunter. This was a D tier that was a not fully evolved that I was like, this is a really good budget D tier because it just does what Gengar does, but a little bit worse, which is honestly really good because Gengar is excellent. It's not bulky at all, but it's got 95 speed and 115 special attack. And unlike Gengar, it has Levitate. So with the high attack stat mons on this team being immune to Earthquake, pretty awesome. It's also noted that besides of course there's 3 steel types, right? But just in general, like Salamence hates fairies. And so Haunter just beats fairies even harder with those really powerful sludge bombs. I think that this is a really fun last round pick to see in a draft league like this.
Yeah, this is something that I think should have been on people's radars as a D tier pick, because as you said, it's literally Gengar light, but the value of being a D tier pick like makes this thing skyrocket in my eyes a little better. And getting access to the Levitate that Gengar lost is still really cool for it, because it actually gives it a little bit of a niche over Gengar, because Gengar losing that and just being Curse Body is really sad for it, but really solid for Haunter in terms of utility.
Yeah,
that's really awesome. It's good D tier.
Absolutely.
The Pacific Pitbulls picked up Donphan in the D tier. Donphan is a surprisingly very bulky Pokemon. It is just strictly like almost like a weaker version of like Rhydon/Rhyperior, in that it does want to do a very similar job, but that in that regard, the fact that it went down to a D tier under them because of that means that the value of this thing ends up being pretty high. Having access to Sturdy is really good for it, and Sand Veil is really cool if you get into a sand duel with people. It does allow it to almost like low-key counter sand in a lot of different ways because you get access to that Sand Veil, and it does have the good physical bulk. But for the most part, if you do see this in a lineup, it's probably going to be Sturdy. Either way, I think just it's a big damage hitter. It's not as cool as like it is in singles because a lot of people will use this as like a rapid spinner. And rapid spin obviously is just not a thing that really happens in VGC because of the lack of entry hazards. But even still, I think it's just a solid pickup. It hits hard, it does its job, and yeah, it's a good Pokemon.
Yeah, this is totally a draft league mon. You know, there's a ton of good ground types that get Earthquake, and there's a lot that just are better than Donphan, but this is where Donphan gets to shine, because it's not bad, it's just outclassed. But it has a couple unique tricks up its sleeve. Like, I know for sure it gets Ice Shard. Like, how many ice types get or ground types get Ice Shard? Not many. So, all in all, I think this is a really smart D-tier pick. It's honestly pretty high value with that stat total, so I'm curious to see how the Piplups run with it.
Yeah, the getting knockoff, gunk shot, play rough, ice shard, like it has some pretty like unique moves.
Right.
And it's cool. That's really awesome.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens with it. The Wind and Dragapults picked up Regigigas. This is a very threatening last round pick and also a really safe one. Regigigas and Slacking together are two mons that like if you don't plan on like, you know, making them work, you're not going to pick them up because their abilities are so much of a problem. I think by this point, Cosmos realized that no one picked up Coughing and that it's time to pick up an offensive powerhouse that benefits with Wheezing. Regigigas or Slacking had to be one of them, and he went for Gigas, and I think that was a great decision. Just look at those stats. 670 total. Disgusting. The only average stat, which isn't even bad, is just whatever, is special attack, and you're not even going to use that. 160 attack, 110 HP defense and special defense. Dude, this is awful. This is just going to be such a pain in the draft to deal with, and I'm terrified.
Yeah, you have to address this Pokemon within the space. Like, you were worried about Wheezing before, and now Wheezing has a buddy that is a really good tool to make use of Wheezing. So if your lineup's weak to Wheezing, it's going to be even weaker to Regigigas coming out. I will note that Regigigas, I think, in the transition to BDSP got worse in that it lost Dynamax from Sword and Shield, which I think made it way more potent than it ever needed to be in comparison. But that being said, like, this thing is still going to hit really freaking hard and has a amazing move pool to capitalize on the fact that it can make use of its amazing stats with slow start being shredded off of it with neutralizing gas. So like, I think this thing is going to pop off in big ways, and if you don't have a fighting type to deal with this, honestly, good luck.
Yeah, this has got to be one of the most stressful matchups in the entire league, I think. So we'll see how that goes when we end up playing. Let's move on. I don't want to look at the stat total anymore.
Yeah, of course. The Boston Beaters, they picked up Skuntank in the D tier. So Skuntank is a pretty interesting, bulky Pokemon overall. It does have some pretty overall, like, decently bulky stats because its HP pool kind of offsets its little bit mediocre stats in the defensive and special defense category. What really shines for it on the defensive side is its typing. The Poison Dark typing, I believe, only leaves it a weakness to ground types. Yep. So that is just a really good defensive synergy it has with itself. In addition to some pretty decent moves, it does get access to things like Stab Sucker Punch. It does get access to things like Explosion, which is very cool. It's not Stab Explosion like Licky Licky, but it's still very solid. And overall, it does get access to Stab Snarl. Like, it has some pretty decent moves that I think will catch people off guard if they're not familiar with Skuntank. But we're in round 10, and it is one of those quintessential D tiers that I think will be pretty solid in a lineup like this.
Yep, this is definitely a round 10 pick, but it's not a bad one at all. As you said, the defensive typing is just really, really valuable. It does get coverage. I'm pretty sure it gets some pretty decent like status and support moves, but again, it's a D tier. I'm not really sure exactly what it gets, but it's a skunk, and it's a round 10 pick. I'm not really sure. The abilities don't offer that much for it. I think Stench gives flinch chances on certain moves. If you're running Sucker Punch, like maybe, I don't know. I don't think Kenai is ever really going to come into play. In Aftermath, it's damage. So, you know, it's a mon for sure.
Aftermath could actually prove to like be a little bit chunky for some games. Like an Aftermath plus an Explosion can do a lot of work.
Yeah, absolutely. So for a last pick for the Boston Bidoof, I totally see it. I think it makes sense.
Absolutely.
The Windy City Whimsies picked up Masquerain. I thought this was a really cool D tier pick, and I was really hoping someone would get it. It didn't make sense for me, but I actually really like it here. It has 2 incredible abilities, probably the best pairing of abilities throughout the whole D tier, Intimidate and Unnerve, both insanely useful. I believe it gets Quiver Dance. It definitely gets some kind of buggy support moves, but I think a under noticed buff that it got exclusively in Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl is Soak. Super interesting. So I'm really curious to see what's going to happen with this guy. You never see Masquerain in its draft league, and I'm excited. And with how threatening the rest of this team is, this thing is just kind of the right support to back it all up. I don't know.
Yeah, I can confirm it does in fact get Quiver Dance, which is super cool. I believe, let me make sure that I'm lining up on the right decks, but it should be, yeah, it gets Quiver Dance. So that's really cool for it, and it does get some pretty decent stab moves. But like you said, the big things that I'm looking out for is like things like Haze and things like Soak. Those are really, really big, I think, in terms of its utility, and having Intimidate or Unnerve, depending on the lineup, is just going to be a very decent utility mon to round out the D tier. And honestly, just adding to the intimidation factor of, like, it does give off villain Pokemon vibes to me, and I think that really supports the team aesthetic of this team scares the crap out of me, and they're looking to take over the world kind of vibes. So
yeah,
pretty good.
Yeah, it's funny, like this whole draft, every mon is like intimidating, and then the least intimidating one has the ability Intimidate. So it's like, yeah, what are you gonna do? Yep. Rashay's draft is crazy. I don't know what else to say. Let's talk about your guy here.
Yeah, so I picked up Aggron, which, I mean, for some people might be scratching their heads as like, well, you have Rhyperior, why pick up Aggron? Aggron gets a much needed steel typing in this actual lineup, which I think is really useful against a lot of particular lineups. It covers a lot of our weaknesses that we noted across the board, especially to fairies, which I think will be something worth noting for us when we're making use of Aggron over something like Rhyperior. In addition to it, similar to where Steelix comes into play, we have Rockhead Head Smash, which I think gives Aggron a little bit more of a different offensive pressure than something like Rhyperior does. Rhyperior does have the leg up in terms of raw offenses, but in a Trick Room setup, if I can just click Head Smash with Rockhead, it probably will do a lot of damage, no doubt. Getting the stab Head Smash off of Rockhead is going to be something that might catch people off guard and how high the damage is, and that's really where the lineup comes into play. It is, in fact, a like round 10 draft up pick, but I think it can provide a lot of scary offensive pressure if you're not prepared for it.
No, I think this was a great pick for you. I definitely see the steel type being a valuable thing, and just, you know, more Trick Room Rock Slide even. I've been talking about Rock Slide so much in this analysis, but just Rock Slide is just such an important move to have, and Aggron's just a cool mon. I know it has a crazy special move pool, and while you wouldn't run it offensively specially, maybe there's like some utility moves in there. I don't really know. But either way, I'm on board with it. I like it.
Yeah.
The very last pick of the draft was a pretty potent one. Clefable in the B tier for the Arkansas Arrokuda. Clefable, unlike Clefairy, has great stats. It's a true menace in the singles format, and while it's not quite as good in VGC, it's still very good. Magic Guard and Unaware are both crazy abilities, and you could even get some mileage out of Cute Charm. There's not many fairies in this format, and Clefable is just the quintessential fairy. It's just good. It has a lot of utility moves, a lot of setup moves. It does all the supporty things that Clefable does, but with better bulk. And even though it doesn't have Friend Guard, it has a lot of other good options too. I mean, Life Orb Magic Guard is just totally a thing that it can do, not to mention all sorts of support stuff. And just having a fairy type on your team, I think, is something that's really valuable.
Yeah, it is just a crazy good final pick because of the crazy added utility. There's a lot of solid offense on this lineup in particular, and adding in that crazy utility to be able to do things like very cool setups with things like Hypno, being able to set up Trick Room, it's just a good pick. Like you said, there's nothing particularly wrong with Clefable. It's just a very solid pick. It's very much almost Cresselia light too in some lineups. Like you can easily just sit there and click Calm Mind over and over again and just chill and let it set up and just spam out some Moonblast if the lineup can't check this thing. So it's just a good pickup.
Yeah, I don't know if there's anything else to say about that. Let's do a quick review of the final round, and then we'll go into a brief, complete team analysis. In this final round, I thought there was a lot of surprises. We knew that we were expecting an A tier from the Alola Choose, and I was just really pleased to see it was Jirachi. And like, we knew either Gigas or Slacking was coming with the Dragapults, and then we figured that, no, those are the only assumptions that I had personally. But then besides that, those are, this is just some round 10 picks. It's just really fun to see these like Masquerain and Skuntank and Lumineon. Like, what the heck are they going to do? I don't know, but there's going to be at least 1 week where they pop off, and I'm excited.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's the round 10 picks are always something that like kind of gets slept on in these draft leagues, but like truth be told, you can do some pretty amazing things with these like low-key utility Pokemon. We highlighted how they kind of fit into the lineups a little better, and we're going to dive into that a little bit deeper in the next coming couple looks. But I think these Pokemon, like for the most part, we looked at them and they were all pretty solid pickups. Like there was nothing that particularly just screamed like, they just didn't know what to do and pick something. Like everyone had some good thoughts going into those.
Absolutely. Let's get started with the complete team reviews. Arkansas Aracuda. This is what their draft is looking like. I think the stars of the show on the left, Gyarados, Heatran, really what you're looking at. They're going to be coming most weeks, I would assume, unless you have really good answers to either one of those. And then the rest, just like if you're considering those two are like the offensive core, everything else just rounds it out just so well. This is a pretty menacing draft here, and I think my favorite pick out of this that like really flushes it out is probably Parasect. I think just complementary to the rest of the draft. This is just, it's really fun. It's really cool. And I'm excited to see Squid's climb this season.
Yeah, that's a perfect analysis. Those two offensive pieces are going to be critical to every single lineup. But yeah, the things I'm most excited for, Manectric and Parasect. I think those two in particular rounded out that offensive core so perfectly that I'm excited to see them in the coming weeks, like pop off with those particular mons. The other ones really round out the lineup really well, but I think it's that core four that I'm like most excited to see out of this lineup.
Absolutely. Let's talk about yours.
Oh yeah, so my lineup is quintessential Garby comp. We have a lot of Trick Room setup. And that's what I'm looking to do for the most part in the game plan. There is some scary offensive potential modes in the Torkoal Blossom combination. There is also the potential of Disquake spam, which can just get around certain lineups. There's also like some surprise picks in Murkrow getting access to things like Tailwind, so you never know. There could be some surprising cheese that can come out of this lineup, but I think for the most part, this is a quintessential Trick Room lineup. So that's what I like to play as in terms of my VGC playstyle. You'll constantly see me on those. And I think I drafted a lineup that suits that playstyle really well.
Yeah, I think it's wild that no one stopped you. Like, it makes sense, but like, man, you really popped off with the Garby team here, and like, it's gonna be hard to beat. So I'm excited to see what week one looks like after your first game. The villains. The Windy City Whimsies. Don't let their logo fool you. They are the nemesis of this draft league. This is terrifying. Even the D tiers between Ditto, Absol, and Masquerain put in a lot of work in their own respects. And then Garchomp and T-Tar as their first two picks is like, what the heck are we gonna do? Fear is one word I would have to describe this draft.
Yeah, I mean we've cited the narrative of Grache really being the villain of this entire draft league, and you look at the lineup all lined up together and you're like, yeah, this is like final boss villain material, and this lineup is really scary. So it's going to be really hard to take out. It's going to be really difficult to beat. So I'm really excited to see this play out.
Yeah, I have her week 2 and I'm scared.
Same. The Boston Beatus, so their draft clearly looking like a very solid Rain lineup. A little bit like, I would say a little bit off center in comparison to like the other Rain team that's represented here, but very much Gabby picks. In the same vein that I got a lot of picks that you would expect me to play, I think Gabby did a very good job, and their front office did a good job drafting a very particular lineup that I think suits their skill set really well as a player.
Yeah, going back into like Gabby's history with like her Team Magma stuff, like back in like 2015 and whatnot, I knew that Polytoad Kingdra was definitely something that Gabby has just always loved, and Draft League is the perfect time to bust that out. Metagross obviously is a mon that Gabby adores as well, and then Bibarel just made sense with the Boston Bidoof, and every other pick just is good. It just looks good. I'm just excited to see this in action. I especially think that Mew is going to be a lot of fun to see what different Mew sets she brings.
Yeah, I'm excited mostly in this lineup. I think my favorite Pokemon, like they're all quintessential Gabby picks, but I'm excited for Mew and I'm excited for Nidoking. I want to see those two actually pop off really well.
Totally. The Wind and Dragapults, man, what a draft. Raikou round 1 was just kind of wild. As I've been saying, I've told Cosmos personally, I don't know why I just like the Mr. Mime pick so much. I think it just offers so much to the team. Gigas is just going to be a nightmare. Wheezing Gigas, it just... it's like the problem too is that Cosmos just might not even bring it into your week, but the threat is just there, and you have to bring your answer for Gigas, and you have to bring it up front, and it's just gonna suck.
And then you have to respect that pressure.
And everything else is just good, you know, like all the other stuff is just awesome. I don't really have any thoughts besides this is just a really well-rounded draft, very carefully built, and it's going to be really hard to take down.
Yeah, I agree. I felt it was really funny early on when we were looking at the draft, and I was like, wow, Inner Focus Mon's pretty on brand for Cosmos. Cosmos really does love the anti-Incineroar text, even without Incineroar being present in the format. You see the remnants of that and how much they've used these Pokemon in particular. The Raikou pick was definitely my favorite in this entire lineup. I know it was really early in the draft, but it was still amazing to see that like Raikou can be this offensive threat, but also this really powerful utility threat. And the rest of the lineup is just so scary in its own right in so many different ways. I'm excited if there's like some interesting spice that comes out of some of the things like Mr. Mime or Sceptile. Those are the picks that I'm really looking at when Cosmos comes out. Like obviously you want to worry about the Regigigas Weezing, but I feel like that pressure is going to get to people in some lineups, and Cosmos is going to bust out something completely different.
Absolutely.
And really catch them off guard.
Oh, yeah. Sceptile particularly, I know there's going to be some crazy tech that no one saw coming that Sceptile's going to do.
Yeah, he definitely has something in his back pocket for Sceptile.
Oh, yeah.
The Pacific Piplups. So they picked a very solid lineup overall. You're looking at a lot of core pieces to Sun, and at first I was expecting something like a Ninetales to come out at some point. But when it got to the Illuminous or
Illumise. Yeah.
Oh, Illumise. Yep. That mod in particular is what rounds this lineup really nicely. You get access to that Sunny Day to be able to like reset a lot of times in like, especially against rain lineups. So that's going to be some really useful stuff in particular. Gastrodon is another big threat that I think checks a lot of the core threats in the A tier in particular, and is going to be used some really nicely. And then Pachi is going to come and sneak in on people for sure. I think it's just that added utility of the Follow Me is going to be really useful. I'm excited mostly to see Stantler though.
Yeah,
I think Stantler's going to be really cool.
I can agree more. Stantler's going to be crazy. I think like the support pieces, I'm like looking at Illumise, Stantler, Smeargle, and Patchy, like it's going to be so hard to get to the offense on this team. Not necessarily because of bulk, but because like just the shenanigans. Like this is such a shenanigan team. I'm really scared to face it personally.
Yeah, I don't know what's coming out of this lineup, but I'm really excited to see what happens.
Yeah. The San Diego Sandiles gotta be, you know, looking at that mascot, the Sandile gotta be the coolest draft that is out here. Just so many just threatening looking picks that almost kind of intimidate you before the battle even begins. Not to mention, I think the Sandiles had a particularly strong late draft between stuff like Vaporeon, Flygon, Mawile, and Haunter. Just all those picks, I'm just like, geez, you know what? Like for your last 4 picks, those are actually like really, really good. I think this might be the best format that Luxray's ever been in because of all the buffs it's gotten over the generations, and I'm really excited to see what it does. Aerodactyl, Kangaskhan. That duo as a lead is terrifying. They can do whatever they want with you, and you just can't really do anything about it.
Absolutely. That's the big thing is like, I love Kangaskhan in particular in this team. I think like Kangaskhan low-key has a lot of utility because people expect a very simplistic moveset out of Kangaskhan, and the fact that you actually have some like really cool moves coming out of Kangaskhan in particular and pairing it up with something amazing like an Aerodactyl is going to be really, really potent. Not to mention, like we already mentioned, this is just really strong offensive presence in a lot of this lineup. Like Caesar, we're not even talking about Caesar. It's just a monster, and arguably the best Pokemon in the entire format.
Exactly.
So like, if you don't check this thing, it's going to run through you. And if you don't have a fire type, which are few and far between in this actual lineup in general, you're going to have a rough time against Caesar. So that's really great for them.
Yeah, we hadn't talked about it since round 1, but again, as you said, Caesar is considered by many just the best mon in the format. And when it has a backing roster like this, God, this is going to tear through teams.
Yep. The Alolachus coming at us again with their this is my honestly one of my favorite lineups here, because I found that every pick was so interesting and well thought out as we went through the draft, between the obvious core of Manaphy Raichu to start it all off, getting into the other picks like Tangrowth and Moltres and Dugtree. I just love everything in this lineup. It's going to be really scary to deal with because there's a lot of cool tricks that it can pull out on people, and that and they're very unique Pokemon in how they've been selected, that it could catch some people off guard throughout the draft if they don't prepare well enough for it. So this is like really scary.
Yeah, I think Crystal went in wanting to build a team around Raichu, as they usually do when they team build, and they have done so successfully. Again, like, while you might think that like Manaphy is the offensive core, I'm only half memeing when I think that like Raichu is the star of the show here. It functions really well with Manaphy, with Moltres. It just is it's a great support mod. It's a good fast electric type. And I think the rest of the team backs that up really well. I think Tangrowth is going to be really pivotal to the success of this team. And I think people who are looking to beat this team need to find a way around Tangrowth.
Absolutely.
Sudbury Snover. A really, really fun draft with the two Route 1 rodents in the middle. Again, I'm really hoping that we get to see them hit the field at the same time one of these weeks. We'll have to wait and see what happens, but overall, really potent. Again, you might not be immediately threatened by the offensive force of this team, but it's enough. It's there. And what is really threatening is the insane supportive potential between Crobat, Hitmontop, Clefairy, and then like all the other mons have support stuff too. Like for it to support Melodic, right? It has Coil, Hypnosis, and stuff. Honchkrow can do all the supportive stuff that Murkrow can do just without Prankster. Like if you can't take out these mons immediately, you will probably lose.
Yeah, absolutely. The big things for me, like we highlighted all the different crazy support picks and stuff, but the core focus of this team, ironically, is like some of the lower tier picks. The Linoon and the Honchkrow, I think, are going to be the scariest things that pop off because they have so much support backing them up in terms of like giving them the ability to do damage. They're going to do some work in some lineups, especially Linoon. I think people are really going to sleep on how strong Belly Drum Extreme Speed is because you don't see it almost ever.
Right.
So it's going to go crazy. And honestly, Tailwind Honchkrow to me is one of the scariest things in this lineup, and I'm excited to see it like pop off a couple times.
Absolutely.
So the Logan Lycanrocs had a very obvious rain team and really capitalized on the properties that it needed to be a successful rain team. It has the obvious bunch of Swift Swimmers that it required. It has 3 Swift Swimmers in this entire lineup. It has the Crawdon, which is going to smack people around like crazy. It has the awesome Armaldo pickup, which I really think is amazing Pokemon in rain lineups. But the 2 Pokemon that I think I want to highlight the most out of all of them is Breloom and Shedinja. As I said, Shedinja, it is the best Pokemon in the game till it isn't. And I think people need to really keep that in mind and respect it going into most of the Lycanrocs matchups. Because if you don't bring a way to deal with Shedinja, it can make you lose. But then, as you've stated many times before, it puts pressure on you to be forced to deal with it. And this thing could ride the bench till the end of the entire draft league and do nothing, but it did its job already. And that's awesome. And
Exactly.
Breloom, Spore, Mach Punch, and even to some extent Bullet Seed are going to be something that people really have a tough time dealing with. I know personally, as a Trick Room player playing on the BDESP like Battle Festival ladder, Breloom is something that is actually a little bit difficult to deal with as a Trick Room setter because of the 100% accurate Spore and not being able to just like stop it every time if it's paired with a Fake Out user. It ends up being a little bit more difficult to deal with than you would expect. So those things like that, Breloom like kind of can just sneak in there and destroy your lineup unintentionally, and it's really good.
Yeah, I can't stop saying how Shedinja could literally just not be brought, and it could be the MVP of the team. It might not show up a single week, but every matchup has to plan for Shedinja, or else it's just a win con. It's the only team that has an alternate win con, right? So that's just super interesting and fascinating. Zapdos might be a little nerfed compared to Sword and Shield, but it's still got to be one of the best electric types that are there. It's a really solid rain team. And I'd like to take a moment to kind of shout out and thank Karaiko, the coach of this team, who is taking over for a previous member who had to drop out, unfortunately, right after the draft ended. She was a member of their front office, so she was the next line of succession to take over the team, and she made a few preseason trades to kind of make it more her own. But again, just a lot of gratitude for picking that up so last minute, coming up with a logo in like a day, and then just being totally on board to jump into this draft league. So I'm very, very appreciative of that.
Yeah, we have to appreciate the fact that that logo especially was made literally in a day to like take over the team. Like that is very impressive, and they made a lot of logos throughout the entire draft league, including our main logo, which we really appreciate. So Karaiko, we very much appreciate you stepping in, and we look forward to just playing with you. It's
Absolutely.
really awesome.
Speaking of a logo that Karaiko made, this was a joint effort between Paint Seagull and her. But my draft, yeah, I love it. 2 mons that I knew that I was going to pick before the draft even started were Latios and Meganium. I just really liked them and I wanted them to happen. The rest of them I didn't necessarily plan on, but my front office helped me kind of develop and plan around them. And overall, I'm really satisfied. I think it's really cool. We have all the type cores that you'd want, and I've been hyping up type cores so much, but I think in a draft league, it's really important. I wasn't planning on getting Togekiss, but I think Togekiss is one of the better defensive fairies that you have access to. And overall, I'm really pleased with it, and I'm curious to see how well it's going to do.
Yeah, I think overall you have a pretty like solidly spicy lineup. It's a lot of picks that I wouldn't expect to like come together, but I think it comes together in a really elegant way. And like you said, the type layering and synergy that your team has is like really, really awesome. So that's like really nice. Um, yeah, I guess the one thing is like you better get an airport at your training facility for your Pokemon because like, you have a lot of planes going on here.
Yeah, I guess it's a very kind of avian looking lineup, apparently. I think something about this draft is that nothing is like an outright, you look at it, you're like, oh gosh, it's like a powerhouse, it goes crazy, but everything just seems kind of well rounded for the most part, which I guess is kind of what I was going for.
Yeah, it's definitely a very well rounded team.
Cool. Last but not least, let's talk about the Chanseys.
Yeah, the Chicago Chanseys. Again, this is another one of my favorite lineups in terms of like just scarily, sneakily raw power. We started out with the Azumarill and the Pikachu, which I thought coming together had some really amazing potent ability. You have Lucario that also applies offensive pressure, but also at the same time has cool utility. Like this lineup kind of like mixes you up a little bit in a very fun way that makes it really potent in a draft league format. And not to mention that it is pretty on brand for Liz in general. So like there's a lot of cool things coming together here. There's a lot of aesthetic synergy on top of the fact that like this lineup I think will sneak up on some people. I really am scared of it. Gardevoir in particular is another pick that came super late in the draft, but I think rounded out this team so nicely that it's just going to be really potent.
Yeah, this is one of those teams where like all these mons are unpredictable. Like even something like Gardevoir, like that you feel like is just going to be offensive. They have so many tricks. Like this is such a tricky team. Like you think Azumarill just has that one Belly Drum Aqua Jet set. It doesn't. It can do a ton of stuff. This is going to be really, every match that Liz is in is going to be a very fun match to watch, I think.
Yeah, because you don't know what you're going to expecting. So you as the viewer is going to be like trying to scout Liz's team on top of like watching the games that are happening. And it's going to be really cool.
I absolutely agree. Well, believe it or not, we actually made it to the end of the draft reveal and analysis of the Calyrex Game Corner's Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl Draft League. If you're having questions about when these battles are going to happen, if you're going to be able to watch them, the answer is yes. At least one perspective from every match will be recorded and uploaded to YouTube, if not streamed on Twitch. If you want to follow us and if you want to be in the know about all of the Draft League updates, join the Discord. If you're on Twitch, hit ! Discord in the chat. All of our stuff is there. We have two channels. We have a Draft League updates channel where we're going to post videos, not just battle videos, but just like personal analyses videos and like pre-matchup videos. They're going to be releasing as soon as tomorrow. And then just a discussion channel where you can talk about what you saw. Spoiler tags where they're appropriate, but I think this is going to be a really fun season. Again, this is going to be 8 weeks of a regular season. The schedule will be posted soon. 8 weeks means that not every coach are going to face each other in the regular season, but we didn't want it to be a grueling 11-week season, so that's where we're at. And then there's going to be a top 8 top cut. It's going to be such a fun time, and I hope that everyone in the audience is looking forward to these battles.
I know I'm looking forward to playing in them, so this is going to be really exciting, especially seeing how all the teams played out. I'm really excited to see just if my draft end up stacking up, and just it's going to be awesome to play in. So I'm really excited to work with these amazing people, but also like beat the tar out of them with my amazing lineup. So I'm very excited.
Yes, I think that's the key word for today's excitement. So again, if you're in the chat and you want to follow up on this, please join the Discord. That's where everything is gonna be. We'd love to see you there. And plus the Discord just has more stuff in it. We have all sorts of channels for discussing about art and film and memes and just whatever's going on in your life. So please join it. It's gonna be a lot of fun, and I'm looking forward to seeing everyone in the comments of the YouTube videos and in the discussion channel on the Discord. Do you have anything else that you want to say, Garby?
I just wanted to take time to thank you for inviting me to do this draft analysis. We haven't really done anything before. We talk all the time about Pokemon and stuff and do these deep dive analysis. So it's nice to like broadcast it. And like, honestly, we talked for like 4 hours. I didn't even realize how quickly it went. So it was just really fun to do. And I'm really looking forward to playing in this league now that we did this full breakdown and had a good time with it. This has been such a good experience so far, and I'm excited to keep it going.
Yeah, I cannot wait. If anyone's wondering, the battles are going to start this week, and then they will be uploaded on the following week's schedule. So when the week 2 battles are happening is when you all get to watch the week 1 battles. If that's enough, I hope that's enough clarity for you. You can ask questions on the Discord, but I have nothing else to say, Garby. You're so welcome, and thank you for joining me. This would have sucked to do alone, and I think we had a lot of really fun things to say. I think all the coaches involved are super awesome, and I can't wait to see what kind of tech they bring. And I think that's going to do it for me. So thank you so much again for watching. If you miss any of this, it's going to go live on the YouTube as soon as it's done rendering.